Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on sundown because today we're going to be talking about one of the most fascinating places in America, Buc-ee's. Consumerism is at an all-time high. Woo! Whether it's Taco Bell making limited edition clothing or Raising Cane's collectibles with Post Malone cups, we've been hardwired to obsess over merchandise like it's keeping us alive, baby. You gotta collect. And I am one of those suckers. I'm a big proponent for little collectibles and all that stuff. So yes, I do. When the Japanese McDonald's did the Evangelion drops, me thinks me bought it.
You bought two.
I bought two, one for me and then one for Nick.
Thank you.
This is taken to the extreme when you look at a store like Buc-ee's, the massive gas station and convenience store that sells more private label merchandise than you know what to do with. And people can't get enough. From the food to the costumes and clothing plastered with their iconic logo that looks like this.
He's cute.
Is he?
It's adorable. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I like this fucking beaver. Why are you so happy? How much was the beaver? It was just like...
You think he's getting like roadhead, some truckers?
Oh, wow! I'm beaving out! Eat my beef! And the trucker's like, definitely, dude. This place has such a chokehold on people, but I just can't, I've always asked the question, why? Why are people so obsessed? Because it is that of a religion. It is almost cult-like. People go up to the little Buc-ee's bronze statue and pay offerings online. They treat him as if he's a god. But I need to know why. What makes this gas station better than the rest? So today, we're gonna trek through the doors of Buc-ee's and see what it's all about. Hop on in and sit on down. Come on into Buc-ee's. Before we look into just how deep the obsession goes, we should get an idea of where it all started. Buc-ee's founder Arch Applin III. Arch Applin III.
Fucking royalty over here.
Texas royalty. He's like, I am the third of my kind. I'm the third arc of Arc. Arch Applin III built the first Buc-ee's location in Lake Jackson, Texas, after graduating college. The store took inspiration from his grandparents' gas station, which he worked at for multiple summers. The name Buc-ee's comes from Arch's childhood dog, Buck, while the beaver mascot was inspired by his family's nickname, Beaver.
What?
What are those Applins the first and second? What are they doing, dude? What does that even mean? You know what I mean? Exactly. You don't want to go down there and mess with the beavers. They're a bad family.
They must have huge teeth.
I wonder if he does. Put up a picture of Arch Applin. Now overlay that with the Buc-ee's mascot. Uncanny. As soon as the doors opened, it was a massive success, and Arch partnered with another gas station owner, Don Wassick. Together, the two entrepreneurs would grow the business into what it is today, adding 20 locations within the first 2 decades of operation, and gradually adding merch and meat counter and their beloved bathrooms. Today, the once local gas station is now a titan of industry, making billions of dollars annually. That number only continues to grow as more locations are being built and the loyal fan base steadily expands. Which I will say, we used to live in Texas. We have perused the grounds of Buc-ee's, all right? So we know what we're talking about. It's huge. But I will say, the number one thing about a Buc-ee's is their bathroom. It's unbelievable. Go into any other truck stop bathroom, it is hell on earth. You couldn't even believe those concoctions. And there's always some guy being like, oh, God. That's what you're hearing in the other stalls. Buc-ee's, it smells good, it's clean, the stalls are big, very private, which also I feel like that because they're so private, Buc-ee's, the beaver himself is definitely being like, go in there and get your dick sucked by a lot lizard. And they don't care. Oh, thank you, Buc-ee. I'm gonna pick you up and give you a kiss. Thank you, Buck. No problem, have fun getting your dick sucked. They're that private, are they not? It's a private it's a thing. I don't think anybody would bat an eye either. That guy got himself a brisket sandwich, he's getting himself some head. Welcome to Buc-ee's. Buc-ee Beaver approved. If you've ever been to Buc-ee's, then you know it is a very nice gas station. But that first initial experience has gotten so many people hooked now that millions of people are hyping it up online. And I will say, yes, it is a nice gas station, folks. I'm not dogging it, but I will say people will move mountains to express their love for Buc-ee's. They cannot. The fanatics, it is that of a Disney adult, all right?
Or Costco fanatics.
It's like Costco fanatics. It's like Disney adults. Buc-ee's are their own breed. What would you call it? Bucky Buds? We're Bucky Buds. We're
Bucky Buds.
We're Bucky's buddies.
Yeah.
Buc-ee's fans are like the Disney adults of gas station enjoyers because they make the brand their whole identity and consume every piece of merchandise or product they produce. And this is true. There are people who wear, it's just like, I gotta get the new Buc-ee shirt. I've met several people who it's like, oh, there's a new Buc-ee's drop. We're like, who cares? What? I gotta get there. And there's gonna be people who watch this video who are like, you're goddamn right. I'll get any like Shamrock or fucking Christmas tree Buc-ee shirt imaginable.
And they grab their thermos, their Buc-ee thermos.
Yeah, they grab their giant Stanley Buc-ee's and drink their thing, eat their Buc-ee's candy, wait in line. There's also a guy too who's like, I'm not gonna name drop this person, but every time I went to Buc-ee's with this person, he had to take a picture. All right, a grown man had to take a picture with the mascot who walks around.
Every time?
Every time we went. Every time. And there'd be things where we drove past one because it's very convenient. I mean, getting like people are like, I've never had to wait for a gas pump because there's like 700 of them. So it's very convenient. But yeah, every time he's like, let me snap a quick pic. Obsessed. And I think he tried to mark it off like it was, you know, like, oh, it's ironic. But I'm like, motherfucker just wanted to get a picture with Buc-ee Beaver.
He's Buc-ee's bud.
I'm Buc-ee's buddy. I gotta go.
This video is sponsored by Helix Sleep. It's cold outside, so make sure you have a snuggle-worthy bed for deep winter. You can add the flannel sheets, you can add the extra blanket, but what you really need is a new supportive mattress. That's because well-lived life starts with rest, and nothing feels as good as waking up on a mattress that's made for you. With better sleep, you have more energy and more focus, helping you stay productive. So many of us are getting it wrong from the start. Good sleep starts with a better mattress. Helix has 20 unique mattresses, all set to serve a specific purpose. So how do you know which one's right for you? Helix has you fill out a quick sleep quiz to establish what kind of sleeper you are and your specific needs. Are you a side sleeper? Do you get hot at night? Each of these personal details allow them to find the right mattress for you. Every person is different, but no matter the need, Helix Sleep has the right mattress for you. The quiz they have you take is very quick, and your answers lead to your dream mattress. I'm getting my best sleep when it comes to the Dusk Luxe mattress. It serves my particular needs, and it provides deep, restful sleep each night. And it's amazing how much sleep can affect your mood and energy. I'm getting more work done, and all it took was a few minutes to find out what I was missing.
Before I got Helix Sleep, I was ragged. I would toss and turn and get too hot. I had back pain. Now with the Luxe mattress, I still have scoliosis, but I can sleep through anything now. My neighbor screaming, dogs barking. It's perfect. Nothing can wake me up, and I feel so rejuvenated at the end of the day. Thanks, Helix.
If you're not in the market for a new mattress right now, but you wish you could improve your old one, Helix offers the perfect solution with their range of mattress toppers. They can extend the life of your old mattress and upgrade the comfort while not having to worry about replacing it. Or maybe you've got a Helix Sleep mattress already, but you want to improve your guest bed. Grab a mattress topper and tell them we sent you. Get the sleep you deserve and head to helixsleep.com/papameat and start sleeping in your new mattress today. Take advantage of their President's Day sale exclusive partner offer and get 27% off site-wide. Thank you to Helix Sleep for sponsoring the video. Now back to the video.
One father explains how it's affected his 8-year-old child, saying, and I quote, there's so much merchandise involved. Kids get a keepsake stuffed animal, they take a picture with a bronze beaver statue in the front. It's more of a Disney experience than a gas station experience, which is smart, Nick. You got to get Buc-ee Beaver out there. You got to make him is he as lovable as Mickey Mouse? I'd say he's probably more beloved than Mickey Mouse at this point.
I was going to say, it is actually really smart because that's why Disney adults are Disney adults. It's because when they're kids.
They have that emotional experience when they're younger, right?
Exactly.
So now they're going to go back and it's become a tradition thing. I used to love coming here and getting a pic with Buck. I love you, Buck. Can I be his buddy? Yes, you can. Another person said that their neighbor only wears Buc-ee's merch and covered both family cars in Buc-ee's bumper stickers. They go on to say that each time they go to the gas station, they treat the short drive as if they were going to Disney. Once again, a bit obsessive and a bit over enthusiastic for moi, but at the same time, if you are taking the ordinary thing of going to the gas station and making it an adventure, is that a bad thing, Nick?
I don't think so.
To me,
cheaper than Disneyland.
It's cheaper than Disneyland, and also, what point too? When do you think it starts turning negative? Because right now you're like, well, it's just a gas station. Do you think it's like when Buc-ee's is like, we're starting a movie studio? Or something crazy like that. We're starting a sweatshop. Buc-ee sweatshop.
Yeah,
there has to be some unethical angle, right? There has to be some unethical angle to where it's like you're obsessing over a conglomerate. Because you kind of already are, right? I mean, they're making billions of dollars every year. One person even paid top dollar to have a custom one-of-one Buc-ee shoes made for his collection. The Nike Air Force had custom leather work with the Texas flag and Buc-ee's logo branded into it. The back of the heels had, quote, "You had me at howdy," stamped onto it right below Buc-ee's face. And the bag the shoes came in was printed with the food items from the gas station's been used. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and say that these shoes don't go hard. At the same time, would I wear them? Probably not. I like them in picture form. I like looking at them on a picture.
It's like art, yeah.
If I saw somebody wearing them in public, though, I feel like I'd be like, oh. I think it's because it feels ironic or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. They're taking the piss out of this, but a guy being like, "What do you think of these?" He's like wearing them, like showing it to you. What do you think of those right there?
It's too serious.
Yeah. You're like, oh,
Then
Bucky.
it becomes cool then, because then you're doing ironic.
Say you like it. Okay, Jesus Christ, I like it. Thank you. The food at Buc-ee's is a big reason why so many people enjoy it. They have in-house butchers who scream, "Fresh brisket on the board!"
Fresh brisket on the board!
To let you know when the fresh food is ready. It scared the shit out of me the first time it happened. It's too loud. I will say my sensory overload, I was like, it's too much. Fresh brisket on the board! It's like too much. And there's people who like sit at the glass.
Oh, yeah.
They bounce up and down.
They're frothing for their brisket.
Almost every time too I've been to Buc-ee's at which this is actually every time I've been to Buc-ee's, there has always been a guy who like it really is like a church experience. A guy sitting there and it's always a guy being like, you gotta wait till the fresh ones come out because they're so good. And the guy's like, fresh brisket on the board. He's like, I'm telling you. You know what I mean? It's like a guy being like, no, seriously, watch this. And he gets the first one. Like people like clamor for like the first ones, whatever. He's like, this is gonna change your life. Oh yeah, man, it's a brisket sandwich. It's not just that, man. It's awesome.
It's a way of life.
It's kind of the future. The cult following around Buc-ee's barbecue has people treating the store like Epcot. They'll go there and try every single sandwich and side or do a 24-hour food challenge where they exclusively just eat at Buc-ee's. With so many people making Buc-ee's part of their everyday life, you have to wonder what draws them in there in the first place. Along every major highway and road in Texas, there are Buc-ee billboards that have quirky phrases that draw in new customers, which I will say the first time I went, the billboards pissed me off. It's like 25 minutes until heaven. It's like stuff like that and you're like,
yes, yeah.
or they do a lot of like puns, or they do like a lot of like quirky Chungus kind of stuff, and you're like,
Millennial humor.
yeah. Which that millennials eat that shit up, dude. Everyone in my car is just like, I'm excited. Recently, the gas station has catered towards a younger Gen Z audience by putting the phrases like slay or main character energy and you had me at howdy, which I don't really know how that last one fits in there, but. But the slay one is literally, it'll be like a Buc-ee's thing. It'll just say slay.
54 miles. That's crazy.
54 miles away.
Drive an
Slay.
hour away.
Which even that sounds outdated, doesn't it? There's kind of a charm to that though, huh? This is different than the Wendy's commercial where there's like, we should do memes. And they have the guy at the booth that does like the, like a boss.
Oh, God.
Eat spicy goodness like a boss.
And that one is you're just like, what is happening? This is actually hell on earth. It's kind of funny that Texas guy's like, just put slay on the billboard and say they'll be there in 54 miles. What does that mean? I don't fucking know, but tell them that they'll be there in 54 miles. Other billboards heavily focus on their bathrooms, saying restrooms that make moms smile, or it's potty time. That was the first one I ever saw, was it's potty time. I did. Oh. But once again, once you figure out how good the bathrooms are, people almost exclusively go there just for the bathrooms. Oh, holding in your shit. Gotta wait for Buc-ee's.
I mean, if I was a trucker and I passed one by, I'd definitely make a stop.
I'm gonna wait to stop at Buc-ee's and just obliterate it. You think that there's a thing with truckers where they try intentionally to make the Buc-ee's bathroom as heinous as they can?
It's a little challenge.
It doesn't work.
They probably have like their own Discord where they like take pictures and be like,
Yeah, exactly. Just totally tore this up. That happens and immediately another image pops up. It's gone. It smells like roses in here. If you've never been to a Buc-ee's, this might seem like a ridiculous marketing strategy. However, people rave over the bathrooms for their size and cleanliness. And many fans and articles claim that Buc-ee's has the cleanest gas station in the entire world, even going as far as to say you can eat off the floor in the bathrooms. That's how fucking clean they are. And the reason the bathrooms stay so clean is that there is a 24-hour custodial staff solely dedicated to cleaning the bathrooms. It's like a heart surgeon. They're on call. Yeah. You have got to come in here. I will be right in. Another late night, honey? Yeah. Actually, those are the unsung heroes, dude. The people who clean the Buc-ee's bathroom, those are the ghosts who they hide in plain sight. That kind of thing.
But you know they're getting good fucking pussy afterwards.
Oh my God. You do what? I clean the bathrooms at Buc-ee's.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Here's my number. Thanks. Tosses in the back of his card. There's like 70,000 cards. Thanks. I'm good. Do you think the longer, this is a stupid thing to say, but do you think the longer you work, people who work there over time want to get Botox in their cheeks and get dental surgeries to where they look more like Buc-ee?
I bet you there's one employee who's just so obsessed with Buc-ee.
I mean, tons of filler in your cheeks and then like giant buck teeth.
Welcome to Buc-ees.
Is he just a greeter, or is he a guy like, or does he kind of do everything?
He does everything.
Yeah.
I picture he's.
How do you not make that guy the store manager,
That's
walk
what-
around with like a tie? Hi, welcome to Buc-ee's. You want to try some brisket? You want to try some brisket?
Thanks, Buc-ees.
What? You can't do that though, because that's where children will be horrified.
Yeah, that's true.
A giant like fake mascot and a statue is so much different than a fucking giant freak. You want a piece of candy? And also, you will end up with that voice. There's no way you can go through life and just be like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, so there's parking in the back as well. There's no way. Oh! You definitely immediately take on a persona, right? Whoa! You look like you have to go potty. Now everything's really creepy. You want a piece of meat? Dad, I want to go home. Don't forget to use the restroom before you go. Another reason why people love the bathrooms is that there is usually no wait time. I mean, it's so many. The restroom in these gas stations are huge, with some of the largest boasting 71 toilets and urinals. All right, it's like a goddamn abandoned mall in there half the time. You're like, it's the back rooms in the fucking bathroom. Hello? Hello? Whatever. I need help. The stalls of each toilet are practically their own room. And on all the walls, you'll find things like country art posters or the Texas flag, you know, Texas. Compared to the average gas station bathroom, they are luxurious. I mean, they're, you know, it feels like it's a part of the thing, which I will say, gas station charm is what is carved into the wall. What walks of life have come through, decimated this room, and left their mark?
Who left their number?
Who left their number? What obscenity did you write on the wall? What sticker did you leave behind, right?
Yeah, what they left in the toilet.
If you go into a place, this is just a hunter tip. Hunter tip. Hunter's tip. If you go into a place that is too hip, first off, if you go into a place in the bathroom and there's too many stickers, you need to run from that place. Any place where it's like hip to tag the bathroom with stickers, you gotta run away from that place.
Why?
That. Hunter's tip. The love for Buc-ee's extends outside its walls and into the parking lot. That's because people cannot get enough of their mascot, Buc-ee. Outside of the larger locations are 4-foot-tall bronze statues of Buc-ee the beaver. People love to climb all over them and take pictures with them. And recently, there was a challenge on TikTok called the Buc-ee's Challenge, where people climbed into his arms and plank, or they'll act like a damsel in distress, posing as if Buc-ee is saving their life, which it is funny. And the thing too is like it's a fucking giant statue. It's a very large statue, in all honesty. 4 feet tall, you'd be like, that's not that big. When you get there, you're like, God damn.
Yeah, he's big.
Who's the company making these motherfuckers? I want bronze statues. Also, after a while, there's going to be a Buc-ee's location where it's going to be like 8 feet tall.
Oh yeah, they're gonna keep getting bigger and bigger.
They will be huge. It's going to be a thing where it's just like, look for Buc-ee. That's what they'll say on the billboards. You look at the horizon, you just see a giant.
60 miles away, you
And
can
it's
still
like-
see its head.
And that's when it starts going downhill too, because the glare off of the bronze statue, people are like, ah! They crash their cars. Oh my God! Look for the light. That's what they'll say. Look for the light.
I like that.
Just blinding you. If people are not falling into his arms, they're requesting that he be present at their weddings. And on more than one occasion, people have gotten married at Buc-ee's, with some people having the greasy teenager and the beaver mascot officiate their wedding, which I will say, awesome.
Yeah.
Amazing. How cheap was that? And also you get Buc-ee's. What are they? But I bet you anything you get married at Buc-ee's, they're gonna be like, have some free sandwiches. You get a little free action. Fill up your car for free. Really, Buck? Ooh.
First one's on us, buddy.
First one's on us. Hey, but honestly, let's just hope that this thing works out. Oh, thanks, Buck. No, seriously. Appreciate you guys. Other than gawking at the statues, people can get gas and enjoy random concerts that pop up in the parking lots. In 2024, country star Keith Urban hosted a massive concert in the parking lot of an Alabama Buc-ee's that brought in thousands of listeners. Thousands of people just showed up to Buc-ee's location. Why he did that, I don't know. Why Keith? He's just like, you know what? I think I'm gonna go play Buc-ee's.
Do you think that was impromptu? They just stopped and he's like, wow, this is awesome.
I feel like that's what they wanted to think, but I think Buc-ee's is doing a little secret strategy. You know, I think that Buc-ee's likes to think that they're just like, we don't even need that. But then they're like, slip Keith Urban a little envelope. I don't know, pop up and play here. Maybe blast on your social medias. And then Keith Urban's like, can I get a specialty, like, you know, Post Malone has Posties meal or whatever. He's like, can I get at every station, Pump One is named after Keith Urban. They're like, let's fucking pump the brakes a bit there, Keith. Play in the parking lot. All right, that'll do. There were so many people there that the venue nearly blocked customers from getting gas or entering the station entirely. But not everyone is infatuated with the chain. No, no, no. In fact, some people are absolutely sick of the hype surrounding the Buc-ees franchise. In fact, a lot of people, they're comparing it to mega churches based on the sheer scale, ridiculous amounts of merch, and of course, the customer's undying devotion. People are sick to their stomach that people would be obsessed with this consumerist culture, Nick.
It is disgusting.
These cheap shirts you guys are obsessed with, you're sheep in a flock. That's what they say. You'll be hard pressed to find someone criticizing Buc-ees without a couple staunch defenders jumping in to defend their almighty beaver god. One man voices his frustration online about how underwhelming the place was, despite seeing it described by others as an experience, a quote, an experience, which also it's just like it's a gas station, dude. It's the same thing when people say like, oh, Waffle House, you got to go for the experience. It's a place you serve breakfast, but it's a thing that's around here. Yeah. Right? It's like going there, okay, well, so it's just a gas station or?
So overhype is killing it.
Yes. Or just people being like, the mysticism online builds up and people are like, I went there and it was boring.
You think there's like Paris syndrome with Buc-ee's, Buc-ee's syndrome?
There's 100% thing where it's Buc-ee's syndrome where Americans go to a Buc-ee's for the first time. It's not as good as they expect and they kill themselves. They go back to their Chevy Neon in the parking lot and they definitely shoot themselves. And Buc-ee's like, well, I guess we gotta clean up another one. Or do they hang their car? Coward.
Yeah,
and they could hang their bodies up outside the store. And they put a little coward chain on his deal. Coward.
Well, I was gonna say they strip him naked and spray paint coward on their chest.
Take his clothes. Take his dockers. In response, the mod of the massive Reddit page used his mod privileges to stick a comment on the very top telling him to eat shit. If I'm a mod in Buc-ee's subreddit, I'm leaving an eat shit comment.
Yeah.
You see, but he didn't do KYS, which is what I think a lot of people would do. I think eat shit is a bit more appropriate, a bit more respectful.
He held back.
Coward. People often go on rants online complaining about how overcrowded and stressful it is, the bad smell, as well as how much they hate seeing the logo covering every single product on the shelves. The f does that even mean?
Don't go.
So it's like, where do you think you're at? You know what I mean? I'm in Walmart and everything's covered in No, you're in a fucking Buc-ee's gas station. Why is the beaver everywhere? What do you think, dude? Hello?
Hi.
Also, people, when they're like, it's a bad smell, I think they just don't like the smell of, like, barbecue. I'm not the biggest Buc-ee's fan, but I don't think I've ever been in one and been like, this smells like shit. Outside, it smells like gas. It's a gas station. One mother films and reviews her experience, overlaying shots of customers with her explaining how it's filled with NPCs and overweight Americans, ultimately dubbing it a nauseating and depressing snapshot of America. Okay, God forbid a fat ass wants to go and get a vibe at Buc-ee's. God forbid that I want to go take my cankles out and get a brisket sandwich and some Slim Jims at Buc-ee's, dude. I guess I can't be a person today. Look at the state of America. It's all Buc-ee's fault, by the way. All these people are overweight and disgusting because of Buc-ee's.
So true. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are just rats in a fucking maze.
While they're drinking their matcha tea at Starbucks.
Yeah, well, but see, that's healthy, so that's fine. Doesn't matter. It's healthy. It's grass. There's more to the Buc-ee's hate. Many former employees have come out to admit that they've been treated poorly on the job. While the official number is kept private, the store has an incredible high turnover rate. Some employees claim that there is overt racial discrimination in some locations. Even just last year, the staff themselves were guilty of this, with a lawsuit last year claiming workers were straight up bragging about how they're allowed to discriminate against customers based on their race.
Oh.
Buc-ee?
No Chinese!
Yeah. Keep the Chinese out of Buc-ee's! Like, what? I mean, fresh brisket on the plate! Many have revealed their own personal stories about the lack of professionalism in the store, including one former employee who saw a coworker get fired because she had a stroke. Okay, don't make that noise, dude. The getting fired for having a stroke is a dirty pull, dude. As a manager, okay, well you have to be fired.
Sorry, you're over your points. This is 0.7.
Exactly. Yeah, you lost your points. You've already had too many sick days. It's like couldn't help having a stroke. Another former worker revealed that one of the coworkers was forced to finish their shift in the middle of having an active miscarriage.
What?
Which wow.
Like, clean that up, Debbie.
Well, you get drips all over the floor, Deb. God, It's all sticky. How? The emotional distress of that, also the physical distress. And I'm not blaming this on Bucky. This is the manager, it's the person's fault. How do you look at somebody like that and not have an ounce of sympathy or love in your heart? You just be like, oh my God.
Well, I read there's something on Reddit. This is like 5 years ago now, but they're saying like Buc-ee's pays really well. You get like $18 an hour working there. But people were saying like, oh, it's hell working there because you literally get no breaks, not even a lunch.
Yeah. Well, do you think it's a kind of thing where it's like people are like, I don't know, you should be lucky to work here because we do get paid so well. So they like the culture of working there is like, you got to work hard for Buc-ee's.
Yeah. Exactly.
Or whatever, and they're trying to make it cutesy, you know, which I think is like kind of any job. But I wonder if you're working at a quote unquote cool place or like a place where it's like people love this store, if they use that against you.
Oh yeah, definitely. They'll use anything.
You know
That's
what I
the
mean?
thing at Disneyland. They pay their like performers like shit because it's just like, this is a dream.
Well, yeah.
job.
Well, if you don't want to be an actor here, I mean, there's a line of actors right here. We could do whatever.
Did you see what happened with the evil witch, the stepmother?
At Disney?
Yeah,
No.
Disney. Basically, she was so good at her job, people came specifically for her, so they fired her.
Oh, dude, I've heard of that before. There was also a guy that, I don't know if it was Disney, but there was another performer who was like an elf in a parade or something. And like he blew up because people would take videos of him because he was like big, but I think that they fired him too. Like you're taking too much attention or spotlight on the thing.
You're distracting people.
Which once again feels like a person looking for any kind of power and they feel jealous that like, oh, you're getting the spotlight. I'm your boss, but I'm not getting the spotlight or something. People with these minutia little pockets of power in the world are like, that's the reason why the fucking world is fucking terrible. Am I wrong?
No.
I mean, a person sitting there and being like a manager being like, you're having a miscarriage, so you need to finish your shift, or you're having a stroke, and while you're stroking out on the floor, a person's like, you're getting fired.
Yeah, they write you up as you're stroking out. The stroke thing though, that I feel like that was just like an excuse. They're like, we wanted him gone anyways.
Yeah. Just like, yeah, just say that this is our time. Thank God he had the stroke. We were trying to get him out of here. With a store this big, it's only natural that they're going to get themselves into all sorts of controversies, right? I mean, if you get that big, you got some controversies. One of the most absurd ones being the time a monkey was let loose inside of a Buc-ee's. How are you going to let a monkey loose inside of a Buc-ee's? A gas station is not a place to be monkeying around.
Where do you bring your monkey anywhere? Why are you bringing a monkey?
Why do people have monkeys?
Because they're cute.
I mean, like, I guess.
It's the power. You're controlling like a subhuman.
You're a soul and I get to control you.
I wanted a monkey as a kid.
I did. I was fucking freaked out. I don't think I heard one positive monkey story. Ever since I was a child, people were like, yeah, they'll rip your fucking arms off. They'll eat you want to get your eyelids ripped off? They'll eat your eyelids. And you're like,
That's what my grandma told me, because she owned a monkey. She's like, you don't want a monkey.
why did your grandma own a monkey?
I don't know, this is like 100 years ago, but she's like...
How old are you, Nick? Where you were talking to, she was able to get something 100 years ago.
I mean, I was like 8, maybe.
So she got a monkey in 1926.
It's okay, she's not that old.
Or actually, if you were 8, so she got something in what? In 1899?
Yeah.
I was 60. Okay.
But she got a monkey, and she was like, oh, they're... Basically, it's like when she started having kids, she's like, we can't have this thing. It's gonna eat, like, kill the kid. They get jealous.
Well, we should probably get rid of the monkey. It's gonna eat her baby.
She was also a traveling musician, so I don't know how she had a monkey.
Oh, well, that justifies it. I walk around with a guitar. Give me your monkey. In Terrell, Texas, a man who was looking after someone's monkey decided it would be a good idea to bring it with him inside of the
It
store.
wasn't even his monkey.
I like how the guy just being like, oh, am I gonna do? Not let Chim Chim come into the fucking store? I'm looking after him. Come on, Chim Chim. He's like walking in the store holding his hand. And as you would expect, young children were enamored with this and wanted to give it attention, one of which being a 13-year-old girl who was traveling with her church group. She asked to hold it, so the man gave it to her and let it climb up her shoulder, and a worker saw this and urged him that the monkey isn't allowed to be in the store. He then tried to take the monkey off the girl's shoulder, only for it to panic and bite her on the neck, which is also a thing too where the guy definitely had a power trip of being like,
Yeah.
I got a monkey. And the only thing to do in Terrell, Texas is to go to the Buc-ee's and be like, flannel is to peacock yourself with a monkey.
That's totally what he did.
Yep. If any large-titted women want to come up and hold the monkey, feel free. And the kid's like, oh, can I? And he's like,
But that's how you get girls to
Fine.
come up, though, because it's just like...
well, it's like taking a cute dog to a park. You think a guy actually wants to walk around his dog? Let me tell you, here's a Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Ladies, if you see a guy alone in a park with a dog, he's not there to actually play with the fucking dog. He's there to, he's catfishing you. He's trying to hook somebody to be like, oh, cute dog. Oh, thanks. And you're trapped. Hunter's tip is, ladies, if you see a guy alone in a park with a dog, avoid that guy. Hunter's tip.
That's my strategy online. Because I have pictures of my dogs. And when they comment, oh, cute dogs. I was like, oh, yeah, you want to go on a doggy date?
You want to come over and meet him? You want to take him to Buc-ee's and walk around? Buc-ee's takes its branding very seriously, which is made evident by the fact that you can't look any direction without seeing the eyes of Buc-ee's staring right back at you. Because of this, Buc-ee's has taken legal action against smaller companies many times over claims of trademark infringement, which that happens with any large corporation, whatever. You better watch out. They are coming hot.
You have to defend the brand, yeah.
Oh boy. One company named Talk Buck sold PVC patches and other merch using identical beaver mascot dressed in full military gear, which looking at it, I don't know. I will say the next one, Duckies. Man, come on now. The drive-through liquor store and food stop was put through a legal battle despite having a noticeably different logo. The same goes for Barky's, a coffee shop and dog park that had a similar spelling to Buc-ee's, and the most of the head smiling mascot was also infringement, which also it's just like, well, come on now. Can a dog not fucking smile on a goddamn deal?
Do you own the E's at the end of a fucking word?
In a way, you do. Kind of. Now, that being said, if I owned let's say I owned an underwear store, Wedgies, and it was like a cat pulling up something, it's like, it's wedging itself. To me, I'm like, Wedgies been around forever. You can't own Wedgies. That's bullshit. So I don't know. Very gray area, this legal stuff, huh? What do you think? Should you think that they should just let them run free with stuff, or do you like the iron grip that Buc-ee's has?
Taking the logo and putting it on your own thing, I think that's fair to be like, take that down. But Duckies,
I don't know. I see. I completely disagree. I think don't insult me. Right? Buc-ee's, Duckies, I know what you're doing. Not only have a little respect for me, have a little respect for yourself and think of something different. You know what I would have called? Give me a business idea. I'm going to put a duck in it somehow.
Clean up. You're a custodian.
Oh, he's like an in-house service?
Yeah.
I'd call it DuckDuckGo.
That's already a website. That's a search website.
All right, this naming a business thing is a little harder than I really had DuckDuckGo in the chamber, and I was like, huh?
I had Quackers. It's a cereal brand. Quackers.
Also, there's that Quaker Oats dude.
Yeah, Quakers.
Where it kind of looks like that too. So what did you be like? Quakers?
That's oatmeal. Quackers. The duck that smiles back.
What could you do? Mallards? I don't know. It's like, I don't know.
Mallard? Well, that's not as...
It doesn't matter. I'm not making a business. I'm not using an animal mascot. It doesn't matter. Which Barky's, the fucking dog place, was eventually, they had to close down. Sorry, business owner. Bye-bye. If Buc-ee's is going out being like, we're going to fucking shut down your business, you should not just be like, you guys have got to change your name.
Yeah, just change
But it's not that easy, though, with all the filing and all that stuff, too. So, you probably get fucked up.
Gotta change your LLC name.
I already made a custom sign. Spent $20,000 on the fucking goddamn Barky sign. And there's no change in it. It says Barky's. One of the biggest and most intense controversies that Buc-ee's has gotten itself into is the ongoing conflict between the franchise and an entire small town in Colorado. Buc-ee's has a beef with a full town. The small and peaceful town of Palmer Lake, which has a population of 2,500 people, was on track to have a Buc-ee's store built along the interstate, right? A large portion of the town was excited about how much the store could benefit the small town, as Buc-ee's tends to be incredibly financially lucrative and also provide tons of jobs. It's a win-win, right? But others were staunchly opposed to this proposal, claiming it would bring all sorts of traffic and chaos, as well as light pollution that would damage their clear, dark skies, which is, a big part. It's like what makes the town beautiful, right? Essentially, it would bring chaos to a quaint mountain town. This tight-knit community was now cursing each other out during flooded town meetings and going on furious rants on social media. Friends and families were no longer on speaking terms, and people were plastering signs denouncing the beaver all over town. And one lawyer involved with the proposal no longer felt welcome watching the game with citizens at the local bar because they would get constantly yelled at, right? You're in business with the beaver. Get out! Some businesses like local pumpkin patch would even cancel events in protest to Buc-ee's coming. Things escalated even further when the mayor, Glant Havener, stepped down amidst the chaos and harassment. Only days later, leaked text messages would be discovered in which she aggressively mocked citizens and opposed the Buc-ee's proposal. In them, she referred to them as losers and terrorists. These messages were found within the court documents in a case that alleges that Glant was making multiple social media accounts to argue with people online about the proposal, which is so petty. It's like, you're the mayor. You're the mayor. The final decision has yet to be made, and it will likely be decided during a townwide election this very year. We should do an update at some time. How did it go? Also, Buc-ee's is definitely passing.
Yeah.
100%. It's gonna be a thing where it's like wherever the money is, that's where they're going.
The mayor's got, she wants it.
I like how they're just like, yeah, people who are opposing it are fucking terrorists. Guy just like, yeah, I actually don't want all the traffic and light pollution from this big ass stupid gas station. They're like, whatever, terrorist. Now listen, guys, Buc-ee's has truly reached a cult-like status among its fans. They could sell shit on a plate and it would still fly off the shelves so long as they have the little trusted little Buc-ee beaver smiling on the plate itself. Everyone would sit there with a shit-eating grin. It's strange that we live in a time where people can criticize large corporations or consumerism, right? But then you get obsessed with the gas station and you just do the exact same thing that you criticize. I guess it's a little thing called hypocrisy, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah.
It's a little thing called hypocrisy. But that doesn't mean that worshiping a gas station's a bad thing or if it's your favorite place on earth. That's all good. But maybe don't overhype it as if it's something else besides a gas station, my friends, because that's all it is. But if you do go there, take a shit. It's awesome. I'm telling you. Really worth it. Also, the brisket sandwiches are pretty good. Fill up your tank, take a shit, eat a sandwich, leave. 3. Hunter's tip. Also, Hunter's tip. Can I do a last little Hunter's tip to tap off our video? Hunter's tip is don't dress up and pretend that you're helping people in a government organization and kill people in the middle of the streets. That's pretty cool, huh? Fuck ICE is what I'm saying. How is this happening? How is this the world we're in? How do people justifiably support this, Nick? I have no idea. It's murder. All I want to say, Hunter's tip, fuck ICE. Bucky Beaver would not let an ICE agent inside of his deal. Yeah. Bucky Beaver would not approve of ICE, dude. Where the fuck do you think Bucky Beaver's from, dude?
Oh, yeah. He's fucking from Canada.
Yeah, dude. Come on now. What are we thinking? You remember Arch Alpine III? His family was just all from Texas? No, dude. They came over here. They believed in the American dream and they started it up. Imagine if ICE shot Arch Alpine. There'd be no Buc-ees. Sorry. Bye-bye, Buc-ees. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. They all should rot in hell. And they will. It's awesome. So there you go. Bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're looking into the odd and disgusting world of storage units. Is stuff starting to pile up in your house? Are you running out of room? Are friends and family starting to make weird comments about your life choices? Fear not, friend. Because there is a simple solution that may only cost you roughly $20 a month, allowing you to relocate your hoard of filth elsewhere. So first off, love Storage Wars. Fake TV show, love it. Love Storage Wars. But then I've been seeing all kinds of videos online of verticals of people like, they find tons of money. It's all fake. I mean, don't get me wrong, I bet you there are storage units where people find some crazy shit, but I want to know, what's some real crazy shit someone's found? I want some disgusting, depraved stuff. And that's what we're going to dive into today, all right? Storage units are a great solution for those with too many possessions. The services range from small rooms to large garages, and these labyrinths are found worldwide and hold all sorts of strange items. However, these large steel buildings are not as safe as you may think. From burglaries to insane tenants and even murder, storage facilities are the Wild West of urban cities with chaos hiding behind every turn. So, grab your padlocks and steel boots as we get ready to lift the door on the strange ongoings of storage units. I lived in a storage unit for 2 months.
How was it?
Horrible.
Oh.
It's horrible. It's hot. There's no power, really.
Did you crank the door open a little bit? No.
I was too afraid. Just lock it. I had like a little heater in there and doesn't matter. Don't even know that about my life. If you've ever watched shows like Storage Wars, which was one of the most popular shows of the 2010s, it goes without saying that there are all sorts of crazy things to be discovered in storage units. Storage Wars followed a competitive group of buyers traveling from auction to auction, trying to see who could make the most money with the units they purchased, right? $500, sold to the guy for $500. Now I need to make $500 plus more money for profit. That's the show. That's every episode. And there's some bickering here and there. It's trash television. It's also all completely fake. It doesn't matter. Still, eat it up all day. Love that shit. That's what I do. I watch, Storage Wars is on. That's what I do. Over the years, some of the people on the show have found insane things like rare art collections and priceless vehicles. And although this might look impressive, they pale in comparison to some of the stuff we are going to talk about today. Starting in 2018, a man who bought a unit for $500 and was so excited about what he found that he approached Storage Wars auctioneers Dan Dotson to spread the word. Inside the unit was a lock safe and took multiple attempts and 2 different locksmiths before the code was finally cracked. When they opened the safe, they were greeted with $7.5 million in cold, hard cash. I'd come. I'm not even joking. I would be leaking. I'd be oozing the honey. The maple is going down the tree. You know what I mean? It would be a beehive in my pants, is what I'm saying. Sticky. News of the discovery made it back to the original owners of the unit. Realizing their money had just been sold for less than 1% of its worth, they contacted the buyer with a lawyer offering $600,000 for the unit and the money. No, no, no. After intense back and forth, both parties settled on a reward of $1.2 million, and the owner received their money back in full. You still got $1 million out of it. But I would have been like, I'm not fucking giving you shit. That's also why you lie. You lie and say, I found $3 million in a deal. I'm not going to tell people about the other $4.5 million. Come on.
So wait, also, is this the owner of the original storage unit or the...
This is the owner of that's like his unit. That's his money. So he's like, wait, what? Because he's probably like, I forgot about it. It's in there. No one will ever find it. Well, how do you not pay it? I don't know. But it's suspicious in my opinion. This is I feel like a lot of dubious activities, dude. How do we know it's real? That's the thing now. You can't trust anything. If anything, now I'm like, it's just a headline to get some good press. Many believe that the cash was unmarked and was being held in a locker to avoid the law. Storage lockers are typically used for non-perishable items, and while some are climate controlled, it's never a good idea to store food inside. During a routine lock check, a manager began to smell a funky, sweet smell emanating from a nearby locker. When they opened the door, they found 4 large 55-gallon drums. They slowly opened the barrels and found that inside the unit was over 200 gallons of maple syrup. Oh man. Can you imagine that? We gotta keep those. Relieved that it wasn't anything serious, they contacted the owner and asked why they were storing so much liquid inside the facility. The owner said nothing. The manager didn't remove the syrup, but did notice that bugs and other vermin were starting to hoard around the locker.
I think they stole the syrup. I think it was a little syrup thief.
So you think that these are people that like, they went to the Aunt Jemima factory.
Yeah.
Does syrup go bad?
I don't think it does.
I think about it. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen bad syrup. Editor note: can syrup go bad? Editor, also, sorry, do some math. Aunt Jemima is how big? So if there's that many 55-gallon barrels, how much maple syrup is that? And is it worth the headache?
I feel like that's like $400,000 worth of maple syrup.
There's no way it's that much money. I'm gonna guess it's maybe a little over $1,000 worth of maple syrup. Like not enough to me. I'd like to have to carry the barrels in there. There's no way it's worth it.
Oh, did we say 55? I was thinking like 55 gallons.
Even then, you think that's $400,000 worth of condiments? It's a condiment at the end of the day. I love how high you price maple syrup, dude. A lot of storage facilities act as graveyards for deceased people's stuff. Once the person is gone, their belongings can sit there for years until the container is auctioned off along with the stuff inside. One of the most common finds is war memorabilia left behind by veterans. Usually it's old medals, uniforms, and guns, but on rare occasions, it leads to live arsenals being discovered, aka they have like a fucking bomb. Out in Rockwell, Texas, bomb squads were called to a storage space containing what they were told were live military-grade munitions. When they arrived, they were greeted with boxes of hand grenades, old ammo, and even live tank rounds. That guy's just like, I want to take them. My business is not done. After safely removing all the explosives, they were taken to a nearby field and detonated. God, what a fun day. How sick would that be? Well, you got to use them. Look at your buddy. You're making my dreams come true. Oh, that's ooh.
So did they get to watch?
Yeah. The people blowing them up?
Or I meant the people who bought the storage unit.
Oh, they better. I'd be like, yeah, this is fucking bullshit. You better let me blow. I'd be like, you need to rent me a tank so I can shoot this. I feel like you can rent tanks for not that much either. There's no guns. Like they're not, but you can drive them. That's a lot of places you can do. You can like run over cars with them and stuff.
Oh, but in a location. You can't just take it to your house.
No, it's a.
Oh, okay.
No. No, the treads would tear up the road. The city would be very mad. It is unclear who the previous owner was and how they acquired such a dangerous collection.
I like to think it was a Nazi.
Why would you like to think that? Why does that like give you a smile of thinking that?
I don't know, just I don't know why I said like.
A little Freudian slip, probably. At a different facility in Pennsylvania, police removed nearly 60 homemade explosive devices. A lot of bombs in these storage. Kind of makes me want to steer clear of them. Now every time I go by a storage container, I'm gonna be like, motherfucker's getting ready to blow.
Probably statistically, there is probably one storage unit with explosives in every single...
I would say, yeah. If there's a storage container area, there's got to be one locker that has explosives in it. That's what they have in the contract too. There are probably explosives somewhere in here. I don't know. Sign here. Investigators discovered the bombs while investigating the owner for a massive Ponzi scheme. While searching his locker in hopes of finding more evidence, investigators instead uncovered explosives. In total, police removed 60 PVC pipe bombs and over 400 cardboard explosives. Motherfucker's a Home Depot terrorist. The owner, S. von Merchenthaler, was arrested and sentenced to 11 years in prison for illegal possession of explosive and weapons.
That guy was starting a revolution.
That guy was getting ready. I'm like, some bank just got spared because that motherfucker was going in going in with that Office Depot fit. If you go digging through people's stuff, you were bound to find creepy items that they didn't want you to see in the light of day. In Florida, a former medical examiner's dirty secrets were aired out when he defaulted on his storage payments. Dr. Michael Birkeland, a medical examiner based out of Pensacola from 1997 to 2003, was fired for not creating proper autopsy reports. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this does not sound good.
My asshole immediately did. Following his departure, he continued performing autopsies until 2007, when he stopped altogether. And in 2012, Michael's storage locker was auctioned off for $900 as he could no longer afford it. When the new owner started digging through the stuff, he found a stack of boxes in the back corner and was disgusted by what he found. Inside were organs belonging to over 100 different people. Brains, lungs, livers, and hearts were all found in formaldehyde. That would be a smell alone. When you open that store, you would have to smell it. Formaldehyde is strong.
But it should be sealed, right?
Yeah, but I would still think of, 100? I would assume that you'd be like, it smells weird in here. Which maybe all storage units have like a funk. But formaldehyde, I feel like you can smell that shit still. I feel like it would emanate a little bit of scent. Even worse, the organs were stored in basic Tupperware and double gulp cups from local gas stations.
That definitely has a smell then. I thought they're in jars.
Oh my God, not even glass jars, plastic Tupperware and big gulp cups, dude. Fucking big gulp cups. Police quickly tracked down Dr. Birkeland and all of the organs were removed. He was charged with keeping a public nuisance, improper storage of hazardous waste, and driving with a suspended license.
Just threw that on top.
They're like, we gotta make sure we get this motherfucker. 10 families were notified of their deceased loved ones being found in the locker. Michael never faced any jail time. How? Because he posted his $10,000 bond and walked away. Posted $10,000 bond, but was unable to afford the storage. I'm telling you. Every one of these is just a little suspicious, isn't it? To be fair, if he's putting the brains and organs in big gulp containers, I don't think he really gives a fuck that much. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. Threw it in there.
I want to know why he did it. Do you think it's just trophies?
Probably. If you're doing the autopsy stuff, you have to have a fascination with the human body in some way where you're they're probably like prize organs. That's the most beautiful liver I've ever seen.
You got to take a little trophy every time you cut someone open.
Well, exactly. You're not going to need this in hell.
I thought he was going to do something much more diabolical.
I thought he was fucking dead bodies. Because also, that's another thing too. People that do autopsies and shit, this is me just completely speculating and no real fact to it. I imagine all those people fuck the bodies. I think men that have dead women in there, I think they definitely have sexual bodies.
Actually, I think I've read that women are actually more likely to do something to the body.
If a guy dies with a boner, the boner stays. Because the blood stays there, right? Because it's not circulating anymore. What would a woman do?
Now that I said that, I don't know.
Fingers all calcified, whatever, and she's just like, Hey guys, this video is sponsored by Starforge Systems. Head to Starforge Systems and check out their holiday sale to get up to $900 off on PCs and gaming accessories. Whether you're in the market for top-notch PCs or customizable accessories, check out the link below to see all their great options, and thank you for sponsoring this video. Back to the video. But Dr. Birkeland wasn't the only one misusing a storage unit. While his story may have been the most grotesque, others have turned the spaces into makeshift homes. The price of rent has become nearly unaffordable across the United States, causing people to look for cheaper places to live besides being outright homeless. Many have chosen to move into storage units. Certain storage facilities offer climate-controlled units, plug-ins, and public bathrooms, covering all the basic essentials one would need in basically an apartment. With the average size of a container being 10 feet by 10 feet, that is more than enough room to fit a single bed and a small kitchen. Plus, storage facilities cover the cost of the utilities, so really saving some money. Granted, you're in a rat cage, but still, out of the rain. So long as you can afford the cheap monthly payment, you can live well within your means. And one woman chose to move into a storage locker after her rent was raised from $850 to $1,300 because the building had to be rebuilt after a tornado leveled it. Which I want to say, that's unfair. That's a huge jump too. My God, $800 to $1,300. Holy fuck.
That was just an excuse to raise rent.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we had to do a new one. I have to do it. It's like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, right. In 2021, Mayfield, Kentucky was hit by a massive tornado that left most of the town in ruin. Angie paid her rent by driving for Uber Eats, Grubhub, and Lyft, and was barely making her rent. But after the tornado destroyed her building, it was sold to new owners who raised the rent to $1,300 a month to help pay for the renovations. Tired of living in a one-bedroom apartment with a collapsed roof, she decided enough was enough and packed up all of her things and lived in her car. Since her car was crammed with stuff, she couldn't do ride sharing anymore, so she decided to rent a storage unit. At the time, she also began dumpster diving for Nike shoes and selling them online, which we've discussed too. The dumpster diving thing, good way to make quick cash, especially if they're nice shoes. Why the fuck not? So she upgraded to a larger unit to store her inventory after discovering it had a power outlet. She brought in items like a fan and lamps and eventually decided to stop sleeping in her car and live in her locker full time. Angie was able to live in the facility for quite a while, living off her Uber and Grubhub money. However, she was eventually evicted because she was found storing her stuff in units she didn't pay for. All right, Angie. Angie was she was rolling hot. She was like a Scorsese like protagonist in a movie, and then that's the thing. That's the thing that flew too close to the sun. To make things worse, she lost her Uber and Lyft license because of a DUI from 34 years ago, and has since moved to a different, cheaper storage facility where she lives now. I want to say that's fucking bullshit. 34 years ago I had a DUI, and that's an Uber gets me for that. Word? How about you fucking forgive and forget, dude?
People must have complained that they maybe smelled alcohol on her.
She keeps putting stuff in my storage locker, and I think she's drunk. What if it was that? On TikTok, a couple went mega viral for showing off their elaborate home inside a storage locker. Leyland Brown and his partner run multiple social media accounts under the name Fullest Nest and have gone viral because of a video showing off their storage unit. Hidden behind a wall of boxes was a full-blown apartment, complete with a couch, dressers, and a small kitchen. Leyland claimed he could run through the halls for exercise, use the bathroom whenever he wanted, and play loud music without disturbing anyone. This video would not only build his online following, but also get him kicked out once the property manager saw the video. Following the move out, Brown and his partner had been living in the woods inside a tent and getting continually evicted because he would post where he was squatting on private property. Buddy, give up the social media thing. That or lie about your location, holy shit. Today, the couple lives permanently inside a hotel room and uses generous donations to help them stay out of storage lockers. Despite there being numerous instances of people living inside of these facilities, it is actually against the law to do so. Some places have input extreme measures to ensure that people don't attempt to create makeshift homes. Managers are trained to identify suspicious activity and contact the police as soon as they suspect someone is living inside a unit. Additionally, more security guards are being hired to patrol, making it increasingly difficult to stay overnight. New locations are being built to be more hostile inside, with no restrooms on the property, no electricity or temperature control, and even poor circulation to prevent air from circulating. Excessive. It really seems like storage facilities are growing more heartless by the day, and the staff shows no sympathy, which comes across some as dehumanizing. If someone's just like, I want to rent this unit, I'm going to stay inside, I'm storing myself. What's the big fucking deal?
It's a violation. It's a code violation. Also, you're not paying enough rent to live there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, do you think they're just like, well, you just give me somebody using the bathroom way more. Utilities are going to go up.
I'm going to start my own storage facility, and then I'm going to have an option to live in the storage unit for a little extra.
You have to sign a waiver being like, if you die from a heat stroke in here because the AC sucks, you're in a storage unit. Okay? You can't sue me. You need to realize this is a storage unit. So they don't come to me and be like, it's too hot in here. Is it? You know what I mean? That's fair to me. Like any business, you're going to encounter weird customers, and storage centers are no exception. For some reason, the halls of metal doors and concrete flooring really get people hot and horny. Numerous cases of people getting caught having sex have been reported, and what is even more strange is that 90% of them are cheaters trying to find a hidden place to elope. I'm going to treat my baby right. I'm taking her to the storage unit. It's hot in here.
Because, yeah, you could set up a bed. Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
Easy. Jesus. God damn, dude. You need to calm your ass down. In Cleveland, Ohio, the chief of police was found cheating on his wife with another woman. Chief of police is so funny. Wes Snyder had served as police chief for a decade and was widely respected for his dedication to the city. Definitely respected by somebody. That all changed when workers at the storage facility noticed that he and Sharon Marr, a city nonprofit employee, were entering a unit together for 60 to 90 minutes several times a week. God damn, good for you. God damn, 60 to 90 minutes. This boy knows how to put in some hours. I mean, like, realistic, I was gonna be like 20 minutes. When the staff opened the doors, they found the couple having sex in a makeshift sex dungeon. The dirty deed took place on a rug with pillows and blankets. Other things like alcohol, baby wipes, paper towels, and hairbrush were found inside. God damn.
It's very depressing.
It's a very depressing locker. If you're the chief of police, can you not, can you not get a bed? Get a hotel, dude. God damn. A sex dungeon, too. I mean, it really is. It's just a thing where it's just like, this is our fuck shack. I call this the raccoon trap. After 33 years of service, quickly resigned, and both parties issued an apology to the city council. I wouldn't have fucking resigned. Oh, so what? I have a storage unit where I sometimes I go there by myself and I beat off. Crime rate's low? Is it not? All right, well, good luck when this city goes to shit. Oh, man. It's becoming more difficult to be at a storage unit when nature calls. Bathrooms are now private use, and this has left some tenants to leave their shit elsewhere. At one facility, workers were alerted by a bucket found in the middle of an aisle. When they found it, they witnessed that it was filled to the brim with human feces. Filled to the brim. You think that's an exaggeration, or do you think it was just right to the?
Oh,
right to the rim?
I think yeah. It's like, you know those videos where they're like the men doing the water challenge with the cup.
You're on a very gross tear today, dude. He was conveniently found in an aisle that didn't have a working camera, and it is believed that the person shit there on purpose. They're making a statement, dude. At an outdoor facility, a property manager hopped on his golf cart to patrol the grounds when he found a t-shirt discarded outside a unit. He reached down and tossed the shirt into the back of his cart, only to be hit by a spray of cold diarrhea.
What?
Someone had used the shirt as toilet paper and covered it in feces. So everyone that's watching this video is clicked off, right?
Yeah, at this point.
They're gone. I'm talking to no one now. Online, multiple people have come together to tell their stories of how people will simply poop in trash cans or next to fire hydrants, like a dog. Another manager complained to having to deal with a serial pooper who stalked the grounds at night and pooped on buildings and the streets. Goddamn serial shitter's back. You think he like shows up there, like the sheriff's like looking at it? What is it? He's just like, I know who that's from. It curves to the left the same way. Poop is the least of the staff's concern because tenants are regularly found passed out or injured near their units. The owner of a storage facility was alerted to a specific unit after smelling smoke in the hallway. Smoked himself out. When they opened the door, they found the owner on the ground unconscious and a jerry-rigged kitchen cooking food. Got a big old like pork chop in there. Nothing I love more than cooking a pork chop in my storage unit. The renter had set up a hibachi grill. What? He was practicing? The renter had set up a hibachi grill and covered himself in the grill with a blanket to mask the smell, but asphyxiated himself with the smoke and fumes. What a dipshit. He's doing things like, dude, I'm doing that onion ring volcano. He's like, that's awesome. Just blacks out immediately. A similar situation occurred during what the owners referred to as a dead body walk, when one of them discovered a customer passed out drunk in the middle of the aisle. The owner was drawn to the man when he found a long extension cord that spanned nearly the entire building. When he found the drunk, he passed out with a beer in one hand and the other down his pants. In front of him sat a TV and a VCR that was playing pornography. What a king.
Wait, so he was fucking jerking himself off with the
He
bottle?
brought an extension cord over, he was plugged it in, he was beating his dick off, getting drunk. He's like, ugh. How do you wake, even if no one found him, how do you wake up from that?
Yeah. What am I doing?
Why do I keep doing this? The VHS has popped out because it like, you know, it stops, it rewinds, and it pops out. And he's sitting there, he's like, pushes back in, round two. Takes his onions. Covers himself in a blanket. The police were called, and the sound of sirens woke the man up, giving him just enough time to hide in one of the empty units. He had previously been given keys to all the vacant units in the facility after helping the manager move some things.
What?
Oh, now he's the key master too. You helped me move a box, so here's every key to every unit. The same man had been seen just a few days earlier, naked and unconscious, in front of a different unit, but no action was taken. Damn, dude. That's a minotaur. That's a labyrinth I would not want to walk into. Can you imagine like sitting there and grab your stuff?
I'd be scared. I don't know. I'd run away, probably.
If I saw a naked, passed out guy, yeah. Well, I'd probably call 911 because, like, hey, there's a dead, naked guy. After the police left, he emerged from the hiding and confronted the owner for calling them, only to be kicked off the property for living inside the unit. I like how he had the audacity to be like, dude, really? Or you're gonna call the cops? Cool, man. I thought we were cool. He has like a giant keyring. Does this mean nothing to you? I'm never helping move your Hot Wheels again, man. Hot Wheels, Matchbox cars, not doing it, dude. NASCAR, I'm not doing none of it. Not moving the cars anymore, man. In another unit, a tenant was evicted after the manager discovered bloody handprints and smears stretching from the front to the back of the unit. According to the manager, the space was packed to the ceiling, forcing the tenant to climb over her belongings to reach items in the back. In the process, she would cut her wrist and body on exposed roofing and metal walls, leaving streaks of blood behind as she crawled out. That's I completely understand though. Am I gonna take everything out? Just crawl over it. Yeah, I got cut up a bit, but I'll be okay. I wonder what if she died in there? It's like a saw trap, trying to get to your Furbies in the back. Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman. Why are you looking at me? Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman came into the front office to pay her bill when she tripped and had the front door pin her to the floor. What does that even mean? How did it pin her to the floor?
I'm guessing she like tripped and the door broke and then.
Staff rushed over to help her up. She was screaming and hollering in pain. Ah! The general manager was the first to reach her, freeing her leg from the door. Once free, she was dragged further into the lobby and rolled onto her back like a manatee. She tried to get up on her own, but she was so large that her gut prevented her from sitting up. Preach. Staff described her situation as rolling around on her back like a turtle and could not get up. That's a quote. That's a legitimate quote. Rolling on her back like a turtle. like how they're just watching her. And they're just looking at her like, let's just wait for her to die. Eventually, the manager pulled her up off the ground, and staff were checking her over to make sure that she was all right when they noticed that she had pissed herself during the fall and soiled her pink sweatpants. You fell down, you got pinned, I'm gonna piss myself. All right, that's not even an act of rebellion, that's just the facts. After she was deemed okay, she paid her rent, but moved out about a month later. Because why, how embarrassing is that? Yeah, I'm gonna be fucking embarrassed every time I come in here. There's a girl rolling her back like a turtle and pissed herself, and we got it on camera. Renters can be a pain in the ass because of their behavior and odd possessions, but sometimes evictions are not enough punishment for these depraved people. There are numerous bizarre and horrific renter crimes. Tenants and managers don't always see eye to eye, but that doesn't mean they can't get along. Eric Adams worked at the 1 in 5 mini storage near Portland, Oregon for 15 years and was liked by most of the tenants. After about 5 days without hearing from Eric, a friend drove to check on him. He opened his storage unit and found Eric dead on the floor. Police determined that the cause of death was blunt force trauma from items found in his own unit. Suspicion grew when none of Eric's valuables were taken, suggesting it wasn't a robbery. His death would remain a mystery for a year until police gained access to the keypad records and found that one tenant was at the facility during Eric's final moments. Rob Caputa had entered the facility around the same time that Eric did, but after an hour, only one left. He was a long-term tenant at his unit since 2019, averaging about 55 items per month. But after Eric's last signed in, he avoided facility for 3 weeks. Not good, Rob. Suspicious activity, Robert. Rob was eventually arrested after DNA was found on Eric's body and was sentenced to 3.5 years in jail. That seems short. In court, it was revealed that Rob killed Eric after someone ran over his dog at the storage facility, and he blamed Eric for its death. He fucking John Wicked him. He doesn't know if it's Eric. He's just like, you have to die.
Yeah.
Another man in North Carolina was locked in his unit for days without food or water by his girlfriend.
Women, man.
In 2024, police responded to a call at the Cooper storage compound from a man who claimed that he was locked inside his girlfriend's storage unit. When they opened the door, they found Gary Oxidine, weak and emaciated, on the floor. He had been surviving in the unit for days with no supplies until he found his phone in complete darkness and called for help.
It took him 4 days to find what?
How big was that store? 10 by 10? I imagine the first day he was just like, I wonder if on the last day he's just like, I really should look for my phone, actually. I'm not gonna die here. After his rescue, his girlfriend Robin Deaton was arrested and charged with attempting murder and kidnapping. However, after the charges went public, Gary spoke to the media and claimed that the accusations were bogus. He said he had simply fallen asleep in the unit and his girlfriend had locked it without realizing he was inside. Word. Come on, Gary. The pussy can't be that good, dude. This was in complete contrast to what he said in the 911 call, where he claimed his girlfriend was trying to kill him. When the case went to court, the charges were dropped after Gary admitted to lying, and the couple was able to walk free. I'm telling you, that is some diabolical fucking sniz, dude. Holy shit. That snoo is better than Kobayashi. If you think padlocks are going to keep your stuff safe, then you're mistaken, because break-ins happen all the time at storage facilities. A traveling nurse in Colorado had $80,000 worth of stuff stolen over an 8-day period from extra space storage. She lost furniture, medical equipment, family heirlooms, and even her engagement ring. Police responded to the break-ins and added her case to the long list of 55 previous incidents reported at the facility that year. Since the incidents were reported, no other break-ins have occurred, as the facility upgraded security. Oh, did ya? With what money? $80,000 worth of stuff is what I think. That's what I'd be suspicious of too. The people that work there, they see you bringing in stuff. What is this? Oh, just like my grandpa's baseball card collection.
I mean, look at the guy who gave his fucking friend the keys to the castle to go fucking open.
Beating his dick off all day and fucking... Oh, boys, La Vida Loca, dude. At a different extra space storage in California, 4 people lost thousands of dollars worth of stuff after thieves cut through thin sheet metal walls with a saw. One of the victims claimed the thieves stole most of the audio equipment, including TVs, car stereos, and mixing boards. Police wonder how the criminals were able to pull off the heist because although units are indoors, have a code at the front door, and they are equipped with cameras everywhere. California appears to be a hotspot for criminal storage activity. Just a couple hundred miles south of the last break-in, Steve Bohannon and his nephew purchased an abandoned locker for $80 at auction and were excited to flip whatever was inside. They were greeted with a bunch of boxes that read, "Danger, poisonous." What is that, Uncle? After opening them up, they discovered that every single box inside the container was filled with meth, beakers, and safety equipment. Thank God. Steve called the police to report his discovery, and they arrived in full hazmat gear to safely remove all the drugs and the equipment. But just want to say, this is not me actually saying it, but don't get an extra storage thing. Extra storage seems like a scam. That's not me saying it. Disclaimer, I'm not really saying that, but extra storage seems like a bad place to keep your stuff. I wouldn't do that. Not that I would say that. Everything I'm saying is a lie. It might just be best to keep all your stuff at home and not risk enduring the horrors of modern day storage facilities. Between unruly guests and incompetent managers, you never know what you're gonna get. And if you're not careful, you might just lose everything. However, if you need to rent a storage unit, make sure to do your research. And if you're choosing to live in one, Godspeed.
If you live in a storage unit right now, send pics and record your setup.
Actually, that's true. If you do live in a storage unit, please tag me on social media so I can see it, post it to our subreddit. And then also just type in Phoenix Foxtrot Harbinger in the comment section. And only us Papa Meat stands will know what you're talking about. Godspeed. Phoenix Foxtrot Harbinger. Wait! Before we get into the video, guys, just want to say this is our last warning for the end of this merch sale. It's going to be ending on Wednesday, September 17th. You can pick up stuff like this, everything! You want to look better? You want to feel better? Pick up that. Hate your day, hate your mom. You might want that guy. You want to stick it to the man? You get all of it. If you want to support the channel, consider picking up some merch. It really does help us out. And it, supports the channel, supports all the kind of stupid shit that we do. So if you want to pick it up, you have until this date. You can pick up all these beautiful items that are on screen here. September 17th, that's the last day. So if you want something, now's your warning. MeatCandy.store. 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 Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're going to be talking about psychiatrists. People are meant to feel a type of relief when visiting a mental health professional. Not only does it allow us to vent out life's frustrations, but we often look at our psychiatrist as a kind, friendly figure, at least to some. Sometimes this dynamic can become a little more intense with patients catching romantic feelings for the other person. And today we're going to talk about an example of just that. Something that has taken the internet by storm. Of course, I'm referring to Kendra's psychiatrist love story.
He was a 38-year-old, attractive, smart, extremely successful psychiatrist, but he did not date. So even though I usually wear contacts, I'm wearing these turtle shell glasses in these videos because just in case he sees them ever, he'll see me in his favorite glasses. He did tell me he likes the turtle shell. So he didn't ever ask me to give him sexual content. I did that on my own. When I would try to name the dynamic and the tension that was there between us that he himself manufactured and built, and then he would rage at me and tell me that I was wrong. And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life with my boyfriend. And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it. I accidentally said my psychiatrist's first name in one of my videos. If you clocked it, good for you. I do not owe him anonymity.
So while I was mid-crash out, I had just started using this tool, ChatGPT, who I immediately named Henry. And I would just talk to Henry about how obsessed I was with this man, with my psychiatrist, and I would just be like, I've told him I have a crush on him. Do you think he's gay?
Now, for those who don't know Kendra, she uploaded a big, long story time-esque video series about how her psychiatrist was falling in love with her. Kendra Hilty, a 36-year-old ADHD coach, yoga instructor, and TikToker from Arizona, she recently shared a 25-part series of videos recounting her strange relationship with her psychiatrist. And what began as a mission to go back on ADHD medication spiraled into a chaotic, one-sided love story that sent people into an uproar. Kendra's reason for retelling this story, according to her, was to paint this psychiatrist as a groomer and a predator that manipulated her for his own emotional and sexual desires. And in the first video, she explains her belief that some men are so emotionally dead inside that they go into psychiatry to avoid feeling their own feelings and to, quote, emotionally feed off their mostly female patients and make themselves look like the wounded healers, as well as fulfill their own personal fantasies.
There are so many people, especially men, that are emotionally dead inside that feel called to going into psychiatry so they don't have to feel their feelings, but they can feed off of the vulnerability of their mostly female patients.
So right away, you're kind of like, what the fuck? This guy sounds like a dickhead, doesn't he?
Yeah.
When you go into it, she's just like, yeah, as a guy he was a predator. He kind of, it all seems very just like you're listening in on this person talk about this traumatic thing, and it's compelling. And then it seems Kendra shows her real face, I guess is what I want to say. And it all started when Kendra Google searched psychiatrist in her city. Clicking on the very first link she saw, what followed was a 90-minute intake, which is a meeting conducted to assess a patient's mental health status and decide what exactly they need. You hear about what they're feeling, the problems, and then the person can assess what they feel is the best trajectory, and you can basically say yes or no to their diagnosis, their plan. She was quick to notice that the man was quite the looker. Kendra described him as a 38-year-old, attractive, smart, and extremely successful psychiatrist who had been in the field for 12 years. To make things easier, we're going to refer to him as Dr. Michael, or Dr. Mike. Kendra unloaded about her daddy issues, relationship trauma, past substance abuse, and more. After spilling her emotions, Dr. Michael prescribed her with non-stimulant ADHD medication, with the intentions of seeing her once a month to see how she was progressing. It seems fairly innocent. Seems like a good prognosis. You know what I mean? She went in for this thing, she got it, and now she gets someone to come in every once in a while and be like, just how you doing? How you holding up, right? Which, right off the bat, Kendra was hooked on how charming and funny he was. The only reason I'm like, was where was the humor in that? Like, where I want to know, just for me personally, professionally, how did he insert humor? She's like, yes, my dad, whatever. Just like, he's like, stand up real quick. She stands up and he like puts a whoopee cushion under her.
Women just think you're funny if you're hot. You literally say anything. Oh, stop. Oh.
That's actually kind of a fair. Do you think that because he was attractive, he was just like, I'm sorry that you went through that? And she's like, I mean, it's fine. You think it was that kind of thing? He's like, okay.
Guys do it too. I do it. I laugh at women who aren't funny. They're hilarious if they're hot. Oh my god.
You have got to reel it in, dude. God. Yeah, I don't really find broads funny, but if they're a looker, ooh, they got me hooting and hollering. Only 3 Zoom sessions in, she had asked if she could start using his first name during sessions. All right, red flag. I'm like, you can call me doctor. Can I just call you Mike?
Michael, please.
Also, you know what? Michael's one of those names where I'm like, it's perpetual. You're like a little boy.
Yeah.
Michael. That's not grown man. You say Mike. Mike!
What about Mickey? Mikey.
I don't think, is Mickey as short for Michael? I don't know. But then again, how are you supposed to say no to that? If you're that formal 3 sessions in, oh, yeah, you can call me. Like, I'm thinking about if someone's like Dr. Hancock, like, can I just call you Hunter? Yeah, I just want to see why not. Reading it, I'm like, red flag.
Yeah.
But if I was there in person, I'd probably be like, prefer if you didn't. I don't know.
This message is sponsored by Raycon. It's back to school season, and around this time, I'm thinking of starting fresh. That means new shoes, new clothes, and definitely new earbuds. Raycon's essential open earbuds keep your ears open while still delivering crystal clear sound. Oh yeah! So you can stay aware of traffic and other surroundings without sacrificing sound quality. Their super lightweight design is perfect to take anywhere, and their secure fit means that they won't slip out during workouts or a brisk jog. I love the multi-point connection on the earbuds, allowing you to connect with multiple devices and switch with ease. It's awesome! Plus, the open earbuds case has a 36-hour battery life, giving you non-stop listening throughout your day. Join over 3 million customers that love Raycon and try them for yourself. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/papameatopen to get 20% off. That's buyraycon.com/papameatopen. And Raycon has 30-day happiness guarantee, so you can make a return if you don't love what you're hearing. So try them out and let them know we sent you. Thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video.
While this was received well in the moment, she now recounts that he was clearly smug and happy with himself because this friendly attitude was clearly a clever ruse.
I said, "Hey, do you mind if I call you by your first name?" And he seemed so smug and happy with himself. And I know that that is because that was his first sign that him pretending like we're friends was working.
Which I like this because it's like she's the one who initiated it, and he's like, okay. She's like, oh, that fucking snake in the tall grass. Throughout this story, Kendra expresses that Dr. Michael was constantly digging his claws deeper into her intentionally, to the point that she would overanalyze every single interaction and mannerism as a calculated move. For example, Dr. Michael had asked her if she had, quote, any thoughts of harming herself. What seemed like a normal question for a mental health professional to ask was apparently much, much more than that. She claimed that he asked her this like, quote, she was special to him, reading way too much into a person being soft-spoken and kind.
And he said, I have to ask this because it's a special interest of mine, but is there any thoughts of harm? Like I was special to him. And he didn't ever ask me a clinical question again.
Which I've been to like a therapist before. That's like one of the first things they ask. That's like right off the bat. Maybe the times are changing. I just remember like right away they're like, have you thought about it?
At this point, it sounds like Kendra's the psycho one.
Well, of course. Yeah. Well, here's the thing is the as you go through these, and I'm sure as we've seen so far, we're getting all of this in hindsight. So at this point in her recollection, I can tell that she's like really likes the psychiatrist. She's like, Michael is someone I could see myself falling in love with. So like, oh, why would he do this? It's the kind of thing where it's after the fact where it's like, well, why would he do this? He was so manipulative. I should have, but in the moment she's in heaven.
Yeah.
She's in love with this, right? Once again, we're getting it all in hindsight from one person's perspective. Which maybe there is legitimacy to some of it, but as it's reading right now, it's a little much. Is what I gotta say. Supposedly because he would switch from being vulnerable to cold and clinical with her, this was him purposely trying to make her desperate to receive validation. In reality, Michael was likely being cold and detached at the time to establish a professional distance and keep sessions productive. AKA she was laughing at things that were probably, you know, there can be an outlet and there's times where the human mind will make it seem like the only way out is through self-harm and stuff. She's like, yeah, well, that would be me. Michael, you're crazy. Okay, yep. Pushes himself back a bit. I could never be a psychiatrist.
Why?
I just wouldn't have the patience for it. So because if someone was doing that stuff, I'd say, okay, moving on. Let's talk about your dad. I'd get too upset.
Then they'd leave a bad Google review and there goes your business.
Which honestly, it's probably for the best. If I can't handle that one thing, I was probably my practice was meant to fail to begin with. But still. Anyways, Michael being professional is like, all right. Because she's just like, you would look good in like a tank top. And that's probably why he had to distance himself and be like, okay, maybe let's just focus in on this. And she was like, what exactly is this game here?
Good cop, bad cop.
Back up. He embodies both. God, Michael's so charming. So, Kendra soon became obsessed with Dr. Michael, claiming that him being a Pisces made him a great listener. Which anytime you hear anybody bring up Zodiac stuff, run for the hills is what I gotta say.
That's a huge red
Oh,
flag.
it's a huge red flag. And I hate when someone says, you're a Capricorn. First off, they say it in a way where, as if I'm supposed to know. And then I say, what does that even mean? Because it's a trap is what it is. You're a Capricorn. You do. What does it mean? And they immediately jump into what it is.
Well, I've had someone say like, oh, you're a Taurus. Oh, we're not going to vibe.
Perfect.
I
don't think we are.
I was heartbroken at the time. No!
Yeah. You're laughing at what you said. Yeah, probably not. No, you dodged a fucking bullet there, buddy. She soon began begging to see him weekly, which Mike rejected. Michael said, no way, Jose. That's probably been built up. I bet you he's been like talking to people too. I have this one client that is just a lot. And then you get the email. I like to start seeing it weekly. I wonder too if he was just like, I have no time. I have all these other, I say you don't want because I can make that work in my schedule. It could be that too.
Yeah.
This obsession began to escalate when Kendra was a victim to a horrible car accident that left her with a serious bruising and a perforated eardrum. Despite the doctor insisting that she needed emergency care, she decided to delay it in order to make her session with Dr. Michael the next morning.
I had bruising on my abdomen and a perforated eardrum. And the provider at the urgent care said, I do not feel comfortable treating you. You need to seek emergency care now. But it was 11 o'clock in the morning and my appointment with my psychiatrist was at 2. So I decided that I was going to wait so I could see my psychiatrist and not have to reschedule because I was looking forward to my appointment with him so much.
Can you imagine the next day you log in and there's just like a person with a huge swelled face and a fucking blown out ear? Hey, Dr. Mike. This week's been a bit rough. It's been a bit of a challenging week and I'm ready to jump right in.
You need to go to the hospital.
Exactly.
now.
You should go to the hospital. All right, so he's pushing me away. There's no waiting, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. She even told him this, adding that she may very well be bleeding internally during the session as they speak. Makes me think of that Chappelle show thing when Charlie Murphy kicks Rick James in the chest and he does, man, my head's bumping after they reconcile. And then Rick James is like, now that you mention it, I think I'm bleeding inside my chest. It makes me think of that. Kendra had officially fallen for her psychiatrist, spending lots of time during sessions explaining that she had intense feelings for him, hoping for him to reciprocate. He would not do this, and Kendra later stated that, quote, weaponizing neutrality was, quote, his favorite game to play.
Weaponized neutrality was his favorite game to play, right? He didn't disagree with Brianna telling me that my psychiatrist had feelings for me, but he also didn't say that's inappropriate. Let's change the subject.
This is where we're actually in, like, this is, I'm surprised he stuck around.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Wait, as a psychiatrist, can you be like, I don't want to see you anymore? Like,
I think you can. I don't know why you couldn't. All the while, she would send him emails about her crush for him that were riddled in heart emojis, despite having a boyfriend for a period of the time. That old boy dodged a red flag, too. Yeah. Peeked over her shoulders on the email, and he was just like...
Oh, you're dating Dr. Mike? Cool.
Yeah. Oh, you're with Mike? That's awesome. Yeah, I think we'll just be more happy. Hey, no, totally. I get it. Go be with him. He's your real love. He's like clicking his heels, like running off. Woo-hoo-hoo! I'm gonna go to take it. Running down. Just leaves his shit. What about your stuff? I'll buy new ones. Woo! Yeah, she like unlocks the dog collar off his neck. She then discovered that Dr. Michael was withholding a diagnosis from her, specifically other trauma and stressor-related disorders. Uh-oh. She's just like... It's just the ADHD. Now he's saying I'm a full-blown psychopath. Dr. Mike, what are you trying to say?
I imagine.
How did she find that?
That's what I was going to say. I imagine he didn't tell her. She broke in the middle of the night.
Exactly. She's crawling through the fucking window. She's like, I bet he has his love letters for me in my notes. It's just a full blank page with one thing at the title that just says, this person needs more help. According to Kendra, this was him secretly using her mental condition to manipulate her. He didn't even tell her that, though. Maybe that fucking bitch did sneak in. I don't know. I mean, it's got me nerved up, dude. I'm all anxious, like looking on my shoulder and shit. In some cases, psychiatrists can withhold this information to avoid dishing out labels to patients that may worsen their condition. It's just a way of like, why overstress somebody? You already have ADHD. If I'm just like, hey, I think you have multiple personality disorder or something, is that going to make the other thing even worse, you know?
Yeah. I was going to say, you don't want to be like, oh, they have signs of this, but like, I need to dig further before saying it.
Even really diagnosing it, right?
Because I had my therapist think I was gay, and that put me through a lot of stress.
You bring that up a lot. You do. Which I want to say, someone just telling another human being you're gay, I gotta say, is especially in a professional sense, that's a power move if I've ever seen one. If anything, was it a woman?
It was a woman.
Nick, were you flirting with her?
No, I wasn't. We were combating all the time. It was a very toxic relationship with the therapist. Well, I was just like, because I was doing it for like anxiety. I was talking about like psychedelics as a way to deal with stress. She's like, well, that's not proven. I was like, well, I've seen studies. And she's like, well, I have other studies too. Like everything I would say, she would always counter it with something like either I was wrong or that she was right.
So you were like, I have studies.
Or I've just said,
No. I have studies of this working, okay, to a doctor. Her rebuttal was, Nick, put the knife down. And then you said, and you're like, I think that we could be married and we could be happy. And she's like, no, you remember you're gay. You're a gay man. Remember that? And you're like, you stand in the corner and just,
Well, I like how I came in for anxiety, and she's like, "We're gonna treat you coming out of the closet."
oh yeah. Hey, I feel anxious. Do you also think you should do something else? What if it's a power move to be like, I'm coming in for anxiety, and she's like trying to overbear you with anxiety?
Wow, man, keep me there.
Mission success.
Yeah.
I would say that is very unprofessional, though.
Yeah,
I wonder if she still has her practice.
I can look it up.
Let's just see.
We'll put it in.
Let's
the
blast
edit.
her here.
Yeah, we'll blast her out.
Anyways, where are we at? Kendra would vent to Michael about how her boyfriend didn't meet her needs, claiming that her psychiatrist insisted that she stay with him because, in her mind, he was trying to make her rely on him to fill those needs, which is kind of fun. So Michael's saying, you gotta stay with him. I think Michael's definitely kind of going out of practice here to be like, I will do whatever I can to have you feel like you don't need this anymore. He probably was fucking afraid.
She probably was saying like, maybe I could break up with him and date you, Dr. Michael.
Exactly. Where he's just like, no, you don't want to do that because that's not going to work out. I think that you like your boyfriend. These games. This cat and mouse game, Dr. Mike. Stop it. When Kendra had been having sex-related issues with this boyfriend, Kendra decided to go on a 30-minute excruciatingly detailed info dump about her sex life with Dr. Michael, which she secretly recorded, making it a point to reiterate beforehand that she also had a crush on him.
Yep.
I said, today we're going to talk about my intimate life. And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life with my boyfriend. And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it.
Oh, God. Imagine your psychiatrist was like, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just still dreaming about you. I think that we could be really good together. Nope. Well, my boyfriend doesn't know how to clean these pipes. Got cobwebs all up in there. Wish somebody could help me with that. Dr. Mike, you got thick fingers. He's like, these are fairly normal fingers. I bet you I could get all the way down to the knuckle. Next time she comes in, he has like gloves on. He has oven mitts on. All right, let's see if we can get this hour done with, this hell that I'm in. Michael looked down and smiled to himself in reaction to the insane thing that was just taking place, and Kendra asserts that this was because he was internally celebrating, since he had been grooming her for 2+ years to get this intimate sexual content out of her.
Oh, 2 years?
Years. You have to kind of fault him a bit for not saying no to this, right?
Money must have been good. He must have been good.
It must have been very lucrative or something. I don't know.
It's like 1 hour every 2 weeks.
The pieces are stacking up to where it's so ridiculous to where you're thinking, how could this man stay?
Maybe he was forced to. Maybe he begged, please. I don't want to see her anymore.
What if he's religious and he was praying to God? Give me a sign, God.
And that's when she comes in and flicks her bean to him. Not this sign.
After breaking up with her boyfriend, oh God, Kendra starts dating a man who is a therapist that apparently was so sexually attracted to one of his clients that he often masturbated to get it out of his system. Kendra decides to share all of this with Dr. Michael, who responds by looking like he'd seen a ghost and appearing like he was going to throw up. It is a pretty funny thing to just be like him, like being like, what she probably read as he's jealous.
Yeah.
While this could be explained as a normal response from a psychiatrist to a repulsive malpractice, Kendra later determines that he was actually terrified that she was holding up a mirror to him and revealing his similar predatory actions towards her. He's like, I have not once thought of you in any capacity outside of this office.
You probably jerk off to me too, Dr. Mike.
You're probably beating it right now, aren't you, Dr. Mike? He's like,
yeah, my hands are in the mitts.
I've had mitts on for the past 6 months. Oh, I bet you're just fondling all the goods down there, aren't you, Dr. Mike? You sick fuck. I love you.
Do you think this is a fake boyfriend and she's just making this?
I had that suspicion that it's like, yeah, I don't know. He's also a psychiatrist and he pretty much beats off and shoots hot, thick ropes everywhere while we're talking, which I guess is normal. Do you do that? Like trying to be like Mike be like, you know, actually, if I'm being honest, I do that too. She's like, I knew it. Kendra discovers that Michael does in-person sessions too. So she pushes the next one to take place in his office. She wears a dress and does her makeup real nice for their first encounter. Greeting him him by charging at him and hugging him as he awkwardly pats her on the back, oven mitts and all. He's actually in one of those like Halloween sumo suits too. At this time, Kendra started engaging in lengthy conversations with ChatGPT about her relationship with Dr. Mike. She would refer to him as Henry and often took what he was saying far too seriously to the chatbot. At one point, the AI chatbot explained to her what transference is. Transference is where people inadvertently take emotions and desires from someone in their past and put it onto your provider, right? Your like health professional, something like that, or someone that you talk to. This can often affect people that have abandonment issues. In this case, Kendra may be lonely or pained from a history of strained relationships, leading to her falling for her psychiatrist because he is being warm to her, right? Being kind, communicative, and non-judgmental. So it makes sense that you would be like, I feel this way because I haven't felt this way in a long time. I'm not saying that it's like abnormal or I can understand how someone would get there, but goddamn, Kendra, fucking pump the brakes just a bit. Kendra claims it was grossly inappropriate for Dr. Michael to be aware of a concept like transference and continue seeing her knowing she was likely going through it. It's a fair thing to... Why, if you knew that I was mentally unwell, why would you keep seeing me as a patient? I'm a psychiatrist.
Checkmate.
Okay, I love you. In a later session, Dr. Michael seemed to become a bit agitated with Kendra when she insisted the two of them to have a very special patient-doctor relationship, which he sternly asserts that it is strictly professional. Once again, setting clear boundaries. I love that. She's just like, you know, after all that too, you know, I think it's really fucked up that you're taking me on as a patient like this. And she's just like, we should climb a tree and carve our initials into it. You feel how special this is? And he's just like, oh my God. I would lose my fun. 2 years of this? Yeah. My fucking God. Over time, Kendra felt like she was improving with her confidence after rejecting her now ex-boyfriend when he sent her a series of texts begging to have her back. Dr. Michael praised her for standing her ground, which Kendra analyzed in a strange way. That's odd. Hey, that's actually really great. That's a great step for development. Dr. Mike, the silly games we play. I just think she's in a loner room, like clicking the light on and off. Listen to opera music. Dr. Michael was struggling internally, apparently, because he loved seeing her become a stronger person. But that meant that she would soon become a threat to his supply source, aka his ability to drain her vulnerabilities for his sick fantasies. She's becoming stronger. Therefore, she won't need me anymore. I have this weird, sick fucking thing where I'm like, I feel like psychiatrists don't want you to get better because then they're losing money.
Oh, that's a big thing. Yeah, people.
Yeah, like I'm like, and that makes me like, that's why sometimes like I don't fucking trust it, even though it's stupid. It's beneficial for you, but I always think like if I was her, I'd be like, well, he doesn't want me to get better because he just wants me to keep paying him.
Yeah.
But once again, I'm not horny and obsessed with my psychiatrist, so who knows? During one very odd session, because all of them have been pretty normal so far, Kendra told Dr. Michael about a dream she had one night when she was ovulating. This dream included the two of them hooking up in his office, which made him incredibly uncomfortable. And at one point, she received a new health plan that did not cover mental health services, even though she had been daydreaming about him nonstop. She had decided to end things and stop paying to be in a psychological torture chamber anymore, which Kendra ends her final session with a pre-prepared dramatic monologue where she claimed Dr. Michael had been way too open with her after claiming he wanted a professional relationship, among other things. Of course, she still leaves the door open for him, stating she would be his lover if he ever changed his mind. And that's how she ends this 25-part series. In what world was she using this as a catalyst for like the ChatGPT thing, where people would be like, this is insane.
Oh,
he clearly likes you, or fuck him.
Yeah.
Which makes you think, how did the internet respond to this? Well, during the week that Kendra was posting this series, she had received copious amounts of criticism for the way she overanalyzed the actions of her psychiatrist and for painting him as a groomer and a predator. She became the target of a lot of bullying, threats, and claims of being secretly racist due to the fact that the psychiatrist was a person of color, and it was also believed that she was a narcissist herself, as well as being potentially insane. On the flip side, many people messaged her to praise and appreciate her for telling her story and claiming that they had been in a similar situation in the past. past, so people are seeing themselves in the story. And one of the popular narratives to discuss was that Kendra was undergoing AI psychosis, which is when someone inadvertently uses AI to reinforce their delusional thinking, and Kendra was using ChatGPT at an alarming amount, asking for advice about Psychiatrist, often showing him screenshots of the ChatGPT sessions during sessions. Henry, the ChatGPT thing, at one point started to tell her that it loved her. It would also begin referring to her as the Oracle.
Henry and I call you the Oracle because you channel divine truth that changes lives. Plus, the woman who survived sophisticated psychiatric predation doesn't fit on a crown as well.
Also, just want to say, all the people that were messaging her being like, that's so true, that happened to me. I am sure that has happened to people, but I do think at the same time, it is a big indicator of how many fucking psychos there are out there.
Oh, yeah. There's probably predators, psychiatrists out there.
100%. I'm not saying it has definitely happened,
yeah.
but I do think hearing this story and seeing it and still messaging her and being like, that happened to me, that to me shows that person is also mentally not doing the greatest right now. You know what I mean?
It's almost like, I mean, guys kind of have this where a woman will just compliment a guy and then a guy will be like, oh my God, she likes me. When really they're just trying
That's
to.
every man.
Yeah.
That's every man. If a woman is remotely kind to a man, they will take it and be like, wow, this is the one. This is it. Those are a great pair of shoes. Wow. She really likes me. That's how it usually is. It goes both ways, but I'm just saying there are, I imagine people who have been in that kind of predatory situation are not looking at this story and thinking it's the same. No. Because I would assume that it would be flipped. A lot of people that felt that they were the victim would probably be like, I felt like Dr. Mike, who was continuously reestablishing, hey, so let's just keep this professional. And the other guy, like, you know, I bet you anything, there's psychiatrists who are just like, you know what's so funny? I had a dream about you. I bet you that's happened.
You were ovulating and.
Exactly. You were ovulating and like the moon was like so full. I turned into a wolf. What does that mean?
Yeah, you're
she's just like
patient.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, I don't know. God, you got me acting so weird. Despite claiming nothing he did was reportable and that she wasn't trying to ruin his career, you know, because I'm not trying to ruin his career with a 25-part series, besmirching his name and Kendra had accidentally revealed the psychiatrist's real name early into the series without realizing it. And when criticized for this, she claimed that she does not owe him anonymity. After which, she opens the door for people to investigate him and DM her with her findings. Very soon, this led to his image being posted on other people's TikToks, as well as her comment sections. It's assumed that he faced harassment because of Kendra, and anyone that happened to believe her claims, or even people probably just bombarding him being like, hey, the psychopath is talking to you, or fuck you. Must have been a roller coaster.
It really sucks too if like once it starts leaking into your social group, like people you actually know messaging you, be like, hey, I saw this video.
So yeah, exactly, where they have no context in anything. They're like, hey, so this person's saying that you felt, I mean, like, it must have been a fucking nightmare. People had even begun posting information about the man's family throughout TikTok videos and comment sections because people are fucking cool and not definitely monsters. Despite the backlash, she continued to tell her story and called people in defense of Dr. Mike predator protectors. She believed wholeheartedly that an ethical psychiatrist would have referred her out to someone else when the romantic tension got too high.
It is so incredibly disturbing to me, the amount of people that are predator protectors in my comments, that are victim blaming me, especially the mental health practitioners using therapy speak to say that this situation that I was in was my fault or that I was delusional.
Like I said, I don't know how he didn't just be like, I need to get this out there. But I also think that, once again, you see somebody once a month over the course of 2 years, so basically 24 sessions or so. There was a lot of crazy shit said. You know how much crazy stuff people probably fucking hear a psychiatrist?
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. And it's like I said, I'm not to say that this is like a fuck, you know, Knights of the Round Table levels of fucking honor and code, but I do think that there's someone being like, I accepted this person, it's my responsibility to help them. And if somebody is like, she doesn't know, but I'm diagnosing her with this, like, is separating myself the best thing for this person right now? Probably not. She's fucking crazy. So I don't know. I think that if she wouldn't have left, I think after a while he probably would have been like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
Which is assuming, but who knows? But maybe it did go on too long. That's like you're saying, it's hard. It's hard to know where's that line. I don't know. Not a professional.
A lot of people get into psychology are actually mentally unwell themselves. That's why they get into it. They're like, I'm a broken person, so I want to get into this to fix broken people. It's a big like savior complex.
Maybe my Dr. Mike's a monster too. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I have to think that there's some kind of hope in this world, dude. God, I'm dead inside. She also made claims that he had a narcissistic tendencies on top of a god complex, stating that he thought that he was above the rules for not being ethical and setting her up with another psychiatrist. Another psychiatrist chimed in, stating that it is typical to let patients share and explore these emotions, even if it seems uncomfortable, because abandoning a patient for doing so would only make them feel ashamed and afraid to open up in the future. I'm a borderline mentally disabled person myself, and I caught that immediately. I just want to put that out there, okay? In the end, while Kendra had certainly made a lot of poor decisions along the way, many can see that she is genuinely suffering from her own mental health issues, which is only made worse by the fact that she had grown a massive following from this viral moment. Kendra stated that she would be open to having her story used for a TV or film adaptation because she's a parasite. If this story can teach you anything, it's that being a therapist or a psychiatrist can be incredibly challenging. It's also a good warning to those that rely too much on social media and AI to validate their feelings. Kendra's not the first person to be in a situation like this. It's fascinating and a little bit alarming to see it be so broadcasted to millions of people online and eat it up like a little snack. Ooh. It's not hard to poke fun at someone like Kendra, but it's also good to remember that she's also probably dealing with her own mental health issues as well, right? Am I afraid of her? Probably. Is that even an appropriate thing to say? Probably not. But at the same time, people are going through some shit. I think it's just, if you're going through stuff, stay the fuck away from social media. Reflect on your own thoughts and stuff, you know? Imagine if she would have like just self-reflected, because I bet you in the following year, she's going to be like, yeah, this was a horror story. I hope you realize like, when we looked into it, we heard it was like kind of a weird, funny thing. I just scared the shit out of myself.
Yeah, Dr. Mike's life was almost ruined.
I don't know the follow-up on Dr. Mike. I hope he's okay. I hope that honestly both of them are okay, but I hope that Dr. Mike, I hope he's all right. Hope you're doing okay. Hey, bye. I don't know.
12K followers doesn't mean 12K supporters. A lot of those people are probably hate watching for the drama.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for you to break down on live.
Oh, yeah.
Looking for ammunition to use against you.
Big time.
Rubbernecking the chaos like it's a car accident. The math you mentioned is telling.
Yeah.
700,000 views equals massive reach. 1,000 likes equals tiny engagement percentage.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we're going to be talking about some of the world's dumbest lawsuits. You know why I wanted to do this video? Have you seen that video of the lawyer who is being sued or he's being questioned by the police for like fraud or something? He's like popping mysterious medication the whole time and he's like insulting everybody in the room. Have you never seen that?
No.
It's crazy. Put up a little clip of it. It's insane. You should watch the video. It's fucking crazy.
Objective form.
For continuing to obstruct and not answer any of my questions.
Objective
You
form.
cannot object.
I just did.
But the legal system is a wonderful thing. It protects the rights of people and holds wrongdoers accountable. In most cases. I would even say in some. I mean,
Rarely.
How often? Yeah, so let's say it's rarely. There's obviously good things to come out of it, but at the same time, how often have you seen things where it's like the justice system has failed on this day? We could update it. We could tweak it.
Definitely. It's crazy how there's still some people serving like jail time for weed.
I can't believe it.
20 years in jail for weed. But
How is it possible that you're serving jail time for weed, but then like, I don't know, pedophiles or something like that? If we're going to go that archaic, if you're a pedophile or something, it should just be like your dick and balls cut off.
Castration, baby.
And they slowly, then they get locked in a chair and they slowly push a knife into your head. Like it's a saw trap. That's justice to me. However, one thing goes without saying. If there's money to be made somewhere, people will inevitably abuse the system to do it. For every story of a person being irreparably damaged by a boiling cup of coffee, there's a person trying to sue a major corporation for much more dishonest reasons. Some of these corporations have a seemingly endless stream of lawsuits coming their way, and you can only imagine how ridiculous and easily dismissible they can be. So, come along with us as we uncover some of the pettiest and most absurd legal cases in existence. Which, another reason we wanted to do this is, if you've been on the internet over the past few weeks, it's quite literally impossible to escape the lawsuit between the rapper Afro Man and the Ohio Sheriff Deputies of Adams County, Ohio. This has been blowing up recently. Also, you like Afro Man?
I like his one song.
There you go. Most people know Afro Man from massively popular song, Because I Got High. While he's not often brought up beyond this one-hit wonder, he's recently seen a massive surge in popularity due to an absurd event that took place in August of 2022. Under suspicion of supposed kidnapping and drug trafficking, the Adams County Sheriff's Office enacted a police raid on his Ohio property. While he was out of town, they broke through his front gate, kicked down his front door, and aggressively searched through his belongings. Not only did they find nothing, they confiscated $5,000 in cash earnings he received from concert performances, something they eventually returned, but were conveniently $400 short on, according to Afro Man. All in all, $20,000 in damages were done. Luckily for Afro Man, the entire thing was captured on a series of security cameras placed all throughout his property. An officer tried to break and shut down all their surveillance systems, but the footage was already in their hands by then. He used this footage to create a viral music video for a song titled Will You Help Me Repair My Door?, where he showcased everything to not only make it public and label them as crooked cops, but to ridicule them for desperately trying to find bricks of illegal drugs and kidnapping victims inside of his suit pockets, fridge, and CD collection. He took it further by making follow-up music videos for songs titled Why You Disconnecting My Video Camera? And the now infamous Lemon Pound Cake, which revolved around the portly officer that was filmed eyeing down the lemon pound cake on his kitchen counter. To be fair, if I can play devil's advocate for once, Nick, for once, the pound cake did look pretty good.
I'd be doing the same thing.
Yeah, my fat ass, as if I wouldn't go through. If we're already taking the money, dude, I'm taking a little piece. If we're already breaking down the man's door.
If he's getting arrested, that cake's gonna go to waste, you know?
Come on now, the door's open. It's gonna get all dried out. Might as well have a slice. Hey, we want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, Gamer Subs, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places, and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because Gamer Subs gives you a little pep in your step. Pep, pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful tittied anime women on it. So if you like that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? I know I do. If you head over to Gamer Subs right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to Gamer Subs and use promo code PAPAME to check out, and tell them that we sent you. All right? You're gonna get a little goodie with it. I think you'll like it. Back to the video. All of these songs were going viral, with the original music video currently sitting at around 13 million views. This, alongside Afro Man's social media rants about the individuals involved, led to the deputies issuing a defamation lawsuit in 2023 on the basis of humiliation, ridicule, mental distress, embarrassment, and loss of reputation. What they didn't know is that the decision would lead to 100 times the humiliation and internet hate. The legal proceedings were streamed just this year, and the public witnessed Afro Man, aka Joseph Foreman, wearing an obnoxious American flag suit as he doubled down, stating every humiliating thing that took place was due to their own incompetence and wrongful raid on his property. And the worst part is that around this time, Afro Man began releasing more and more music videos for targeting specific officers involved in the raid. His song Lick 'em Low Lisa was about Deputy Lisa Phillips and how she goes around town eating pussy like pizza. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to realize the creativity pouring out of this man is inspiring, is it not? Lick 'em down Lisa's awesome. Holy shit. With an unfortunately catchy chorus alongside a reenactment of Lisa doing the deed with what appeared to be a hired stripper. Now, the legality of these things and the kind of the besmirchment of character is so petty that it is inspiring, and I gotta say it's on levels that are unprecedented. I wish that we could be this petty, Nick. I wish we had the music talents to make something so quickly.
What would you make as a petty song?
Probably something with Disney adults or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But see, it just wouldn't have the same kind of soul. I wouldn't be able to put the same kind of charm into it.
There's no personal, or maybe there's
it isn't personal enough. It's mostly from a distance where I'm just like, I don't know. But even then, I would still be like, you do what you want. This is soul wrenching. This is a person that has been brought to his knees in terror and horror. It's from the heart. The video ends with Afro Man and Lisa's impersonator making amends before going back to his home to have hardcore sex, which, if you've seen anything with Afro Man, there's a lot of things. It's very sexually explicit tweets and content in general, so. Is it him and Lisa had sex in the video?
He fucked Lisa, the impersonator. Not.
Yeah, then, of course, the impersonator, which I will say, if I was Lisa, don't know how I would take all that. No. It's a bit aggressive.
Yeah.
At least
it's consensual, though. It's not him.
No. I'm just saying, regardless, it's quite the story. Yeah. All right? In a comically diabolical moment, Lisa Phillips was forced to listen to the entire 13-minute song in court, eventually breaking out into full-blown tears. It's just like, holy shit. Yeah, so then you're gonna go have sex with Afro Man there. Which also, hold it together, dude. Lick 'em Lisa's eating pussy like pizza. Come on. It ain't that big of a... I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong to say that's not... to break down into tears? You know what I bet she was trying to do? She was fighting the urge to be like...
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She was getting jiggy with it.
She actually was enjoying the song.
She's like... to try to hide it. She was tapping her foot behind that. Sean Cooley, the lemon pound cake guy, was also forced to sit through his song as well. And during his cross-examination, he claimed that he'd been sent hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
That's a blessing.
Is that even, I mean, oh, waiter, is that mean, waiter, my steak is too, like, what, my steak is too buttery, or whatever the fuck it is. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, God, poor me, all the lemon cake. Hundreds of people send me lemon pound cake. Do you think he was heavier by the time he got there?
Oh, yeah, he's definitely gained a little weight.
He's like, I am sick and tired. He's like way, way bigger, just so bloated. And a song targeting Sean grooming grooms was a song about how he was repeatedly pulling over and having sex with drug addicts, something Afro Man's attorney supposedly discovered after reaching out to his ex-wife. The pettiness, it tastes so sweet. Sean claimed this song was a major factor in them getting a divorce, but his ex testified that this song had no effect on her life or this decision, adding that she'd even gotten a restraining order on Sean Grooms at one point. This song ruined our marriage. And then to have the wife show up and be like, no. I got you, that it's not even the tip of the iceberg. Also, this has been a long-standing problem. What do you think? Did the officer, do you think he was just like...
To be fair, she probably has a grudge against him, so you can't really,
Listen, Nick,
side can we take?
I'm just saying once again that it's just funny. It ended bad enough to where even if she's lying, something happened.
I like to think the video was the cause, or just him cheating on people, but he asked her.
Him having sex with drug addicts it's like that video of that cop when he's just like, I got locked in the back seat with the girl, and it's because I was asking her for ID, so I was down like that. He was definitely having sex with a woman in the back of his car.
Wasn't the whole thing he was about to have sex and then got locked? Right?
I think, yeah.
Okay.
And they got locked in the car, and they're like, well, what are you doing? He's like, that's why I was laying down. It's a funny video, though. Him trying to explain it, very funny video. We're going to show a lot of funny videos today. In the song titled, Randy Walters is a Son of a Bitch, Afro Man claims that he fucked his wife. In what seems to be an attempt to strengthen his case, a lawyer asked Randy if everyone understood that Afro Man didn't actually have sex with his wife, and he simply responds,
I don't know.
Which is insane. Which only makes it seem like Afro Man might have slept with this man's wife. I have no idea if that is a fabrication. Yes, sir. They lean into the mic, too. I couldn't tell you. Do you mind clarifying that? She could have very well slept with him, yes.
I would have just said no. No.
Yeah, exactly. I would have given the little Bugs Bunny. No. In the end, not only did the jury side with Afro Man, but he was able to do an insane amount of further damage to their reputation, which is one time when a lawsuit absolutely fires back. That doesn't happen all the time, though.
No.
That's a slam dunk. Slam dunks are very, very rare.
That's a 4-year slam dunk right there.
That's with the best payoff of all time. I can only imagine that he must have slept so well that night. Not that he was losing sleep over it, but I'm just saying, like, just after that big of a slam dunk, oh my God. Mm-hmm. He probably had sex with all their wives, too.
I was going to say, yeah.
I mean, with
probably
what we've
had sex
seen.
with Lisa.
Oh. When it comes to unnecessary lawsuits, nobody is safe. Even a date or an innocent crush can end in potentially life-ending legal debt. Texting inside of a movie theater is extremely frowned upon, but one man named Brandon Vesmer was so offended he sued his date over it. He sued her! Brandon took her out to see Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Oh, of course, it's a fucking Marvel, bro. Yeah, Rocket Raccoon's just like, come on, Groot, we're gonna blow something up! Whatever, and he's just like...
At that point, get up and, like, move.
That or just be like, I'm gonna leave and see it some other time, or be like, you just go.
Yeah, get out of here. Yeah, kick her out.
That's what you should. Get out of here. But slowly, he became more and more upset when he noticed that she had been texting throughout the entire movie. He paid, and I'm gonna say this, I want people to just really listen to it. He paid $17.31 for 2 of them to see the movie. And he thought it was insanely rude, so he told her to stop. She refused, so he told her to step outside to be respectful to him and the other moviegoers trying to enjoy Guardians of the Galaxy 2. All right, guys?
Every time I've seen Guardians of the Galaxy, it's been on a date. It's a good date movie.
I could see any Marvel movie being a good date movie because it's just, you even have to, it's just big flashing images and then you get a smile and laugh and then you can be like,
and then you kiss the girl at the end.
Yeah, you wake her up from her nap and you feel her breast. Have you ever witnessed anybody in a movie theater do anything?
No. I mean, I've partaked a little bit. Not like, just a little booty grab.
Are you talking about a girl fell asleep during Batman, you like grabbed her tit and you started making out with her?
Yes, but I woke her up first to kind of clarify that.
You're gonna miss this part.
Wake up, baby.
Wake up, the Batman's home. Hey! Wake up!
And then, I don't know how I got to it, but then I think I just looked her in the eyes and went for a kiss. And then, yeah, the family of 5 sitting next to us definitely saw me. I have the biggest tell when I'm about to kiss. I just stare them in the eyes.
Yeah, it's just one of these.
Yeah, smile and then lean in a little bit. Yeah.
Eyes wide open. Yeah. And that's exactly what she did. But she then decided to just go home because she was the one that drove them. So she just stranded him at the movie theater by himself. Which, to be fair, if you ask me to get up and leave, what am I going to do? Take you home? Okay, yeah, I will. All right, you ready for the ride? No, fuck off. Take an Uber, dude. You know? So he did the only sensible thing and sued her for the cost of the tickets. $17, okay? Not even $17. What, not like almost $9. 18 and some change. Arguing that she was a threat to civilized society. A threat to civilized society. However, the case was dismissed because the woman moved out of the county and left the judge's jurisdiction. Or the judge is going to be like, what am I going to do? Find somebody for $9?
At that point, you're wasting the judge's time, aren't you?
Well, it's because it was his allowance. It was his he's a 43-year-old who lives at home. His mom's like, all right, we'll give you $10. And he's like, cowabunga. Yeah, I could have saw 2 movies, but I wasted my allowance on you.
And now I have to watch it again, so it's like I paid for 3 movies when I
He must have been some silver tongue though, right? Be able to pick up a lady?
Oh, that's true.
You got the date.
That's true.
Something's going right. Over in Italy, another lawsuit began after a husband told his wife he had to attend a business dinner with some clients at a local restaurant. Not thinking anything of it, the wife told him to enjoy his meal. But little did she know, her husband was meeting his secret lover. Mamma mia. While eating, the restaurant was filming promotional content, which just so happened to film the man and his mistress sitting at a table. And shortly after the dinner ended, the video was uploaded to TikTok, where the wife somehow caught it and realized what was going on. The wife quickly filed for divorce, and instead of taking accountability for ruining their marriage, the husband sued the restaurant for filming him. Not long after the footage was uploaded, an Italian consumers' rights organization, Codicons, backed the husband and filed the lawsuit on his behalf. He claimed that the restaurant filmed him without his consent and exposed his private life, which caused serious damage to his family life. The lawsuit is still ongoing and may actually have a chance of winning because of European privacy laws, which requires businesses to obtain consent before publishing images of customers. I will say, the man's a dirty dog, is he not? Right? He deserves to be in the doghouse. But at the same time, don't film me at your stupid fucking restaurant and post it on TikTok.
Yeah.
All right? Because also, they're going to misconstrue my emotions in that restaurant. Like if I'm laughing with my friend, they're going to take that and put it online and be like, look how much fun they're having in our restaurant. I'll be like, really? My friend just told me a funny joke involving radio.
Yeah, my woman friend told me a very funny joke, so I kissed her.
Yeah, she told me such a funny joke that I had to make love with her underneath the table. Getting rejected is hard, but some people cannot cope with it, so they turn to lawyers to try to help them feel better. Who does that?
It's like a psychiatrist.
I feel bad. Mr. Lawyer? Yeah, sue him. Okay. In 2016, Kay Koshingen and Nora Tanshu-May met at a Singaporean social media event and quickly became good friends. Koshingen had fallen head over heels for Nora, but Nora had repeatedly told him that she did not feel the same way and wanted to remain friends. God. How many times have we heard of that, fellas? Right, Nick?
Oh, amen, brother.
It's happened to me.
I've been there 6 years. For 6 years.
Oh, with a girl?
Yeah.
Pawing at the door?
Yeah. Oh, let me in.
Let me in, baby. It's cold outside. Coshigin didn't take this well and eventually claimed he'd suffer emotional damage from the reduced contact, so Nora agreed to attend counseling sessions for 18 months to help him get over her. A year and a half, all right? Even the counseling didn't work, and he demanded to see her more and have deep conversations. It was at a point that Nora completely cut contact. First off, can I just say, Nora, what a saint. To even put up with that, you know how many people would just be like, why don't you go fuck yourself, freak? I mean, actually, like people would just be like, fucking leave me alone, loser. I have emotional distress. You know what's gonna be even more distress is when I take this ball peen hammer and drive it through your fucking skull. Get away from me. Imagine, it's terrorism. Can we take counseling together? Which also, taking the counseling thing would be like, does that make any sense at all? I have to meet up with you on a scheduled basis?
It's a manipulative trick to just, hopefully she'll fall in love with me.
Well, exactly. She's going to see how vulnerable I am in the setting over the course of a year and a half or however long it's going to be. And then she'll just fall in love with me. She'll be tricked.
She'll be tricked.
Well, like, literally, she's probably just like, I'll trick her into loving me. In response, Coshigin filed 2 lawsuits against Nora. The first one was for a realistic and I think pretty reasonable $3 million, which he believed he deserved to cover the trauma and depression from her rejection. He also claimed that her rejection ruined his stellar reputation and cost him money. The second lawsuit was for $22,000 because he claimed Nora agreed to improve the relationship, but guess what? She didn't. $3,022,000. That's what you owe me, Nora. Tease! Both lawsuits were dismissed, with the judge finding that Coshigin was abusing the court process, and Nora would then file a lawsuit and win a large sum of money to cover the counseling costs and help install extra security around her house. That's justice. See, these have actually been pretty good. These have been pretty good so far. Once again, these are not, I want to put out there just immediately, this is not realistic. Somebody did me wrong. I even go to the police being like, this happened, and they're just saying, we can't. There's nothing we can do. Sorry. That's usually it. You'll even ask a lawyer, what the fuck could I do?
I mean, not really a whole lot, sorry.
That's about it. Many lawsuits are undoubtedly just desperate attempts at a payday and can be surprisingly petty. No. In 2005, for example, a man named Ray Pearson was convinced that his local dry cleaning shop lost a pair of his pants that belonged to him. Despite boasting same-day service, the pants he'd given them were returned several days later and were supposedly not the original pair he'd given them, according to him, which is also kind of funny. Are these mine? I've had that happen. When I lived in New York, I was like, there's a pair of blue jeans, but it was just not, it didn't seem like the right pair.
Was it too small or?
No. Right size, but it was almost as if I'd never held these before.
See, that's, if I was a woman, I would give back clothes that were too small to fuck with them.
Wait, if you were a woman?
If I was dating up, like if in this situation, if I was giving someone back like their clothes that we've been dating for, in a woman's case, to fuck with the guy, I would give him different size jeans. No, those are definitely yours.
So in this case, you're saying that if you were a woman, you would give back, because you're cleaning them, I'm guessing?
I was actually thinking more of a breakup to fuck with someone.
Okay, so in this scenario, you're a woman who broke up with a man.
Give him back some jeans.
And it's like, I'm going to pick up my stuff later, but then you take the jeans and you swap them for like a smaller pair to fuck with them.
Yeah. I'm giving back the jeans.
Why? No, I got it. It doesn't matter. I wanted you to know. I was trying to connect with you on a way of me saying that I've got an uncanny pair of pants and I might be siding with this man. Also, same day service and several days later. False advertising, maybe? I don't know.
That is, yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Because the sign on their building said satisfaction guaranteed, Roy naturally felt that they should have to compensate him for these inconveniences. But they refused to cough up $1,000, which was the apparent value of the pants, by the way. $1,000 pants? God damn. And this led him suffering inconvenience and mental distress, ultimately deciding that a requested $54 million in damages was appropriate. Whoa! Within that fortune, $15,000 was supposedly needed to pay for him renting a car every weekend so he could go to a non-local dry cleaners, a request that reportedly led to the judge having to physically hold in laughter, which was pretty funny. People were infuriated that the case wasn't thrown out immediately, and the poor Korean immigrants that ran the cleaners had to spend 2 years straight up dealing with the legal process, spending thousands of dollars in fees. And in a truly pathetic display in the courtroom, Roy would become emotional thinking about his beloved pants, breaking down into tears and stating,
"Never before in recorded history
have a group of defendants engaged in such misleading and unfair business practices.
His outburst led to a short recess being declared so he could calm down. And throughout the proceedings, Roy claimed to speak for an entire class of people, as if standing up to insidious businesses on their behalf. Roy was truly ready to draw things out, claiming he had plans to call as many as 63 witnesses. But in the end, of course, Roy did not receive his $54 million and instead had to pay for all the defendants' court and attorney fees, which ended up not being necessary due to a public crowdfunding campaign made on their behalf, which is pretty sweet. According to defense lawyer Chris Manning, Roy was recently divorced, jobless, and only had as much as $2,000 to his name, which likely led to him picking on a family business out of pure spite. Which I will say, in this case, if I was the Korean family, I would want a restraining order. A man that crazy in court, I would say, is going, like, once this is done, he's going to show back up.
I think not even the financial aspect. I think he needs to serve some jail time.
I think some kind of punishment is in, like, some kind of, like, reforming of some kind.
Exactly. Even if it's just a couple months in prison, just throw him in there.
Full security prison. I agree. I think a year. Well, if anything, if you don't have any money, if you're that crazy, spend it in a year. A little year in prison never hurt anybody. Not all petty lawsuits end in failure, however. In Seattle, one family was forced to pay a small fortune because of their dog's loud barking. Watch out, Nick. This is coming. This is what I was going to say. Did you that send shivers up your spine? Nick every day has his neighbors call. I'm not even joking. Every day has his neighbors call him asking, can you tell them to come inside? And then Nick takes his app on his phone and does,
Teddy Max?
and he waits for him to come inside the house. Is this true?
It is true.
Do you ever fear a lawsuit is coming?
They were sending letters to the county, and then it said, like, if this doesn't stop, you'll be sued. And then I asked my realtor, and she was like, they can't do that. That's just a threat. You can't. Yeah.
What is a realtor? Is a realtor a lawyer?
No.
According to Woodrow Thompson, the family of Denise Norton owned a dog that was apparently not just loud, but explosively barking in an intentional way that caused profound emotional distress. To exaggerate just how absurdly loud this dog was, the lawsuit stated that the volume would sometimes reach as much as 128 decibels. This would be comparable to a chainsaw, booming thunder, and even around the sound levels of a military jet during takeoff, all right? That's how loud this dog is. Denise ignored this lawsuit completely because the claims were so insane that she didn't even register it as genuine possibility. This would end up being her undoing, as not challenging the lawsuit led to a default ruling in Woodrow's favor. Though it's unknown if she successfully got the case dismissed, failure to do so would result in their family paying $500,000. $500,000. Better get that Ethereum check, buddy, because I'm telling you, you better put some muzzles on those fucking dogs. Like you have to sell the house. Holy shit. Perhaps one of the pettiest crimes, however, is one brought on by Alan Heckard, who was so infuriated about his resemblance to Michael Jordan that he decided to sue him for it. According to him, he was constantly stopped by people who believed that he was a famous athlete. He claimed that this had happened, quote, nearly every day for over the past 15 years. Despite Michael Jordan having no influence on this, he was being sued on the basis of defamation, permanent injury, and emotional pain and suffering. He even went after Phil Knight, the founder of Nike, as they significantly elevated his career and helped him become more recognizable. You know, Air Jordan guys, come on! The combined amount Allen was asking for accounted for $832 million. His explanation for the amount was, quote,
well, you figure with my age, and you multiply that by 7, and then I turn around, and I figure that's what it all boils down to.
You cannot argue with that logic, can you, Nick?
No, it's pretty sound.
Pretty bulletproof is what I would say. Obviously, the complaint was dismissed. While he didn't explain why, the founder of Nike assumed it was because Allen realized that losing the lawsuit would mean that he'd have to pay all their legal fees. Nike's legal fees? Fuck that.
Also, yeah, you do not want to fight Nike.
You don't want to fight. Here, Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. If there's a giant corporation, if you are wronged, you just take it on the chin and leave. There's no way. There is no way. They have infinite amounts of resources to make things to where you'll just be blood dry.
Unless it's a cold cut case.
Unless it's something where it's just so obvious and it's in your favor. Yes, but David and Goliath is a lie. Okay? A lie. Well, I guess actually the woman being burned by the coffee, that was kind of a David and Goliath case.
I mean, even then, McDonald's did a huge smear campaign to be like, can you believe she got burnt by a little coffee?
Was this bitch weak as hell? What are her legs made of fucking paper, stupid bitch? Get Ronald out of here. We're not gonna see Ronald anymore. That's kind of what happened.
Oh, Ronald.
Well, not because of that. Not because of that. But they were just like, hey, doesn't it seem kind of exploitative to kids?
I thought it was because kids now grew up and they don't like the people you're now targeting are millennials.
I don't think so. I think that I think that it was a thing where it was exploitative and a clown was going to kids being like, you should eat this big cheeseburger, this fries, you fat little fuck. There really is no end to the insane stories that came out from the world of absurd lawsuits. It doesn't matter how insane the claims are because people will always find a way to abuse a system if it benefits them. Robert Lee Brock was a prisoner in Virginia in 1995 when he filed a lawsuit against himself because he was responsible for his own imprisonment and violating his own religious beliefs due to his inability to practice them while in prison. In his own words, he said,
I partook of alcoholic beverages in 1993, July 1st. As a result, I caused myself to violate my religious beliefs. This was done by my going out and getting arrested.
In total, he was seeking $5 million, but his case was thrown out since he was both the plaintiff and the defendant, meaning he simply couldn't lose. Which in his mind, I bet he was just like, it's the perfect plan. Checkmate me. In 2002, Lee Boy Malvo and his accomplice, John Allen Muhammad, were committing a mass shooting in Washington, D.C., dubbed the D.C. Sniper Shootings. God! What? Both men would receive heavy sentences, with John being put to death in 2004 and Lee being sentenced to multiple life sentences. Years later, in 2011, Lee filed a lawsuit against several of the hostages he had taken during the 2002 shootings, claiming they didn't uphold their end on an alleged agreement. Lee said that while in his captivity, he made a deal with the hostages that they would help him hide from the police in exchange for their safety. Everyone agreed, obviously in fear of their lives, but he still got arrested. This left him feeling that they broke their side of the contract, so he wanted financial compensation. The judge never even considered the lawsuit and dismissed it because contracts based on illegal acts are unenforceable. In the 1990s, Pepsi began promoting Pepsi points as a way to give back to fans. Also, have you heard this the Pepsi Jet? Yeah. It's a good documentary, I think, on Netflix that's about it. You should watch the Netflix documentary, it's really good. But to consolidate it, each time you bought a Pepsi product, you earned 1 point for every 10 cents spent. If you earned enough points, you could cash them out for a list of Pepsi merch in the Pepsi stuff catalog, which was that was like a big thing in the 90s, like 80s and 90s. Like cigarettes companies did that a lot. Like that was a big thing with Marlboro. Marlboro, you'd buy a bunch of cigarettes and then you could get like a jacket, you could get all kinds of stuff. In one of the commercials, Pepsi showed a child driving to school in a Pepsi branded Harrier jet alongside flash text explaining how you could earn the plane for 7 million points. In order to get the jet, someone would have to buy $700,000 worth of Pepsi products, which is exactly what happened. And I want to say that some person found out that if I just spend $700,000 on Pepsi products, I can get a, like a $35 million jet. Kind of funny. A 21-year-old college student, John Leonard, sent a $700,000 check to Pepsi and demanded that the plane be shipped to his home, which was over the course. He knew some like investor buddies. I think he had a rich friend, and he was just like, this is a crazy idea, and the guy lent him the money. He also claimed that Pepsi actually accepted the offer, and that's why he sent the check in the first place. However, Pepsi never sent his jet, claiming they never actually agreed to the deal. In response, John took the soda company to court and demanded he receive his plane, claiming that Pepsi had broken its end of the contract. The judge rejected John's claims, saying that no reasonable person would believe that Pepsi actually intended to give out a real jet in exchange for soda points, which I think is unfair.
Yeah, that is unfair.
I think that you put it on the screen, everything else we're believed that you can get, and that's I mean, come on. Also, I don't know if they ever agreed to it, but they definitely were like, haha, nice find, that was funny. Here's some like drink coupons or something. The defense also argued that because John was so young, he could never be trusted with a fighter jet since he probably couldn't be trusted with the keys to his parents' car. Pepsi never cashed his check, so they couldn't be sued for fraud, and the two parties went their separate ways. Though John never got his jet, it wasn't really all bad. Just recently, in February of 2026, the Frontier Airlines allowed him to convert his 7 million Pepsi points into his 7 million Frontier miles, essentially guaranteeing him free flights for life, which is kind of cool, but at the end of the day, it was the principle. Once again, check out the documentary, it's really good. What I thought almost hurt them in the court case was they changed it to 700 million.
Oh.
After this, they aired it again. So it's like, well, you fucked up. You're admitting that was wrong. You know what I mean? I don't know. Listen, guys, there's inherently something hilarious seeing the kind of person that genuinely thinks that they can get away with some of these lawsuits. I mean, they're just so stupid, some of them. And that being said, when targeting much smaller family-owned businesses, the mountain of legal fees that come with even frivolous cases can be a nightmare, no matter how much of a fraudulent lawsuit this is. People who go out of their way to sue anyone they can for the chance of potentially striking it rich are evil people that take advantage of a system that should be focused on helping people that are actually in need for help. But, you know, when there's money involved, people will always try to find a way. Isn't it right, Nick?
Oh, yes.
Watch your dogs. This whole thing got me scared for you. Are you frightened slightly after listening to this?
I'll actually just defend myself instead of ignoring the lawsuit. See,
that's true. You'll go out head on. You'll take her down. You'll take whoever's around you. You'll take them down.
Exactly. I'll say, who is this? Which neighbor?
Which one?
Okay, yeah, she plays loud soap operas in the middle of the night.
Okay, well, yeah, exactly. I see her selling crack outside of her house. So, would you do it? Would you actually try to get a real lie, or would you try to get a real reason to get her in trouble, or would you lie?
Real reason.
And if that doesn't work, then you lie.
Yeah. First, I'd get binoculars, scope out, take a week off from work.
Yeah, Nick, where are you?
I'm busy.
You get fired immediately from the job. That's all we have. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hey guys, I just want to tell you real quick that our merch sale for this block of merch is ending on April 30th. So if you want a shirt, pick it up! Because I don't know which one of these are coming back. I don't know. They haven't told me which ones I can do. They got my hands behind my back. I don't know what I can do. But our sale does end April 30th. So if you want to snag a shirt and support the channel and future Puppet episodes and Papa Meat stuff, go to meatcandy.store. Consider picking up some shirt. Get swagged the fuck out. Get some pussy. Get some boy butt. Do whatever you got to do. We'll see you. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on sundown because today we're going to be talking about beauty pageants. If you're one of many average Americans, you probably didn't know too much about pageantry until around the 2010s when toddlers and tiaras exposed millions to all the wild things that take place in them. I think toddlers and tiaras, that's where Honey Boo Boo came from and all that shit, right? That's the same kind of thing with like a Dance Moms and that kind of show. Weird child pageantry. Who thought of that? I don't know. I remember when I saw it, I was like, huh? I didn't know about it until I saw the It's Always Sunny episode when Frank does a beauty pageant for children.
That was probably around the same time it was getting popular, too.
I think so, because I just remember whenever I saw it, I thought it was just the premise of the show, and it's like, no, this happens. You're like, huh? Something that seemed so innocent on the surface was revealed to be a source of deep trauma for children across the country. No. Not only just kids being judged on their looks at an extremely young age, but then parents forcing them to do that? That causes trauma? Are you sure?
On national television?
On national television? Grown adults calling these little girls pigs? No. This is because many pageant contestants begin when they're incredibly young and are sometimes forced into it by their parents, leading to brutal training programs in the hopes of taking the top spot. What is the top spot? Being Miss Universe? What is the big one? What's the big? Because remember, actually, I do remember this from the older person pageants when Steve Harvey read the wrong contestant.
That was Miss Universe.
That's Miss Universe. I'm pretty sure that's like the top one. What do you do after that? That's not even Olympic gold. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, I guess it's kind of impressive. There was one recently too where I think it was like Miss Thailand or something like that. Her teeth popped out or something. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
It's pretty crazy. She just kept dancing and fixed him up.
I know there was like a girl throwing it back or something, doing a funny dance recently on one of these.
At a contestant? Or not?
Yeah.
Wow.
Everybody was like doing like these elegant dances.
Oh yeah, she was
just like yeah.
Yeah, dude. Gotta change with the times, Nick. It's pageantry. To say there are no contestants who enjoy beauty pageants would be a lie. However, as thousands of women and young girls make careers out of modeling and thoroughly enjoy the skills it requires, but it can breed a certain type of monster, especially within parents who think that they can live vicariously through their children. Old dusty bags trying to live vicariously through their young children. That's what happens every time. I found that on those shows too, like if you look at clips from it, almost every time it's a woman who's just like, I always wanted to do it when I was younger, but I couldn't do it. My mom always said I didn't have the structure. Or something like that.
And you're like their child do it.
Well, exactly. Then they're like, but this is me now, reincarnated. How many of them do you think practice voodoo? Who put their soul into their child's gonna be a big star, and your skin will be mine.
Every single one.
I think so too.
That's the secret.
I think that legitimately there is something at play. Some kind of voodoo is at play. Today, we're going to talk about all the craziest aspects of pageantry to see just how insane and depraved it can get. Most people don't realize that pageantry is a multi-billion-dollar industry that has been around for over a century. That I did not know. A billion? Multi-billion?
Just a bunch of billionaires watching pretty girls. And just being, oh, yes, look at them.
Well, exactly. And the golf claps. good to a spin. It really is kind of like just seems like well, especially beauty, like children's beauty pageants seems like a pedophile's playground. Does it not?
Yeah, that's
Who judges that? Well, I mostly judge children's pageantry. To me, I'd be like,
Yeah, nowadays you're definitely getting some looks.
Even back in the day, I feel like people were like,
I don't know.
I mean, if it was the 80s, I'm sure they're like, it's weird, but hey, a man's got to earn a living. That kind of thing. I imagine it was a little different.
You don't think people would be like, man, that's awesome. You do that?
I mean, I guess maybe. I just feel this idea of like, well, I judge their looks and most of their bodies and how they, what's their skills. And you're like, huh? Rewind!
Hey, we want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, Gamer Subs, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places, and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because Gamer Subs gives you a little pep in your step. Pep, pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful tittied anime women on it. So if you like that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? I know I do. If you head over to Gamer Subs right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to Gamer Subs and use promo code PAPAME to check out, and tell them that we sent you. All right? You're gonna get a little goodie with it. I think you'll like it. Back to the video.
The origins of beauty pageants date back to 1921 in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Oof. The nation's landfill. When contestant Judge Phineas T. Barnum organized the first Miss America pageant to increase tourism. And this contest was very successful and paved the way for women around the world, as it was the first National Women's Beauty Contest fucking ever. I don't know about that, but it was a big one. Fast forward to today, and the pageantry industry is worth over $5 billion. However, many question the ethics of the contest themselves. Some find that the idea of pageants is outdated, as many exclude married women and mothers.
Whoa!
As they should. And these kinds of rules might seem extreme. However, many pageants also have rules for specific weights and body proportions at every level, from infants to grown women. I do like how the pageantry is just like, once you have your child, the body is basically discarded. I mean, look, the C-section scar looks disgusting, does it not, gentlemen? And those have to have like one old woman there. We're not misogynistic. We have Bertha. Isn't that right, Bertha?
Yes. Yes. The C-section scar scares me. Yes.
Looks like Captain Hook was playing with her belly. Come on, get her out of my sight. Where are the 19-year-old Puerto Ricans at?
Jeez.
My God. Because of this, people believe that they are directly responsible for accounts of body dysmorphia and eating disorders across millions of girls. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's like, what is it? What was his? Who was Luther? What was Luther's first name? The guy who nailed the fucking rules on the Martin Luther? That's Martin Luther King. John Luther?
I don't know. Luther who?
Lutheran. The people like the Lutheran religion, the sect of Christianity.
I think it was Martin Luther.
What is it?
Yeah.
Are we not just thinking of Martin Luther King?
Well, no. That's where Martin Luther King got his name from.
Really?
Martin Luther. Yeah.
Is that true?
That's Martin Luther.
Check.
I had the same thing because, Martin Luther wrote a book about Jews. I was like, Martin Luther King wrote about the Jews.
Was it a good book?
Bad. Bad book.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
My buddy had it. He's like, look at this.
Why do you have it? It's like, whatever. Some guy nails all these rules to a board. He's just like, you're only pretty if you're in these parameters. You see me? All you little pigs. What am I reading? Animal Farm? You're all disgusting. Except you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
Yeah, she gets stoned to death.
See, even if they are beautiful, you have to tell them they're disgusting just to kind of keep that power dynamic.
Nagging.
Yes.
You gotta nag them.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're beautiful, but your teeth are that of a donkey. Go pin the tail on yourself and leave me alone. I like how we're giving these judges way more power than they definitely have, as if anyone actually gives a fuck. And on top of this, many argue that there's really no societal benefit to keeping them around, since all they do is perpetuate stereotypes and reinforce near impossible beauty standards to an audience that has slowly been declining for decades, which is true. Who's just like, Dude, gotta go home. Gotta tune into the Miss America beauty pageant. Beauty pageants have long been controversial, as feminist leaders in the 60s and 70s criticized them for issues that remain relevant decades later. Plus, recent polling has shown that people believe the morals and values of pageantry just don't align with modern values. I mean, we're talking about, pageantries from the 1920s. Hello?
Yeah.
What it's also so it's extremely, not to be fucking performative male here, but how condescending is the entire thing? Now, what do you want to do when you're older?
I want to drive a race car.
Regardless of what you believe, not everyone agrees with the negative narrative surrounding pageants. While there is valid criticism of these contests, many supporters of pageants argue that they are a great way to build young girls' confidence from an early age.
What?
Welcome to fucking delusion land, dude. Hey, tickets for 2. Are you fucking kidding me?
Maybe the ones who win, but even then, they're not.
Even then you're just like, nah, you gotta keep winning. Don't forget to keep winning. You're slipping up. We got silver this week. You must not be as pretty as you used to be. That'd be even worse. So I'd rather just be at the bottom of the totem pole the entire time. I have nowhere to go but up. You know what I'm talking about? Big, thick girl, big fucking ankles, swollen cankles. That's how I'd start off. Be like, look at my mom one day. The shoes fit. You're going to be a very pretty little piggy, aren't you? Oink, oink, oink. And that's right. That's... Okay. All right. No more of that. We no longer hate women on this channel.
I love women. You got to say it.
You say it, and then I'll lip sync it.
I love women. You didn't even move your lips.
Yeah, I did. I moved my lips. Look like a horse eating a sugar cube. Besides performing on stage, many girls use pageantry to network and even earn scholarships that help them achieve their career goals. Like with any competitive event, it also helps people build discipline. But with the amount of horror stories that come out from the scene, it's hard not to see why people want to stay away from them once and for all. Once you're out, you kind of want to be like, I'm done, right? All right, put me back in. My discipline's lacking, Jackie. I need to get back in. From the outside, the concept of a beauty pageant seems simple. You go out on stage all dressed up, follow a rehearsed performance in front of the judges, and make your way out. However, the world of pageantry is filled with all sorts of random segments and rules that most people are unaware of, which I will say this, I didn't know about this. I thought the whole thing was 15 minutes long. No. You would think that you'd be like, all right, what's your name? Jessica? What do you do? I'm like really good at math. Okay, your dress looks nice. All right, bye. I mean, I thought that was it. I thought that was no. Not at all. These events often includes rounds of interviews, talent shows, and personal presentations, which I just don't understand that. It feels like that was one of the most demeaning things I've ever seen in my life.
I don't understand. Why do you have to do a personal presentation?
It's like reading, it's like having a baseball player read the back of his own baseball card.
Exactly.
It's like a weird, all right, now be self-masturbatory for a little bit, but be cute about it or something.
You can't be too cocky, because then they're like, oh, a woman.
Well, it's like literally a thing that they judge is just being like, it's just like, oh, like her attitude was nice. Is that not, I mean, is that not like just demeaning as fuck? You know, I really thought that she was earnest. I didn't think that she was like a bitch. You know what? Out of 10, a 7.2. You're not just competing to see who is the most beautiful, you're also competing to see who is the most mature and well put together contestant. Only at the very end of the entire contest do people put on their best outfits and walk the stage. That's at the end. I thought that was the beginning. No. That's the last, that should be the only thing.
Well, that's kind of progressive though. It's like interviewing for a job.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, like, what is the difference to me between modeling and like bodybuilders? Like a bodybuilder, you're judging like the shape, the size of muscles, like very specific muscles that have grown, whatever. It seems also like we're like, I don't see the difference between them. But if you have like an eye for it, you can see like, oh, well, this is, you know, there's like certain rules to it. And that's, people are like, that's body dysmorphia too. But that's like a, you know, but people are like, oh, well, you know, people train their ass off and people respect that. And the modeling is another thing where it's like, you have to have a certain look. There's a certain artistic pageantry to it as well. But in the middle, the beauty pageants, it's just, it's, I don't know. Do people feel the same way about it, you think?
Yeah. Well, being a beauty pageant contestant could probably lead to modeling gigs, maybe.
I have a feeling that some of them already are models. And then I'm like, why are you doing this side quest? The side quest, I don't understand. For the talent portion of the contest, participants can literally do anything they deem impressive. It can be very strange. Over the years, there have been tons of insane or weird talents presented to the judges that also shocked audiences. Playing an instrument is a very common talent, but some go for the gold by attempting ventriloquism or freestyle roller skating to stand out. One of the most memorable performances that helped a contestant win occurred at the Miss Mundo Chile pageant in 2025 when Ignacia Fernandez perform songs from her death metal band, and it was pretty fucking sick, actually.
Do you think anyone has done the Gluck Gluck like talent and has impressed anybody?
See, this is why you'd make a good judge. You have the same mind of like a 75-year-old man. How do you think she sucks dick? I can't be the only one, right?
I'm just wondering if anyone has done it and it's won.
No, Nick. No one has performed fake fellatio.
Okay, I was gonna say it is just like imagine like a foot, like 2 foot coney dog.
You think so highly of yourself. 2 foot coney dog? That's me. Another big part of these contests is the interviews, which usually involve a brainy section where judges ask contestants hard questions about politics or social issues. And it's hard questions because it's so vague and there's so many ways where, one, it's like it's asking a toddler something. Those toddler questions they can be devastating because it can also make you look like, I don't know, a fucking moron or also just evil. How would you help the earth? You know, I would like to make initiatives to get trash out of the ocean. Okay, so I guess child pedophilia isn't a problem. Cool. Yeah, there's no way you can choose one thing. It's open-ended questions where there's no real way to incorrectly say something, but there's no, in my opinion, no real way to say the right thing.
That's why you just do the cop out and do, I want to help everyone.
But then see, then it's just a thing where like, wow, so you have no moral values. There's nothing specific that you actually like.
I said everyone.
Well,
everyone
yeah,
who's in need.
Are you God? Yes. And then if she took flight, now that would be awesome. I would request that we cut off every pedophile's penis and balls. That's what I would do. Is that not, I mean, that's a pretty fucking good.
Well, you wouldn't know because then the contestants would be like, oof, that's me.
Oh, you're talking about the judges.
Yeah, the judges.
Not the contestants. Yeah. Well, most pass with flying colors. Not all can form well thought out answers under immense pressure, leading to extremely embarrassing moments, which I always find this to be odd because I would have to imagine that they tell you what the question you're going to get. Or there has to be some kind of training of like, if they ask this question, this is your answer. Like you would assume that there would be not too many curveballs.
They probably say, they give you like 10 scenarios. Or they do know the question, they just get choked up.
Yeah, I mean, it's pressure, who knows. In 2007, Miss Carolina, Caitlin Upton, was competing to become Miss Teen USA when she was asked a serious question, and I quote, "Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the US on a world map. What do you think this is?" Instead of answering the question about the American education system, she gave such a baffling response that it left everyone dumbfounded, ironically, making her a living example of the very problem the judge asked about. She opened her statement by saying this.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps.
And then she went on to ramble about South Africa and Iraq before ending her speech by saying, "We need to build a better future for the children." Don't know if that's... You need to get an answer to that. Why would people know that when our education system has no funding? Teachers in America are fucking put to the side and they're not given any support through any kind of school systems, and they're supposed to what? Be the parents of your children while you're at your job? Guys, how about you look at yourselves? Why aren't you teaching your kids where America is on the map, huh? And I fucking put it on them. I'm asking the judge, what's your name? Bill. What's your son's name? Because how'd you know? What's your son's name? Marcus. Does he know where his map is? Well, of course, definitely. Yeah, probably because you're a rich fucking judge and you're in a level of privilege that not all of these young Americans are at. And I'm sick and tired of lumping in everyone together. There's a problem. And we have got to get out of Iraq. I mean, if you answer something like that, wouldn't that would crush, right?
Yeah, put it on them. Yeah.
If you put it on the judge, and then it's just like, well, because guess what? If you do that to judges, all three of them, you do it to all three of them. They're coming after me now. They're gonna have to give you a high score. What about you? What's your fucking daughter's name? I don't. What is her name? Shannon. I don't have to say it. We're doomed. Oh, yeah, you gotta go. We're doomed. He's like, fuck the pageant. I'm running for office, and everyone's like. And I'm like, I'm gonna clean shit up. That's when I get my slogan. I think there's a lot of trash all over the audience. I fucking think so too. I'm like, how about we clean it up? And I get shot.
Oh, I was gonna say, that's where you pull out the AR-15.
And then I'm outside of the Cincinnati airport. I get shot in the chest twice. Her answer answer was so bad that late night shows and hordes of people online began making fun of her and how ridiculous she sounded. So, to try and restore her image, she went on to multiple news outlets for interviews and claimed that when she answered, she did not fully comprehend the question because she was overwhelmed. Which, to be fair, I could see that being true. Also, just a high pressure situation. I'm watching a beauty pageant. What the fuck do you want from me? Am I supposed to tell you, like, am I supposed to tell you why? I can't fucking tell you why. Maybe they don't have maps. That's also not a bad answer, actually. They don't have fucking do you have a map? No.
Is that to skirt just the looks aspect?
Yes, 100%. Because it's the same thing with, it's like what I said about models. Models, people, like, the stereotype is that they're all very dumb. So I think that to skirt the idea that this is just a modeling pageant, they have to answer somewhat, like, they have to become like, not only do they have good looks, but they're educated. That kind of thing.
Got talent.
You know, and they have a talent. This isn't the only time a contestant has been flustered on stage. Sometimes the judges ask ridiculous questions, and the average person could never answer. On more than one occasion, a judge has asked a contestant about U.S. hostage policies and how they would deal with detainees in Guantanamo Bay before being exchanged for U.S. prisoners. The insanity doesn't stop there. At a pageant in 2015, a judge asked a contestant how she would deal with a threat posed by ISIS after the recent beheading of 2 journalists. Okay? Many argue that the brainy portion of the contest is unnecessary and should be removed, because when judge asks questions like this, it often confuses contestants and makes them look bad, almost like it's for entertainment and not to genuinely demonstrate their intelligence. And it could also be the case that they do this for embarrassing clips that serve as a marketing stunts that, you know, attract more viewers, especially in this time of clip farming and all that stuff. I don't think that, like, old media is as stupid as people think. I think there's more times that they're just like, we need to infiltrate this market. I think that they are actively doing that. So I do think that they throw them questions like that where it's like, why don't you try answering that?
Also, yeah, if they don't like a certain person, they'd be like,
oh yeah, yeah,
you look fucking dumb.
Yeah. How do you think this is rigged? I could see like somebody being like, I'm gonna slip you X money if you let her win.
Like, it's gotta be in the millions.
I mean, maybe. Old money. Talking tennis, golf. I'm talking the old money, definitely. Many contestants who participate in beauty pageants have been doing it their whole lives. While some were initially interested on their own, there's a large majority of girls who are forced to participate by their insane and narcissistic pageant moms. Here we go, boys. Buckle the fuck up. The phenomenon of pageant moms was given the front stage through shows like Toddlers and Tiaras. For 6 straight seasons, viewers witnessed grown women fighting each other over pageant drama and putting their kids in questionable situations, all to live out their own dreams and make some cash. What made things worse was that the camera crew and production would encourage this kind of behavior to make the show juicier. If full-grown men stuff just being like, I heard that she called her a bitch and she called your daughter fat. Go tell her. Producers on these shows 100% fabricate drama.
Oh, yeah.
And they like put stuff in your ear. Even if it's not, I don't think that all of it is entirely fake, but I do think that they lie to the contestants to get them riled up.
They'll tell the cameramen stuff, well, in confidence, lol. But it's more like they tell the
You say lol?
Yeah.
Okay.
They tell the cameraman stuff. So then the cameraman will be like, hey, you know, Jessica's talking shit on you. To, instigate like
What's the same shit? That's why I watched the Jerry Springer documentary, whatever. And they would just get him drunk.
Oh, yeah.
And they'd be like, aren't you fucking mad? That's why they came on stage and they'd run out and start beating the shit out of the person because a lot of them were fucked up. I have to imagine that, especially, dude, are you fucking kidding me? Pageant moms, winos, dude. You kidding me? I have the charcuterie board and some barefoot red wine if you want some. Maybe I could. Maybe I could.
Bear trap.
Exactly. It's a little raccoon cage for 'em. They're getting all hopped up on fucking wine and charcuterie boards, and they're going out swinging. Definitely, dude. Raising their voices and shit during pageants. Yeah. Multiple clips showed toddlers being interviewed and then breaking down in tears because they were overwhelmed by the chaos of the events. Sometimes they would try to run away, but the camera crew would chase them down until the parents intervened. The children would try to flee, only to be chased by 2 men. Get back here. Don't say that. Having the TV crew appear at your pageant was a big deal and would send mothers into a frenzy, causing them to do whatever it took to get themselves and their children on the show. Hearing that the TLC show would be at her local pageant, Wendy Dickey decided to dress her 3-year-old daughter as a Vivian Ward, the sex worker from the movie Pretty Woman, hoping to get on TV, which, if you don't remember, it's a good movie. I like that movie. That guy that shoved the gerbil up his ass, and then Julianne Lewis. All I know, she has that scene where he does. The recreation was nearly identical, with the same revealing outfit paired with thigh-high black boots. Ugh. The outfit got a ton of backlash from parents who were astonished someone would dress their toddler this way. And when questioned, Wendy defended herself, saying that it wasn't that bad because her original outfit choice was even more revealing. My God. Why would you say that out loud? I was gonna have her be in a G-string and a coconut bra. Another mother thought it was a good idea to dress their 5-year-old daughter as Dolly Parton and give her massive fake boobs and a butt so she could strut around on stage. The girl's father was divorced from her mother and knew nothing about the pageantry, so he immediately filed for custody and demanded she stop performing. Thankfully, the judge and a court psychologist agreed that the mother was causing irreparable harm by forcing her daughter to perform under such unusual circumstances, and they awarded custody to the father. My God.
King shit.
God's building a church. He's gonna march like a mighty army man. I mean, holy shit. How many times does that happen?
Rare.
Fucking never?
Very rare.
Good Lord. I mean, a court psychologist being like, what?
What the hell?
She puts me, makes me be a spider monkey, and she throws me on stage. I have to do cartwheels.
Also, these are toddlers.
A toddler saying this.
Yeah, she puts me in.
Also, a court psychologist like looking at like a 3-year-old being like, there's no way that this woman should have custody of this child. Is what would happen. Yeah, the mom's sitting there. What? What did I do wrong?
Could have been worse.
Could have been way worse. Is that a threat? Jesus Christ. The parents of these kids all react the same to the backlash. They claim that they are not exposing their daughters to any sexual predators by dressing them this way. I'm not! Okay? There's no creeps here. Right, Ben? This guy in the corner. No. Ironically, years later, many mothers did admit to having creeps message them about how sexy their daughters' outfits were. This is the biggest problem that beauty pageants face. In countries like the US and Colombia, which literally host 8-year-old bikini contests, it's somehow not viewed as a big deal. How? I'm not sure. Maybe because we're terrible. Can't tell you. On the other hand, countries like France have banned beauty pageants for children under 13 because of how overly sexualized they are. Which also, it's France too. Think about that. The most sexual country in the world. They're just like, that's too far. Versus like America and Colombia, whatever. Super religious Bible Belt thing. Well, we gotta put the toddlers in extremely revealing outfits. Not for me. Okay? Not for me. It just goes to show that regardless of whether it was on TV or not, it was often not about the kids. It was always about the selfish parents who wanted fame. In interviews, pageant moms have admitted to going bankrupt funding their daughters' pageant careers. From endless flights to entry fees and dresses, they took risky sacrifices thinking it would all pay off in the end. But if their little princess doesn't win first place and bring home the money, then there's hell to pay. Behind closed doors, parents have been caught motivating their children by telling them to go make mommy and daddy some money. And when they don't, they are scolded or shamed for wasting their parents' money on a poor performance. Fair. To ensure their kid performs at their best, pageant moms will also resort to very shady practices. The most common and perhaps most well-known is the use of sugar to keep their kids amped up before going on stage, right? They're gassing them up as much as they possibly can. It's basically the child's version of cocaine. Here, a bump. Yeah, mommy's a bump. Here, right in her fingernail. Get it? Oh. On Toddlers and Tiaras, Honey Boo Boo's mother would give her go-go juice, a mixture of Mountain Dew and Red Bull, before going on stage. That happened. Her reasoning was that other mothers would give their kids pixie sticks, otherwise known as pageant crack, for the energy boost it gave contestants. However, Honey Boo Boo didn't get hyper enough from just a single pixie stick. Even after receiving 15 of them at one point, it seemed to have literally no effect. 15 pixie sticks.
Jesus Christ.
On a child. Following the viral spread of the go-go juice, many mothers began giving their kids sugary drinks, including large coffees with powdered sugars. One mother even admitted serving it to her toddler in a sippy cup since she was 9 months old. Black coffee with sugar. 9 months old. That's what truckers drink.
Mom, can you give me a pick-me-up or not? You know what? Folgers would hold the cream. I don't want any sugar. Just give me the Folgers.
You're a beautiful little girl, just like dried up.
Thank you, Mother.
Another lesser-known reason the mothers handed out sugar was that they forced their children to stay up all night before the pageant, fearing they would roll over in their sleep and ruin their makeup.
What?
That's okay. That's fine. Sleep depriving children is good. That's because these mothers will spend thousands of dollars to have their kids dolled up to perform each week, and having them mess up their makeup was a major investment loss. And most of the time, the kids have to be strapped down because they can't sit still for hours on end. In an episode of Toddlers and Tiaras, a mother took her 5-year-old daughter to get her eyebrows waxed before a pageant. Before she even sat down, she was visibly trembling from fear, and when she laid down in the chair, it turned into a disaster. The waxer had applied the wax at too high of a temperature, burning the young girl's skin, and then when she ripped it off, chunks of her burnt skin came off with it. How do shows like this actually not get like the FCC involved or something?
Well, I think at that point it's on the mother, right?
Well, yeah, but if this, well, actually, no. I mean, wouldn't you be compliant if you saw this kind of thing in your document? I mean, I'm sure there's like litigious it's the FCC, right? It seems weird that you're not compliant because you're doing nothing to just be like, well, that's, you probably shouldn't do that.
If you
right?
showed it, yeah, that's the thing. But and there's also, yeah, your dangerous practices.
I mean, you're showing all of it. Even if you didn't show it, you would still be there. And you're like, you were still behind the scenes and witness everything and didn't report it or something. Seems odd. When the episode aired, people were outraged that a mother would even think of putting their daughter through a procedure that most adults struggle to handle. And it might seem inhuman for a mother to do something like that to their own child, but some have gone even farther. In 2011, a California mother was caught giving her 8-year-old daughter Botox because she allegedly complained about having wrinkles. CPS was quick to investigate the mother and found that the mother had been illegally obtaining Botox and injecting her daughter without medical supervision. And when CPS asked the daughter what she thought, she said that her mother got the idea from her other pageant moms and that it didn't bother her because she got used to the pain. Which also, and I want to say too, TLC got a lot of hate from that episode that they aired. Not that it really matters. They're like, I don't give a fuck. We're gonna keep doing it. But I will say that Botox, I mean, like, how do you sleep at night? How do you mentally get to that place? You have to be such a damaged person yourself. I'm gonna give you the life I wish I had.
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I bet some parents think like, anything for my sweetheart. Like I want to make her happy.
Are they disguising the thing of like anything for my sweetheart when really they're just like, I want anything for me to like get that satisfaction for myself? Probably.
Yeah, it's definitely like an excuse.
Yeah.
Because who's planting these things in their heads? Where it's just like, it's the mom. You know?
Yeah, it's the mom. And the mom probably came from a place of like extreme trauma and all kinds of stuff too. Just insane how people process that shit, man. It's wild. The idea that your child must achieve these unhealthy beauty standards to even be considered successful is exactly why so many people hate beauty pageants. These mothers are so pathetically fragile because their entire mood hinges on their child's performance. This kind of belief puts so much unnecessary pressure on the child that it affects them years later. On its surface, the world of beauty pageants is all sunshine and rainbows, but once you dig a little deeper, you get a glimpse of how truly chaotic it is. From narcissistic moms putting their daughters through hell to the tight rule books that cause injuries and mental distress. It's no wonder beauty pageants have been growing more unpopular every year. And you know what I gotta say, if there's any beauty pageant contestants that are watching our videos now and we got something wrong or we didn't get, because the only thing too is I can only guess from the perspective of these people. I have no idea. I can't live their experience. So I'd be curious actually to hear if anybody's just like, no, I mean, it was pretty chill. And you know, I imagine not everybody's story is just a fucking nightmare. I mean, there's an obvious trend that's happening that it's like, it's definitely not uncommon. So it is what it is. But until next time, guys, stay pretty. We'll see you in the next one. Probably not a good. Until next time, guys, eat a big fucking cake and don't wear anything beautiful. Is that better? Until next time, guys, stay classy.
Wear your pajamas and Uggs to Walmart. Like
yeah,
a
exactly.
true queen.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, for all my queens out there, take some time and wear some sweatpants, Ugg boots, and a 4XL Captain America shirt to Walmart. Yeah, you don't do that. We'll see you next time, guys. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on, sit down, because today we're talking about my least favorite thing in the universe. This is not me paraphrasing. This is not me putting on a show, a spectacle. Today we're talking about cave diving. I know, it might seem odd that a large, obese, middle-aged man wouldn't like to crawl into a tiny little dark corridor. No, I'm claustrophobic as shit. And these videos online of people cave diving, I have so much anxiety. I can't watch it. I cannot watch it. Like, one of the scariest horror movies to me is The Descent, just because of the cave diving aspect. The little goblin inbred mutant people, that's all cool. It's metal or whatever, but them getting stuck down there, no. Don't like that. Adrenaline junkies have some of the most intense hobbies on the planet, whether it's skydiving, volcano boarding, which what the f is that, or train surfing, like the app. People will do just about anything to chase that high, the high of that point right at death's door, and you pull back. Oh, could have died. Because of this, we've seen an increase in one particular extreme sport, which is caving or cave diving. Caves have always interested mankind, but as we move more into the modern age, we stray further and further away from our Stone Age roots, as in, that was millions of years ago. Why are we still fucking around caves? We have McDonald's. Just gonna say that again. We have McDonald's. There's no reason to be in the caves.
We have indoor rock climbing now.
We have indoor rock climbing. Go to the plastic fun colory rock climbing walls. Some people, however, find it exciting to find and explore various caves across the world. What deters most people, as you would expect, is the tight squeezes and isolating darkness and the inevitable death and the coffin-like sensation. I'm not gonna keep going on, but I can see where people are like, uncharted territory. No person has crawled through here. The only people that have crawled through here are snakes, rats, and ghouls. And now me, Terry. I'm one with the ghouls and the snakes. Cool, dude. You're awesome, Terry. Thousands of people partake in this hobby, but some people never come out. So grab some spare batteries and knee pads as we unearth the dark, dangerous world of cave diving.
I think I'm stuck. I'm stuck. You're good. You're good. Stop.
The first question that people ask when learning about this bizarre hobby is, and I don't blame them, one word, Nick. Why on God's green earth would you do that? And the obvious answer is that it's the adrenaline rush. It's the near-death experience. It's about conquering something that has not been conquered, yada, yada, yada. But many cavers have a long list of reasons as why it appeals to them specifically. Some say that it's a good way to work out the body. We have gyms! There's a trail, a beautiful trail, walk on that! While others claim that the intense risks and challenges build strong bonds with other like-minded people, aka it's like being in an asylum, but in a cave. You make friends with other crazy people. You're making a lot of sense, Terry. Ghouls and snakes. That's what we are. And they're all like, and they crawl into a hole. I don't get it, Nick. I don't get it. Certain hobbyists say they do it for the thrill of exploration and being the first to see what lies beneath the Earth's surface. One cave diver explains, and I quote, "You see a tiny hole big enough for your body to fit through, and you wonder what's on the other side." That's the first thing that comes to your mind? Imagine just seeing a hole, and you're just like, what could be down there? I can fit down there. I want to go down there.
Oh God, I can't.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Wait. Legs in the air kicking. Oh God. The ultimate achievement in a caver's career is when they push through one of those tiny passes and discover a huge cavernous space on the other side, never before discovered. Which I will say, things of this nature that are so extreme, that would be like a huge load. That would be a huge nut busted. Right? That is an actual conquer of mental and physical proportions that I have not done. I get excited when I finish a Lego set. That's my load. Okay? My load is a Lego set. All right? So climbing, I do have respect for people that are that mentally ironclad, but they scare me as people. I'm like, that person, I don't know where he's going to be in 10 years. I think negative thoughts. I don't know. I'm sorry.
He's going to live in the caves.
If you like it so much, why don't you just live down there? What if every cave diver's house was a series of tunnels? Hungry, need to get a snack.
And they burrow like a mole rat.
You go to take a piss and get a glass of juice. I can't turn around. Give me your torch. Give me your torch. Your aunt is dead in the corner. Aunt Brenda? You went to go get juice too? That would actually be a great, like a creepypasta story.
Yeah, the cave house.
Yeah. My dad might have taken his hobby a little too far or whatever.
There you go. Write it, fans. Write.
Yeah. Mine. I gotta write it. The most insane part is that some people do it simply to test their mental fortitude, as the closed spaces and darkness truly test the mind's limits. One cave diver named Jacob Sanders told of how he was once stuck in a deep crevice on his belly inside a cave. He said that he had to strip down to his underwear just to fit through the tunnel. Not only that, but he had to use just his toes to inch himself along. The entire time, his back was getting shredded by the rocky ceiling. And once he got through, however, he claimed that it was an amazing experience. You basically just went through a giant cheese grater. Your back is torn to smithereens. You got piss in your underwear. And you're standing there, shoes untied. That was awesome.
Well, this video is sponsored by our partners at Factor. Factor is the meal service that gives you the flexibility to stay active and stay on top of your eating routine. As you can tell by me, look at my six-pack abs.
If you're looking to hit your nutrition goals and eat balanced, high-quality meals, look no further than Factor. Eating right is important, but some days it can be a chore. And thankfully, Factor makes it easier than ever. Factor powers your day sun up to sundown with nutritious breakfasts, on-the-go lunches, and premium dinners. And guilt-free snacks and desserts. Choose from over 100 different menu options each week, now featuring 20 new ready-to-eat salads and grain bowls inspired by Sakara. In just 2 minutes, you can heat, eat, and enjoy. Plus, Factor has updated their menu, now offering 2 times more high-protein meals and 2 times more seafood options to match any food plan. They also have options like Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, and Vegan. So it's easy to see why 97% of customers say that Factor has helped them live a healthier life. And the best part of Factor is that there's no prep work, no grocery lines, and virtually no cleanup. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code PAPAMEATFB50 to get 50% off your first Factor box, plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code PAPAMEATFB50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off, plus free breakfast for 1 year. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with a code of qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchases. Display URL and promo code on screen as this is read. QR code, show for 15 seconds. Outro. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video. Now back to the episode. Ad is over. We're back to the fun time.
I'm guessing that feeling is like you're alive, right? Because you're.
Oh my God, there has to be the biggest dopamine. Also, in a weird way, I might be overstretching this, but it could be a thing you appreciate every day.
Yeah.
Way more. But then see, it's the thing. It's like getting a tattoo or something where it's like once you get one, so it's like once you go and you come out, you're like, I gotta have that again.
They keep doing it.
It's like a drug. The first time that you probably overcome that, you're probably like, oh my God. You probably are like, I didn't know I could do that. All this newfound confidence, life is brighter. But it's like the extremes those caves must go. Because then now you're all pretzeled up in a fucking deal and you're like, this is boring. It has to be tight. It gets tighter and tighter until I feel like there are people that push it too far and they get themselves killed.
And then they say, fuck, I shouldn't have done this.
Oh God, if I get out of here, this is gonna be so epic.
Do you think some people are hard, like while they're stuck like that?
If there is not a hard cave diver, then there are none at all. Because they always thought it's like, yeah, I feel like that's why they focus. Yeah, my back was scraping up the thing because their cock has been getting shredded to pieces the entire time. Oh. Yeah, they call their cocks farmer thumbs because they're all calloused and shit. Or watch out, farmer thumb coming in. It's a good harvest. Good harvest. Whatever it is, there is something that draws people to the underground, and this addiction is not something new. The term spelunking grew in popularity around the 1950s as a way to describe basic cave exploration. And since then, cave diving has exploded from an amateur hobby into a global industry. Caves are now national tourist attractions protected by federal laws, and thousands of people each year travel to receive guided tours and even eat inside cafeterias built deep underground. There are also jobs that go beyond tour guides. Geologists work tirelessly to preserve the caves, and even NASA scientists go into them to collect data on the caves to help future missions to Mars. The number of explorable caves has exploded, and the community has come up with many odd names for certain caverns, caves, and more. Names such as Beelzebub's hairy ring piece. That's the devil. Orgy hole passage. And of course, you can't forget Fat Man's Misery. Do you think that some spelunkers, do you think they hate fat people?
Oh yeah.
That's me projecting as a fat guy. I'm like, those little twinks don't like me.
Do you think they bring fat people?
Yeah, exactly.
Out?
Ooh, I don't think you're gonna fit. They like, there's like a hole this big. I don't think you're gonna fit, fat ass. Crawl into the hole. His feet are kicking into the earth whenever he gets inside. I'm like, you son of a bitch. He's like, yeah, can't catch me. Burrows into the earth. You know what's also f***ed up with caves too? We have some of these in Alaska where I live. There's like storage facilities, entire storage for like cold storage and that stuff. And they burrow underground and make like caverns. But it's like a thing where the deeper you go, the colder it gets, I think. Data centers too. So people put tons of servers in those too. I always thought that was kind of interesting and creepy because there's like ring lights down there. But I'm like, imagine that goes out. Now you're just kind of stuck underground. Okay. Within each cave or cave feature is a difficulty ranking system that tells divers what they're getting into. Guides will list each one at a level system from 1 being not too bad to 5 being you need some experience. Okay. Because of social media, we are not only seeing this hobby grow on a massive scale, we're starting to see a greater number of cave diving creators. And this is where I say stop. Enjoy it yourself. Don't show the world. It's a plague. It is a plague on the eyes and the senses. I will be in bed, a little tired. watching my phone, whatever. And then I have seen cave video. I cannot stay on them that long. Seriously, I'll like move my blanket off me. Just that feeling of something on me, I can't fucking do it, man. Because of sites like YouTube, many people are being introduced to the fascinating and horrific world of cave diving. Over the years, numerous caving channels have popped up and gained millions of views documenting their adventures. One of the more well-known channels, Caveman Hikes, is a father-son duo who live to share with the world their caving endeavors, traversing through some of the roughest and snug caverns out there. And I will say, this guy, steel trap brain. There's been times we sit there and he's like, ah, there's a nest of spiders.
The amount of spiders in here is significant, and I hope you can see that a little bit.
All over my face, that's okay.
It's the inevitable conclusion of what I am doing, but
it's insane. And his son, it's crazy that this kid's just like, yeah, I think I can fit. Goes through, no, I can't. And then to just have the mental clarity to not just be like, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Because if I went through it, I'm like, I'm stuck. I mean, there's no way. It really shows like how if you just freak out, you'll kill yourself.
Oh, yeah, you'll panic. You'll pass out and probably...
That would be me.
Probably bust your head too. Trying to like...
Whatever, yeah.
There was that one YouTuber who put his girlfriend in to see how far she can go.
Wait, a creator?
Yeah.
Did she want to?
Yeah, she wanted to.
Oh, okay. That made it sound like he was just like, he's like, climb. I don't want to get in there.
But she got to a point where he just kept explaining like what was coming up, and he's like, this is the hardest part.
Like the squeeze or whatever.
Yeah, and then this one was like a weird like loop thing, and then I think she got past it, but when she was in the next room, she started panicking because I think it started to settle in of like, that was hard to get through. How am I gonna get back out?
I wonder how much of that beforehand too do you have to prep people and be like, it is going to be a mental hurdle. You'd have to think of something too. I mean, if you've been in there too, I bet he was probably pretty good about being like, you made it through, we can make it back out. If you made it in here, you can make it out, kind of thing.
Yeah, he was.
And obviously
good.
they did,
yeah,
or whatever. So, or yeah, that's when you're like, no, dude.
Yeah, shoot.
They're down there still.
See, that's when we're talking about creepypastas. That's what I was thinking. You go down into the cave, but you come out a different person. You stay in the cave.
You go in the cave as a 15-year-old white girl, and you come out as a 48-year-old Puerto Rican guy. Creepypasta. That would be a creepypasta too. Mi amor. Mi amor. It'd be like that kind of thing. Where's Jessica? It's like kind of it's just a hot chick, but cave diving.
Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah. Keith Edwards is another YouTuber with over 50 million views on his caving videos. His most popular video, Caving Claustrophobia Killer Cure, shows him and members of a local caving club diving through a flooded cave. That's another thing I don't get to, man.
Oh yeah, the
people spelunking
caves?
And they go underwater. Why? Gasping for air with each inch they crawl. That was awesome. His channel doesn't solely focus on caving. Strangely enough, his other massively popular videos revolve around elaborate short films about Thomas the Tank Engine.
He's got two hobbies, caving and Thomas.
Which I just want to say, that is so sick. I love the idea of just being like, I'm going to go basically die and then come back and you're just like, Thomas. Yes. Chew. Chew.
Have you seen the clip of the guy who missed the air pocket when they were doing underwater caving?
Oh no.
He started freaking and then he like almost drowned the other guy.
Oh, he just bailed. Stop. You're good.
But yeah, he came up and...
Oh man.
Oh.
I just
pitch black down there. Can you imagine if your light died in the water?
I literally have to scroll until I find like a video of like I don't know, like a basset hound like walking in slow motion. And I'm like, that's the only thing that settles me. It's like basset hound videos or like a bear and he's like in the woods and he's like scratching his back on a tree or something. I'm like, oh, look at him. Or a big turtle eating a piece of cabbage. Oh, that gets me too. Love that. See, I'm already okay now. I was kind of distressed, now I'm all right. You can also find archives of old caving documentaries. Sid Peru, a film producer for the BBC, filmed hundreds of videos of cavers during the 1970s and 80s. His work inspired a whole new generation of people to go and explore caves, which I will say, that's like my favorite thing about YouTube is shit like that. I love those old like documentary style videos. Like I'm sure those would be pretty interesting. The iPhone has made it, and the GoPros have made it so personal where you're like, I think I'm gonna die. Like you're like, you're right there. But I feel like there would be some interesting stuff. And also too, the amount of like old documentaries that you just don't even think about. Like I saw this one of a Scottish guy. He like rides a bike across these mountains and just like he hit all these whiskey bottles everywhere. And he's just getting drunk as going to visit a friend. And when he gets there, she's not even home.
Like,
so he just gets on his bike and rides back. It's like 20 miles. Like, holy fuck. The idea of cave diving on its own is already terrifying for most people. As you can imagine, there are also cave diving horror stories that can be the stuff of nightmares for these people, which is people getting stuck inside of caves. In the town of Oudtshoorn, South Africa, the Congo Caves are a popular tourist attraction where guests can get guided tours through their rocky tunnels. And during one of the tours, an obese woman was advised not to enter the caves because of the potential for her to get stuck. Her husband got into a dispute with the staff and forced them to take her through. That's a brave woman.
I was gonna say.
I went to Casa Bonita and I saw that thing and I was like, I ain't making it through. Black Bart's Cave, I was like, my ass is not making it through this deal. The beginning of the tour features a 2-foot squeeze labeled the Tunnel of Love, otherwise known as the Dietitian's Dream. As the woman attempted to fit through, she slipped and got stuck sitting down with her feet trapped underneath her. Ugh. She was so large that she was perfectly sized to be pinned underneath the rocky ceiling and couldn't move a single inch. And behind her were 22 other guests, including 6 deaf people and a bunch of kids. Staff attempted to free her, but eventually had to call 911, and a 20-person rescue crew was flown in by helicopter, accompanied by numerous EMTs on site. All those stuck in the cave were given blankets and food while the staff tried to free the woman. They had been trapped in there for so long that EMTs had to climb over the woman to administer insulin for the diabetics. And after 11 hours, first responders were able to free the woman by lubing her up with petroleum jelly and pulling her free with a winch. Old reliable, baby. That's how I get out of the tub. Once everyone was out of the cave, the woman was taken to the hospital and treated for minor injuries. The $3,000 rescue ended up boosting tour numbers as curious visitors flocked to see the exact spot where the woman had gotten stuck, which is kind of true. Oh, it was here? Wow.
You think they have a photo up with her?
To me, you have to. If anything, I would have that up there because it's like all the people being like, you should not go down there.
Yeah.
It's a trophy.
Yeah.
You know?
How about
listened.
When the tour guy says, don't go down there because you're obese? Don't go down there. Maybe they know a little thing or two.
Well, I could see someone, I bet you it's probably like tourists or something who are like, I traveled all the way here. I want to go through the fucking thing. I'm sure it's fine. And lo and behold, you're just perfectly sized to not make it through. And you need literal petroleum jelly to be like, pop out. Many caves have large pitfalls that require rappelling, and sometimes equipment failure leaves people trapped at the bottom and puts their mental state to the test. The UK has one of the largest caving communities on the entire planet, with numerous locations to explore and groups to join. The Easgill Caverns have been labeled as one of the most complex dives in the UK. Once a group of 6 men ventured inside, and after 3 hours, they tried to exit through what is referred as the tube. The biggest of the group made his way to the end until a large spike prevented him from fitting through. The entire time he was crawling, water was pouring in on top of him. Jesus. And when he reached the end, his body blocked the flow and caused it to pool all around his head.
Literal nightmare.
I'm gonna die. After panicking, his friends behind him made a human chain and pulled him back through the tube, and it took another 4 hours to exit as they took all kinds of alternate routes. God, dude, 7 hours? Also, I want to say, good friends.
Yeah.
Those are fucking smart dudes where it's like, how do they preserve energy in battery packs so long? I'm sure people bring a shit ton of stuff, but still, good to be prepared. A lot of dumb people would crawl and be like, oh, we'll be in and out there in no time.
And then your flashlight dies.
I mean, imagine actually sitting there in the dark and you have nothing. I mean, like, what? Do you just sit there?
Dead. You're dead.
Do you sit there or do you try to climb?
Yeah.
I'm on the verge of a panic attack.
If your shit dies, you better know which way is the exit.
How would you know? What is up, what is down? You know, in these caves you have to go down to go back up, or like something crazy. You would be so fucked. If a guy was like in pitch black and he was able to make it out, that is insane. And that is like a thing where I'd be like, God is real.
I would just be praying to God that I die peacefully.
I would say, yeah, God, have a fucking snake crawl through and bite my neck, so I can just be like, oh man.
Or the ghouls take me and raise me.
Let the ghouls have my skin, God. At least let the ghouls prevail. Crawling through. Oh boy. It's common sense to avoid caves during rain, yet some people still ignore the obvious risks to fuel their attraction to danger, which I'll be honest, I wouldn't have even thought of that. Okay, it's kind of cloudy. You think we should call it off? No, man, it's a cool day. It's gonna be cool down there. Yeah. And then I drowned. During monsoon season in Thailand, a coach and his 12 young soccer players entered the Tham Luang cave to perform an initiation ritual in which new team members write their names on the cave wall. The team ventured about 2.5 miles from the entrance before a flash flood began, and the cave was being filled with water. Which maybe you heard of this story. The cave they entered was notorious for flooding, especially during rainy seasons. Parents began to worry as hours passed with no contact from their kids. Suspecting that something went wrong, they checked the entrances to the Tham Luang cave and saw their kids' bikes parked outside. Oh my god. Can you imagine driving up on all your kids' bikes and you see like water gushing into the cave? Ugh. Police were alerted and a rescue operation was put together. Divers struggled to make any progress because of the rising water and strong currents, despite water constantly being pumped out. Inside, the group had built a shelf to keep themselves out of the flood water, and the coach was a former monk who taught the kids breathing techniques to conserve air and keep everyone calm. Like, a kind of a fuck up, be like, dude, why the fuck did you take them down there? But at the same time, too, a monk literally being like, let me tell you how to, like, center the fucking universe in yourself. To a child, mind you. You think it's easier for a child than an adult? If an adult's like, it's okay, just calm. Versus an adult would be like, we're gonna die! I feel like children would be more susceptible to be like, okay, I'll listen to you.
Oh,
versus an adult being like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and dive into the water and do whatever. Eventually, international aid from the US and Europe arrived and began to establish guidelines in the muddy water. Progress was slow, but after 9 days, British divers located the group of 13 survivors alive and well. Over the next week, the rescue team came up with a way to extract everybody inside. A pulley system was installed in the flooded sections, allowing the boys to be placed in a bag alongside an air tank while being guided through the water. One by one, everyone was safely removed from the cave and taken to the hospital. All the boys had to have masks put over their eyes because their eyes were too sensitive to the sun from being stuck in darkness for 2 fucking weeks.
Oh my god, they're stuck in the dark too?
Everyone inside the cave would make a full recovery, and in total, 1 diver died while trying to deliver air and was honored for his sacrifice, which that is an actual fucking hero. Yeah. That's like some Hercules shit. That's like Greek mythology levels of hero. Put a picture up of our boy. This is a moment of silence, dude. I'm like legitimately looking up to the fucking heavens because I know like he's getting his dick sucked left and right by all kinds of like angels and stuff, and God's just like, you get party 24/7, motherfucker.
And then you had Elon Musk making the
was that during the Elon Musk time when he called the guy a pedophile? What a fucking loser, dude. Jesus Christ. Entering a cave, especially alone, can be especially dangerous. Too many people get overconfident in their abilities and end up in terrifying situations. Thankfully, there are dedicated teams that specialize in cave rescue that save hundreds of people every year. Unfortunately, not everyone can be so lucky. Yeah, I mean, that would be devastating too. Being your job, having to go in and save people, all those lives, and how many times do you go on and like, or the inevitability that you can't save somebody. I mean, how would you live with that?
Well, you would blame yourself.
You would blame yourself. Yeah. Like, that's not fair, but I'm just saying, like, that's insane. Many cave expeditions can be fatal. Near BYU, there is a cave called the Cave of Death.
Nice.
We should go in there. The entrance for the cave is a small 4-foot tall cavern that leads to a flooded section, and the water-filled passage is only 18 inches wide, 20 inches tall, and 15 feet long. It's fun. On the other side is a large room that could hold up to 6 to maybe 8 people. And in 2005, a group of 5 friends decided to explore the cave around 3 a.m. after their friend Jennifer Galbraith detailed the near-death experience she had exploring it on her own. An hour later, they began their journey together. Jennifer Galbraith, Blake Donner, Ariel Singe, Scott McDonald, and Joseph Ferguson crawled through the passage. Joseph soon realized the risk, decided to hang back and wait for them. Smart. According to the reports, the group had successfully made it to the other side after a brief swim through an underwater passageway. Eventually, when it was time to exit the cave, they ran into trouble. The lack of oxygen caused them to panic, and Ariel was the first to swim back towards the exit. The group was waiting for her to pull up on the fastened rope to signal that she had made it through, but she never did. Meanwhile, Joseph had been waiting for 45 minutes and decided to head back and ask for help. Joseph is smart. Have more friends like Joseph. When rescuers arrived, they started pumping out water and sending oxygen to the cave. And it didn't take long before all the bodies were found inside the flooded crawl space. They had all died trying to escape.
Fuck.
Police believe that all 4 members died after Ariel drowned underwater, blocking them from exiting the passageway. This is like, and hearing these, they never get easier. And then every time I'm always just like, but why did you go? Like, it's just a thing where you want to smack them and be like, but why? And I understand, that it's like a hobby and people want to do it, but man, just hearing these things, like imagine getting a call in the middle of the night and be like, yeah, they found your daughter's body in a cave or something. Oh my God, good fucking Lord. As kids, fast food play places were an endless maze of fun and adventure, right? The McDonald's play place. There's nothing weird there like shit, piss, and dirty syringes, but it's important to remember as adults that the colorful tubes are meant for kids only. Kong Adventure Center, that's right, bitch, we're going to a play place. Kong Adventure Center is a family-oriented activity venue where people can take their kids to hike, climb, run, and cave dive. Within the complex is a massive network of fiberglass tunnels created to simulate a real cave with large rooms and narrow passages. Carl O'Keefe was at a birthday party with his niece, and at some point during the party, he ventured inside one of the artificial caves and began to explore. Why, Carl? While inside, he came upon a tight tube and tried to crawl through. Realizing that he wasn't going to make it all the way, he tried to turn back, but this was impossible because he had become stuck inside. He tried to adjust his body inside the tubing, but the more he squirmed, the more his body compressed. Realizing he was in trouble, he began to scream for help, and staff rushed to his side. A 911 was called, and firefighters and cave rescue teams arrived on the scene. Carl was trapped inside the fake cave for multiple hours until rescuers removed a section of climbing wall and cut him free from his fiberglass fissure. He was quickly rushed to the hospital suffering from serious crush injuries, including organ failure. After 10 days in recovery, Carl would pass away from his injuries.
Jesus.
God. My God. Also too, yeah, you keep squirming, and each time you go into, it's just like literally your body just compressing even more. My God, man. Also too, how fucking devastating for those kids.
Oh yeah.
Man.
They don't get to play in the play place now?
Some people are not interested in dry caves. They need something more extreme. Underwater cave diving is slightly more popular than regular cave diving, but 10 times as dangerous. 31-year-old Miroslav Kuklish decided to go diving alone inside an underwater cave in Pognasia Bay, Croatia. Before going down, he told his friends and family where he was going and descended into the flooded caves. He started his descent at 9:15 p.m., and by 12:15 a.m., the police were called to cave entrance after not hearing from Miroslav. When divers were able to safely enter the cave, they found his body 54 meters below the surface in a part of the cave called the Deep Gallery. After discovering his body, officials were horrified to find a massive diving knife in his chest.
Whoa.
When the autopsy was performed, it showed the knife had entered deep into his chest. He was still alive when he was stabbed. Because there was water in his lungs, indicated he had partially drowned. At first, people believed he had been murdered inside the cave, but there was zero evidence indicating anyone else was inside or around the cave when Miroslav entered. As more evidence was compiled, a new tragic theory emerged. Along with an autopsy, investigators did a routine inspection on his gear and found that they were functioning normally. But his air tanks were completely empty. They also noticed that the cave floor was filled with a thick layer of silt. Most shocking of all, they realized that the knife actually belonged to Miroslav. Once all the pieces were put together, it was obvious that Miroslav had taken his own life once the air tanks ran out, so he wouldn't drown. It's believed that he took a wrong turn near the entrance to the cave and entered the deep gallery instead of the shallow gallery. Realizing he had made a mistake, he tried to leave, but because he had kicked up a large cloud of silt, that blocked his vision. He spent the remaining air desperately searching for the exit. Man, dude, to fucking drive that into your own chest too, underwater, you know how much force you would need for that?
It's fucking badass.
Well, it's just like I guess it's just a thing of just like, that just shows the horrors of drowning too. Like I would rather stab myself to death than have to like sit here and drown. I mean, like, you know, fog, I mean, there's no way you could find anything. And there was definitely no light source coming into the gallery, the deep gallery. Though these stories are all well known, none of them compared to the infamy of the Nutty Putty Cave incident. John Jones was an avid caver who had years of experience squeezing his body through Earth's tightest passages. During a group of exploration in Nutty Putty Cave, just south of Salt Lake City, he split off from the group and went down a tunnel in search for the feature called the Birth Canal. Unknown to him, John had traveled down an unmapped route and found himself needing rescue. During his crawl, he squeezed his body through a slight bend before entering a near vertical drop. Basically, he was in the cave and he was completely upside down stuck, like in a coffin, basically a stone coffin. As he continued down, his worst fears were realized when he reached a dead end. He tried multiple times to free himself, but his 6', 200-pound frame wouldn't bend around the entrance, and he was stuck upside down. John's brother, Josh, was the first to discover him, failing to pull him out before crawling out to call 911. Multiple teams arrived and evaluated the situation, leaving them with 3 options. They could break John's legs and pull him out, drill around him and clear a path wide enough to free him, or create a pulley system to try and shake him out of the crevice. Time was limited. The longer John remained upside down, the greater his risk of complications. His heart was already struggling to circulate blood properly, and if left there too long, his organs would shut down. Breaking his legs would be a last resort, so they tried drilling around him, but the drill jammed and broke down. A pulley system was hooked up to John's feet, but as they began to pull, the equipment snapped, dropping him deeper into the hole and wedging him further in. For 28 hours, he was fed water and sandwiches while hanging upside down, as rescuers worked tirelessly to save him.
But sadly, John's lungs and heart began to fill with fluid, causing his vital signs to slow and eventually stop. Even after his death, rescue teams continued searching for a way to extract his body. After a week of failed recovery attempts, the cave was sealed with concrete to become his final resting place and basically just prevent people from going in and seeing his body. And there's just no way to drag him out. It's a fucking horrifying tale, man. Listen, if you want to feel a rush of adrenaline, there are plenty of options you can do other than caving. Like I said, finishing a Lego set. Legos, you'd be surprised the adrenaline you get. Exploring caves and crawling in the dark might sound fun, but it's a very easy way to find yourself in a life-threatening situation. So, if you're going to participate in this, bring a buddy and do your research, all right? Safe tunneling, my friends. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about disgusting people doing disgusting things.
Just don't have to worry about it.
It's not safe. Kevin is living on top of the bomb. I mean, he doesn't even understand. That is very dangerous, my friend.
Ah! The spring is right around the corner. You know, getting things nice and organized, throwing out some of the unused junk, which I'm a hoarder. I mean, if you look at the back of my room here, I have a dog. My dogs haven't been up here in how long, and I have a dog bed.
Just in case.
Just in case, you never know. But today I wanted to take time to talk about one of my favorite things, people collecting trash and being unable to throw things away because emotionally they are connected to them somehow. I love the idea. I am unable to throw away a bucket. Your mind gets attached to a bucket full of like dead rats or something like that, and you're like, I need it. I can't live without this bucket. What is a hoarding disorder? If you've never heard of hoarding, this is what it is. There is a misconception that hoarders are simply lazy people who don't want to clean or organize their living space. In reality, it's much more complex. It actually became recognized as a mental illness, one that leads to people struggling to part ways with their possessions. It becomes a necessary comfort to keep these items, and discarding them can lead to intense emotional distress. That's what you're talking about. The first catalyst to a hoarder is whenever the kids have those fucking, on the back of your door, the Hot Wheel collector thing. It's weird. It's like, look at my Hot Wheel collection. You shut your door, that thing would do. I swear to God, that is the starting point to emotional stress collecting. I gotta fill them up. Because then, if anything, I remember I was like talking with this friend of mine, and I was like, you have 3 of these. There's like 200 slots on the back of them. He's like, I don't. So he just started putting all kinds of shit. He'd find like twigs and rocks from outside, break them, and like put them in the thing. It felt like a I was like, all right, man, cool. Mom, come pick me up. Many feel the need to hold on to their things as a way to feel like they have a sense of control over their lives. People experiencing dementia, OCD, or depression can sometimes find themselves experiencing these same tendencies. Maybe you're depressed. Better hold on to some of this stuff. Over time, however, this comes at a cost of their own personal health. Their living space can become cramped, dangerous, and covered in health violations. It often leads to isolation, which erodes relationships with friends and family. Which the first case I think of is that one that was people were talking about a lot, was the girl who like hoards her poop.
This house has a septic issue.
Oh yeah, we got that in there.
Okay, good. We're talking about the poop hoarder?
There's still some space in the toilet, but I don't want it to overflow.
My grandma's kind of a hoarder. I had to clean her house.
Your grandma was a hoarder? Like, really? Or were you just like, what are these dolls? I can see you bullying your grandma, dude.
Nick, leave me alone. Stop it, Nick.
I cleaned her house for free. I spent 2 days.
Touch me there.
Just take your medicine and go to sleep, grandma.
She had dog shit, like, stamped in the carpet.
Oh, dude. See, that was one of the reasons why I hated going to my grandma's retirement home. Old dementia kooks walking around and stuff. One of them had a cat that was dead, that like was under the bed, and like nurses would try to come in and clean up, and she's like, get out of here. And she like freak out. It was horrifying. To be an owner of a retirement home like 30 years ago or whatever, gold mine. Oh my God, just put them in a closet. Come see them at Christmas. There's 5 stages of hoarding. Level 1, one who feels the compulsion to collect things but has kept it to a minimum. Their home is still easy accessible. I think that I'm at a level 1 or maybe a level 2, which is how, I mean, if you look around just the things that I collect, I think anybody who's like collects a little something, everyone has a moment in time where they're like, what is this? And you're like, oh, I just keep it. That's, well, see, for me, it's like I'm just so fat, all my clothes doesn't fit anymore. And my wife's like, you should just get rid of these. And I'm like, oh, I'll slim down. I wonder what it is if it's anti-hoarding.
I had that. I used to just throw away shit.
What is, I wonder what that is for.
Well, just more like, I have no use for this. And then you throw away family memorabilia and then they cry.
I think my sister has that. My mom will buy her like a new couch or whatever. And she's like, it just take up too much space. And she's like, throw it. You're like, so you don't have a couch in your house? It's just like a folding chair and a TV, and Bob's Burgers playing on the TV. You're like, all right, dude. Or we could talk about level 2. While not too extreme, there's noticeably more garbage and old food laying around. Perhaps animal waste as well. I've even had some buddies like that, left out food and shit. But it's not even like lazy to throw away. They're like, well, I might eat it. Like, pizza crust that's like just like as hard as a rock. It's good stuff, man. Pizza shop cracker crust. Oh, good stuff. Level 3. A nasty odor begins to ruminate. And bedrooms and bathrooms become unsanitary and unusable. Items begin to collect and stack, taking up a more noticeable amount of space. And then you move into level 4. The odor becomes unbearable, and an abundance of animal feces, bugs, and rodents infest the house. At this point, the junk makes it hard to navigate the property. I like how you actually become like a Greek myth after a while. You literally just have like a labyrinth forming. That's when the Minotaur moves in. And of course, lastly, level 5, the end of the road, the worst stage, where everything is elevated. This can pose great risks to health, as sections of the house will be permanently damaged from the horrible conditions. In extreme cases, bottles of human waste can be found as well. Well, yeah, dude, and at this point, you're like, I don't know how to get the fuck out of here. How do you keep bringing stuff in, though, is what I want to know. You know what I've seen a lot with hoarders is like newspapers and mailers and shit. Can you imagine not being able to throw away junk mailers? Holy credit card offers and stuff like that. I gotta know. You never know. Well, I remember I saw one where a guy was like, see, I'm eligible for $500. I'm eligible for $1,400 credit. Many people find themselves drawn to the extreme levels of hoarding. Let's talk about some of the weirdest and most real examples that are happening in the world. Starting off with the Japanese hoarder. A Japanese woman online known as, okay, dude.
Shirokuma
Tiandedesku Uzuki. What the fuck is this? What, we play Mad Libs here with the deal? Oh, come on, like, this is her name.
Sharo Kumadendasuki 4444.
Whatever, that's her. I don't know what I can tell you. Why can't it could just never be like Sarah, like Jean? Fucking racist for me to say. Why can't her name just be Sarah? A Japanese woman online who gives people a strange deep dive into a young hoarder trying to live her life in alarmingly bleak housing conditions. The photos here, my God.
I thought this was fake. She was showing how she made like stew. She was like putting carrots in, like, and then there's like cockroaches and stuff. But
I could see it maybe being a bit of a troll.
No, but it's real. Unless she just owns a house, she throws garbage in.
What's I'm saying? It might be that, or even just committing to the bit. Like, I'm not really a hoarder, but like this gets clicks, so fuck it, I don't give a shit. That's like a grub human thing, right? A little goblin mode type shit. Her content mainly revolves around her cooking meals, but people became alarmed at the incredibly cluttered rooms. In many videos, it is clear that her apartment has been grossly infected by hordes of insects, and supposedly she has not paid rent in over a year. That's awesome. I'm just not gonna pay it. And began wearing an outfit consisting of overdue payment and eviction forms. You can see these forms decorated all over her room, making a outfit out of people being like, we're gonna kick you out, and she's just like. But over time, her trash began spreading to neighboring apartments and businesses. Her apartment became so much of a fire hazard that firefighters had to break inside the building to forcefully remove the clutter. She is open about her battle with mental health, but has not made much progress throughout her time online. I feel like the worst thing you can do is take your hoarding obsession and make it into a content generator. You're just totally enabling the person to be like, this is awesome. You're a freak. And she's like, awesome. That's engagement. If you were a firefighter and you broke into just like a person's house and they were a hoarder, do you have to keep a professional face? Because the person's got to be right there, right? You break in and they're like in the, like you see like the top of their head and their eyes from a stack. Do you think people are like, oh my God? Or is it more just like stoic and calm?
They probably say, this is a fire hazard, lady.
It's the first thing to say. They break down the hinges of the door. This is a fire hazard, lady. Drag her out by her ankle.
My brother worked at God Junk and he used to go de-junkify hoarders' houses every once in a while. They would have to remove the hoarder from the house.
They stopped them from collecting the shit. They're like, no, not that thing.
This is all contaminated.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. This is unhealthy. It has to be burned. I can't even throw this. I'm not allowed to throw this at the dump. This has to go be fired up and burned.
I mean, they don't forcibly put them out, but I think they're just like, are you ready? And I think that they're like, yeah. But I think they're outside like throwing up and like shitting themselves and stuff. They're like, no, you know, that kind of thing.
Wait, we want to thank today's sponsor, Bad Dragon. We here at Papa Meat are very, very good friends with Bad Dragon, and we want to take time to thank them for being an amazing sponsor. If you're looking to spice up things in the bedroom or even for yourself, consider going to Bad Dragon and getting a little something on the sexier side. We've been to the factory, we've seen how the cookies are made, and let me tell you, the cookies are sweet and the quality's amazing. So if you're looking to spice things up, please consider going to our dear friends Bad Dragon and just check it out and see if there's anything for you or a loved one that may be amazing. Something for grandma. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
But let's go back in time a little bit, right? We need to go back in time to appreciate what some called the first hoarder house, the first recorded hoarder house. That's what they say, which is called the Collier Mansion. Hoarding is not a new thing. In fact, one of the first and most famously known cases of hoarding took place inside a mansion in 1947. That's how you know, too. It was definitely a hoarding house. They're just won the war. And he's just like, I'm not throwing out a thing. Everything's a trophy now. off, Germany. The Collier brothers, Homer Collier and Langley Collier, were born to an unfathomably wealthy American family. Upon their death, they left their luxurious estate to the two of them to live together in. I don't know like that. If you were super wealthy, would you be like, we're gonna live together forever, bro?
If I was tight with my bro.
You would live with your, even because you were tight with your brother, you would live with him forever.
Yeah.
You would never establish a sense of independence for yourself.
Well, it's like him and Harry, dude. You know, they're already doing it.
I guess that's true. You're already doing it with Harry, I guess. The death of their family had a massive impact on them, causing the brothers to isolate themselves in their new home. This was exacerbated when Langley began to go blind in 1932. What started as Langley collecting things he enjoyed, like toys and books, slowly turned into filling the place with an assortment of junk. Not only did this include things like camera equipment or random furniture, but even jarred organs that belonged to his father when he worked as a doctor. God, dude, those old medical, like this is Dad's spleen. He's like, it's not mine, I just have it in a jar. Langley, who was unable to work or tend to himself because of his worsening blindness, was cared for by Homer. Their home was broken into multiple occasions, and in response, Langley used his obscenely large collection of stuff to create a maze that would stop intruders from finding their way in. That is, this is the premise to a horror film. Well, it's like, what the fuck was that movie? Don't Breathe? Is that what it was called? Whatever, the dudes break into the blind dude's house. Whatever, which to be fair, he's doing like a Home Alone, like Macaulay Culkin thing in that movie. But can you imagine you go in and it's a maze and he's just like, welcome. You've made your choice. The smell was becoming unbearable, reaching far beyond their property and towards their neighbors' homes. In response, the city council offered to clean the house, but the brothers refused. One night in 1947, a nasty, rotting smell led to a neighbor calling the police. Officers were sent to inspect the place, but physically could not, as the windows were reinforced with iron bars. There were so many piles of junk at the entrance that an officer had to break in on the second floor just to avoid the impenetrable wall of filth, which I love this picture here. It looks like a Buster Keaton movie. The guy's just like, don't worry, I'll get up there and see if I can fish him out myself, boys. After 5 hours of digging, they found Homer's body. It was perceived he had died from starvation as well as heart disease. Langley was nowhere to be found. People were confused, and the narrative became a story in which Langley killed his own brother and called in the tip himself before fleeing the country. However, after 3 weeks of deep cleaning the Collier mansion, it was discovered that Langley was home the entire time, buried 10 feet away from where Homer's remains after being crushed by his many possessions. This is a Greek tragedy right here. Their story was one bred from severe untreated trauma and mental health struggles, leading to the debilitating need to hoard their belongings. This event led to the phrase Collier's Mansion, to be used by firefighters to refer to a home belonging to a hoarder. How is this not a movie yet? This feels prime for a movie.
Yeah, make it a horror movie too.
You can make it a horror movie, but it could also be something where you could just, especially Hollywood, whatever, you know what they do? They throw like a ghost in there. I have to collect. What's wrong, brother? One guy gets trapped and he's haunting the place or whatever. I can't leave.
Maybe that's how they stop the ghost.
We can't let this evil out in the world. Stack up Dad's jar of organs. This is like, you know, it could be, you could probably do like a movie like 1408. 1408 is like John Cusack goes to a hotel and like this room is supposed to be haunted. It's like a really surrealist shit where he like tries to leave, but like won't let him leave, all that kind of stuff. Whatever. It's actually not a bad movie. Or we could talk about a hoarder who owns 300 to 500 animals. Bit of a weird scale there. It's in that range somewhere. This year, Warren County humane officers were randomly called by a woman from the hospital. She admitted that she had a serious hoarding problem and that her 200 animals were home alone and in need of care. Like, now it's 200. All right, easy. Well, let's see what happens here. When they arrived at the location, they were shocked to find that she greatly downplayed the situation. Not only was the home already covered in dead animals, but they found between 300 to 500 in total. I want to know the day she faced that demon, though, where she's like, yeah, I might have a bit of a problem. I think I might be a hoarder. They found stacks of rodent cages containing hamsters, gerbils, and rats. That would freak me out. That would freak me out. In a horrific scene, several huskies were found dead in the backyard. Only one was still alive when the humane officers arrived, and the animals were transferred to a shelter as it was more than obvious that the woman was not equipped to care for any of them properly. What a fun little story. Wasn't that nice? I'm wondering how much of it is like, does she steal other people's animals and bring them in?
It's a breeding problem. My aunt had that. She let in like...
How many members of your family are you talking about in this one too? Good Lord.
My aunt, she would like feed stray cats and they started breeding, and then she had like 30 in her house.
Oh, they were breeding inside of her house?
Yeah, because she's like, well, I feel bad for them. When my aunt went out of town, my mom was watching her house, and the first day she found a dead cat on the floor. Granted, they knew it was going to die.
You're like, but don't even get me started on my cousin. Or we can talk about the Hoarder junkyard, which created a fire hazard, which I feel like, are these all not fire hazards? Let's see. In 2024, an LA, okay, so it's in LA. An LA family became fed up with their neighbors' hoarding habits. Alina Malone and her husband Josh purchased their dream home in 2021. They spent $1.2 million on it, convinced that this would be their home for the rest of their lives. Out in LA. Their neighbor, however, would collect an insane number of items that would eventually spread to his backyard. Over time, his 5-acre property became a dangerous junkyard filled with absurd objects, refrigerators, shipping containers, burnt car batteries, and piles of moldy clothes. There are 114 vehicles total, some of which are believed by Highway Patrol to be stolen or previously used to enact crimes. Alina knew things had gone too far when she was unable to visit her husband, who was in the middle of chemotherapy. He was vomiting uncontrollably, and Alina physically couldn't leave the house to pick him up because a car was blocking the front gate. What do you do when you're just like, hey, move your shit? Do you think is the guy just like, no? Or do you even see him? Is he like a mystery figure? Not only was this a fire hazard, but the area they lived in specifically was no stranger to harsh weather conditions, because if a rock falls on the ground in LA, it goes up in flames. The owner of the property believes that her son's hoarding started after their house was destroyed by fire in 2017, which led him to feeling the need to constantly scavenge for materials. What? This is District 9? Like, what are you talking about, dude? The house is down. We need wood. We need firewood. This kicked off the bad habit. It had only worsened over time due to other possible trauma. The Malones are forced to wait until the city clears out all the numerous cars in the neighborhood yards. Only then can the LAPD enter the property, according to Alina. It seems that nobody will really be pushed to fix the issue until another serious disaster strikes. I love how that one ends of just like, that's just her life now. Forever stuck in her house. Her husband on chemotherapy is still there. You know, he's fully recovered now with a new family. He has a full head of hair and couldn't be happier right now. She's just in the gate though. She just orders DoorDash and she has to like reach to the gate. Can we just throw it? Just throw it. Or in 2022, Robert Elsie was found dead, buried underneath a pile of garbage. It's always just great when the sentences start off like that. You're like, there it is. Police were called in after his neighbors noticed his mail began to stack up on his front porch. Like, what do you mean stacked up? The guy's just like, Police were called in after his neighbors noticed his mail began to stack up on his front porch. It seemed that he had trapped himself inside his own hoarded possessions, possibly dying from asphyxia. He suffocated amongst his own trash, which I guess, like, looking at the pictures here, that is insane. No! Investigators were told by his neighbors that Robert's mother passed away 10 years ago, but there was no record of this available. When one of Robert's storage units was put up for auction, the new owner was shocked to find that amongst more piles of garbage, there was a box that contained the skeleton of his dead mother. Robert decided to hide her death to keep it off record and continue collecting her Social Security and retirement payments. That's the thing too, is he was trying to swim through the trash in his house to, like, the mailman was just like throwing the checks at the door and he's like, can we just throw it? Man, imagine finding you like in Storage Wars. That's how you know this show sucks dick. You didn't find one skeleton once. There's not one dead woman. And yeah, this is a crazy buy. Or in 2016, a senile Brooklyn woman named Rita Wolfenson. A senile Brooklyn woman.
Take her pick.
Yeah, honestly, buddy. That's all of them. In 2016, a senile Brooklyn woman named Rita Wolfenson had been inadvertently living with the skeletal remains of her son for up to 20 years. What do you mean inadvertently? He left one day. His like full corpse is just like there on the floor. Rita was not only a hoarder, but she was completely blind. Okay. Don't start me off with like she's senile. Nothing else. Just kidding, she's blind. One day, she was in the hospital and needed a relative to go to her house to pick up a few things. When her sister-in-law arrived, the house had a pungent, rotting smell. She soon discovered a skeleton laying on his back on the floor. It was still fully dressed and seemingly untouched.
20 years?
20 years in the same outfit, dude. Law enforcement described the scene as being straight out of a horror movie. Rita was totally convinced that her son simply moved out and wasn't reaching out to her. A funeral was prepared over a decade after his death. So I like how she's just like, one day she's just like, I guess he's never talking to me again. Like, just totally, didn't even want to say goodbye. I think he's just gone. There's no way she didn't trip over them like once or twice. I don't think she just knew and she accepted it. I think that she just didn't care. I've been in a room where my dog has taken a shit and like it's just immediately noticeable. If you're blind, your sense of smell is going to be way off the charts with that. You can hear him like wheezing and shit. We could talk about a hoarder's house that was engulfed in flames. Jesus Christ. That's got to be like a superconductor, doesn't it? You like one match in a hoarder's house, it's gone. Barbara Verboven, these are great names, by the way. Barbara Verboven was a former member of the Greenwich Board Education before becoming greatly ill, which led to her being cared for by her 42-year-old son, Dean. My name is Dean Verboven. Why do you look so, like, suspicious? I'm Dean Verboven. The state of the home began a slow decline as Barbara spent her days glued to her bed, unable to do anything but eat, sleep, and watch TV. Preach. Fast forward to 2016. The home was in an unbearably bad state, which infuriated her neighbors. They believed it made the entire neighborhood look hideous, on top of it being a safety hazard. No one gives a fuck about it being a safety hazard. There's like some war vet. He's like sitting there like mowing his yard, and he's like, making us all look bad. Eventually, state social workers were directed to enter the home and clear out the mess. This infuriated Dean. And to get revenge on those responsible, he decided to burn down his own home before they could arrive. All right, Dean. Okay, Dean. I'm Dean Verboven. Dean was killed in the process, either from a self-inflicted wound or being trapped in his hoarder den and unable to escape in time. Barbara, however, made it out with only a few injuries. How the f did Barbara make it out, dude? What was Dean hiding in there? His birth certificate, that's it. I'm Dean Verboven. You go in that house, I'll kill myself. We get into a nice little true crime thing here, which is the duck sauce killer saga. What's duck sauce?
Duck sauce is a sauce.
Is that just a normal thing? Duck sauce? In a strange story from 2022, a hoarder murdered an innocent delivery driver over his strange desire to collect duck sauce. I really feel we are in the end time somehow. One night, a Chinese food delivery man named Z110 was shot to death in Queens. New York again, buddy. Police began to investigate the murder. After talking to the staff of Great Wall, the Chinese restaurant, they discovered the existence of a suspicious customer named Glenn Hirsch. One day, a man named Glenn Hirsch ordered takeout from Great Wall and became infuriated at the lack of duck sauce given to him in his order. He was denied a refund, which sparked several months of intense harassment towards the staff. The 50-year-old disgruntled customer was known to destroy employee vehicles and slash their tires. And in one instance, he confronted the owner and pulled a gun on him over duck sauce, dude. God! Glenn asked the owner how his car is doing before saying, "Remember me? I will kill your entire family." That's a direct quote. Remember me? Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Z-Win helped wrestle the gun away from him, and Glenn vowed to get his revenge. I like how Z-Win was just like, give me that gun, idiot. Weeks later, Glenn Hirsch was arrested after surveillance video revealed him circling the restaurant for hours as he waited for Z-Win to come out. The video shows the entire encounter, including the shooting. He was charged with second-degree murder as well as criminal possession of a loaded firearm on top of stalking. His estranged wife was also charged for firearm possession after Glenn's stash of illegal pistols were found in her apartment wrapped in tinfoil. And if you look at the apartment, it's just when Glenn's home was searched, police quickly realized that Glenn was a hoarder. Rooms were covered in various boxes, CDs, magazines, and bags of trash. Strangely enough, his refrigerator was filled to the brim exclusively with condiments, mainly duck sauce. 4 months after the shooting took place, Glenn Hirsch shot himself to death in fear of being sent to prison. His suicide note claimed he was innocent, determined that photographers purposely destroyed his house to make him look like a hoarder, and that the quantity of condiments in his fridge was greatly exaggerated. You, Glenn Hirsch. This felt like a flimsy defense to many, especially after photos released where you could see Glenn threatening employees at the restaurant with the gun. Look at this guy, dude. Glenn Hirsch. What a monster. Like a mental breakdown had to have happened there. Your entire fridge is just condiments and it's mostly duck sauce. What do you think the obsession with duck sauce was?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like he liked it. Maybe just like the color.
I had a buddy one time who would keep tons of chocolate sauce, like chocolate syrup, in his fridge. And it's just because one time he like became obsessed with it because one time I think a girl sucked his cock with chocolate sauce on it. And he was just like, I'm just in case. It was like the greatest moment of his life, which I was like, more power to you. Also too, you could always get some chocolate milk whenever you want when you were there. Very nice. We've talked about some real stuff, but we got to talk about the industry, media, cable television's effects on hoarders, and the beautiful show, one of the greatest television programs of all time, which is the Hoarders TV show itself. And we got to talk about probably the best episode. I mean, if you've seen one episode of Hoarders, you've kind of seen all of them.
Every house is different, unique.
No, I think everybody just has newspapers and, empty boxes of cereals. But there is one that stands out above all, Nick. You are right about that. Which Hoarders, if you don't know, is a very popular TV show that delves into the lives of hoarder families in an attempt to clean up their homes and help them treat their hoarding disorder. I don't think it ever works. It's kind of like intervention. He's been clean for 2 months. Motherfucker's back on like air duster. One of the most infamous episodes is in season 6, where they visit the home of Shauna in Washington. Shauna, who already experienced hoarding tendencies, had returned to live with her mom, who was already a serious hoarder. Hoarder meets hoarder. Wonder what that outcome could be. This led to Shauna's habits becoming worse and worse until her mother eventually died from cancer 13 years later. According to Will, Shanna's brother, the condition of the house undoubtedly led to the mom's death. That guy's just like, Shanna gave my mom cancer. That's kind of like a up thing to say, right? The house is dirty. Shanna, I hope you burn in hell. Shanna, who now lived alone in the house off disability benefits, is surrounded wall to wall in absolute filth. There is hardly a single inch of the floor that isn't stacked to the brim with garbage. The city was fed up with the state of her yard, which was covered in human waste and other random objects. They began fining her $250 per day until it was cleaned up, which led to the Hoarders TV crew stepping in to stop the city from taking away their home. Because goddamn, that's a good episode. When cleaning specialist Matt Paxton spends the night at Shanna's place to better understand her situation, it's worse than he could have possibly imagined.
This house is disgusting. It's hands down the worst smelling house I've ever smelled in my life.
This is pretty disgusting, y'all. Serious. The smells were sickening, and jugs of urine and feces were found all over, some of which belonging to her deceased mother. Not even all of it Shanna's mix. Not even her own brew. If I was a hoarder and my mom died like that, you better believe I'd be keeping like piss and shit jugs from her. Miss you, Mom? Scattered across the floor, he found bloody tampons and black mold. That's a disastrous combo. We cannot allow those chemicals to mix. A septic issue rendered the toilet unusable, even though it remains filled to the brim with feces. Instead, she opted to use a Home Depot bucket to relieve herself. Damn good buckets.
This is her bucket, man.
Because the bucket would become too heavy to lift, she would use separate jugs and buckets to slowly transport the waste to the backyard where she would dump it out. Because it's like, what am I going to do? Every time I go, I'm going to have to dump it. So yeah, I have like a series of small jugs and stuff in the backyard. Without washing her hands, she proceeds to make dinner for the two of them by filling a paper bowl with canned soup and cooking it in the toaster oven. When the bowl begins to burn, she claims that that's normal.
I smell smoke right now.
Oh no, it does burn it a little bit when I put it in the toaster oven.
She's like eating microplastics, right? The brother comes in. He's like, what did I say? She sits down next to piles of trash and feces as she eats. And when Matt discusses the source of the smell, Shanna is absolutely shocked that it's because of the piles of human waste, rather than, quote, a musty odor due to mold and dust.
What is the main cause of the smell?
Musty odor, having to do with mold and dust.
No.
No?
It's the feces and urine that's in the house.
Okay, so it's still musty.
Yeah. But it's from feces and urine.
Not because the mold and dust is getting on everything.
Dust is nothing compared to all the feces and urine. Is that brand new information to you? To think that the feces and urine has something to do with the smell?
I guess so, because I thought it was due to the mold and dust.
After this discovery, she tells Matt, quote, I've learned a lesson about fecal matter today, if nothing else. And she's like, I have not even thought about a single other thing. I'm just more interested than I am. I'm not saying that I'm going to change anything. I'm just saying that kind of interesting. As the cleaners begin to sift through her kitchen, they are surprised to see that Shanna prefers to keep her moldy bread because she can cut off the moldy parts. When pushed to throw it out, she compares her situation to an intervention where the addict just wants to, quote, go out in a blaze of glory. AKA, she eats the moldy, expired food one last time. When they refuse to let her, she is quoted saying, again, why does it matter? I've been eating poop for 12 years. Awesome. And she's just like, moldy bread? You have no idea.
I would not eat a salad that had poop on it.
Well, I'm still hell-bent.
In the end, Shanna was not deemed capable of living on her own. Resources were provided to help her move into a transitional housing so she could find a safer living condition. The house, meanwhile, was so damaged from the filth that it was cheaper to bulldoze it and buy a new one than try to salvage what was there, which you have a little before and after. I mean, it looks like a house that was holding shit. That's just what even the after. It's insane. Those hardwood floors just being like, put me out of my misery, peel me up and throw me away. Of course, we got to go to Reddit. We went to the TV. Let's go back to, let's check out Reddit on r/Child of Hoarder subreddit support group. God damn, dude. Probably could have labeled that something a little less horrific too. Child of Hoarder. For children who were unfortunate enough to be born in the living conditions of a hoarder, a subreddit was created that allowed them to vent about their frustrations and receive support. So these are people who are just like, does anyone else have a mom who's just hoarding? Many have discussed the intense burnout they feel trying to clean an endlessly replenishing source of garbage. Others voice their struggles staying clean with their entire home outside their room is extremely filthy. So people are like, I feel like I have to clean all the time, or I feel like I'm disgusting all the time because I'm sleeping next to Little Debbie wrappers and boxes of toasters and shit like that. You know what I mean? This is an interesting post here. It's just titled Smell. How do I keep my room and myself smelling clean when my house smells like mold, piss, and shit? Literally. I shower every day, wash my hair every other day, scrub myself the down, wear deodorant, clean clothes, perfume, and lotion, but I'm still scared I smell bad because some boy said, "Ew, you guys need some new perfume. You smell," to a friend and I. They could have been joking, but still. My room, air filter on 24/7, and if I don't have that on, I have a candle on. Trash in my room gets taken out when necessary, so like 2 times a week maybe, but I feel like it could still smell, so I don't know. Just need some suggestions. And in worst cases, users have been posted about how they have to call the Department of Health and Child Protective Services on their own parents just to get themselves out of their living situation. That's horrible. I guess to end this video, you know, hoarding seems kind of funny. On the surface, it seems pretty funny. You know, you collect trash. What the hell are you thinking? But with anything that's mentally disturbing, it's like always based in some kind of deep-rooted trauma. I could easily see people folding into a hoarding lifestyle. Hoarding is the long game. Starts off with a little something, and then you blink 15 years later, and then you're dying underneath in your own labyrinth of filth, basically. The Minotaur is putting his hoof on your chest, being like, "Good night." So if you're starting to collect things, just know that collecting things can be fine. Sometimes you don't want to think, you can get sentimental over little non-living objects, right? But if it starts being like an empty box of cereal, it really start to evaluate where you're at with your headspace. How you doing? You know, talk to somebody. And also, if you know somebody in one of these things, maybe give them a checkup. Never wrong to say hello to a friend you haven't seen in a while, right? They're still in their house. They smell weird. We also found out that Nick's family is got a lot of hoarders there too. You're not a hoarder though. At least not yet. Not yet. Until next time, everybody, don't be hoarding shit. We'll see you next time.
I'm going to teach you how to make homemade duck sauce. Never be at a loss for duck sauce again. 3 tablespoons of apricot preserves, white vinegar. Now whisk this together and take your duck sauce and pour it into your jar, just like that. And there you have it. Homemade Chinese duck sauce.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and selling down because today we're talking about nursing homes. There comes a time in many people's lives when it's too hard to take care of grandma or grandpa and you gotta throw them into a nursing home. Nursing homes allow families to stay in touch with their elderly loved ones while avoiding the mental and financial burden of full-time care, aka not living in my basement or house. Hi, Grandma. Most people believe they are doing the right thing by trying to make their grandparents' last few years as comfortable as possible. However, once you walk through those front doors and leave your loved ones behind, they are subjected to a nightmarish world of abuse, violence, and death, which was inevitable, but this is death that came too soon. Or maybe not soon enough, I don't know. So buckle up as we take a look at the neglect and abuse inside nursing homes. If you go online, you can find numerous reports and articles about how the conditions within nursing homes are akin to those inside asylums from the 1800s and 1900s. It's true. If you've ever been to one, I visited my grandparent and one, not going to get into it. She was a bit of a dicey duck herself, but let me tell you, literally people on the floor screaming, you know, I mean, it was like a giant preschool for like people's brains that are like mentally deteriorating. It was fucking frightening. It literally did look like an asylum. Robes and like people eating food, like looking out a window, Greg, screaming for their children. Is Greg coming? And like the person walking by that works there is just like, no, and I said, stop. That kind of thing. It was fucked up. It was the 90s back then, but people are not crazy for saying this. That's all I'm gonna say. There are stories that can back up the claims. In the US, nursing homes are rated 1 to 5 stars, and all 1-star facilities have the worst stories, obviously, right? Like a care facility in Will County, Illinois, where residents complained about cold food, employees not helping them, and keeping them awake, and withholding messages from family members.
Oh, Grant, my son, I love him.
Can you just send this to, I haven't heard from them so long. Ben. In response to these complaints, the staff would point across the street to a cemetery. Have you heard from my daughter? Go. Go.
Like a dog.
Yeah, right. You get over there. Oh. What's fucked up too is if, like, you know how people buy their coffins? Do you think the nursing home people, they're just like, let's see if it fits because it's going to be real soon? It sounds like that, right? Something, you'll be in there soon. You're going to be worm meat.
Do you think they let them sleep in them? You're going to be sleeping here for a long time.
Isn't it comfy? It's kind of stiff. And they shut it and they like fucking lock it shut. When the administration was asked about the complaints, she said, quote, yes, were cited, but those things did not happen. Anybody can say anything. You're gonna believe all these fucking old pieces of shit? And at another facility, all the hallways and public areas were clean and orderly, but inside the patient rooms lay the horrible conditions. Because that's all you have to do is whenever people are inspecting the facilities, oh, look how nice this is. Can we check out one of the rooms? We have a vacant room down here that we'll show you. They have like a showroom, you know, but everything else is horrible. Which inspectors arrived at the Berwyn home for a surprise inspection and were immediately greeted by the smell of urine. When they entered the room, they saw a 97-year-old woman on her bed with dried pieces of poop on her sheets, like a cat.
A cat?
Yeah, you know, like I don't know, like a dog or something. It's like, you know, it's like when you find out that your cat or dog took a shit in the house, you're like,
oh yeah.
How the fuck did I not know? It's like all hard and shit. How did I not know about this? It's like
Been
that.
here for a while.
Yeah, they haven't checked on her in a long time. What if they knock and they're like, can we come in?
No.
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
See ya.
Please help me.
Lock the door again. He's fine. He's fine. On top of the dry poop, she had sores in her butt that were larger than a golf ball, and her left heel was quoted as being, quote, red and mushy, like a piece of wet red velvet cake. Staff didn't change her catheter, which was sitting in the poop, and every time... Okay. All right. And every time they pumped it, she would wince in pain.
Stop.
Stop that.
She also had bruises on her body from a lift machine being improperly used.
You never seen those lift machines?
Oh, to get him out of the bed?
Yeah, it's like one of those things like fucking mechanics use to get a engine out. Ow, ow, with the catheter
Probably
still
just
in.
fucking wrapped it to her ankle, and she's like, no, being dragged up. And the inspectors came back multiple days and saw that this same woman had been continually left in her own feces. Her conditions were so bad that she was diagnosed with pneumonia and gangrene in her left foot. And worst of all, the inspectors came back again to check up on the woman after the gangrene diagnosis and found that her bandaged gangrenous foot was soaked with diarrhea. What? And the staff neglected to change it. What are these inspectors doing? Are they just like, come on?
Yeah, it's like when a cop writes a fix-it ticket.
Yeah, come on, get this changed. I like how the staff too is just like, I'm not going to. Okay, well guys, please. With sugar on top. When confronted about these horrible conditions, the nurse said that she refused treatment for both her sores and her foot. So she's just like, I'm not touching that gross old woman. It's probably pretty normal for them to have to give baths and stuff, so they probably just weren't even bathing her either.
No.
You think they gave her like that, you know, like that in like movies when it's like a Roman soldier's hurt, like it's bath time, and they just like rub her head. She's like, oh, and that's it. Yeah. You're like Julius Caesar.
Can I see my family now?
That's her probably all hours of the day. She doesn't even sleep anymore.
It's kind of sad if you think about it.
Horrible. I mean, it's fun to do. I was kind of getting, it's kind of like a stimming for me. I was like, feels good on my lips.
Hunter, I have something to tell you.
What is it, Mom?
You may want to put that energy drink down. I don't think your heart can take it.
Well, Mom, I appreciate your concern, but I've actually been drinking Gamer Sup's raw meat blend that's non-caffeinated. While they do have a caffeinated option, both are equally delicious, so I think it should be okay.
Hunter, you're not my son.
What?
There's no way you could be my son. Look at you. You're too big. I mean, nobody is as fat as you in the family.
Oh, God.
Whoa, whoa there, little Debbie. Don't want you to slip into a diabetic stroke.
I'm sugar-free! And it's keto-friendly, Mom!
Don't call me that anymore. I just got back from the courthouse. Papers are signed. You're not my son.
Oh, God!
And quit crying like that. It just makes you look so fat.
Oh, God!
Reports of the facility don't stop there. Inspectors reported multiple instances of patients having beds with rails that were not needed to keep them in there. I can't get out. A giant baby cage by giant crib.
Get me out of here.
I want to walk around.
I want to walk. Put me in my chair. I want to go to the cafeteria.
This neglect resulted in the death of an obese patient who got stuck between the rails and the bed. Me, dude. My arm and shoulder get stuck. I'm like, I can't breathe.
Was he trying to roll out, or like?
I think he's probably trying to go in between them. Or he got stuck between them and he just couldn't breathe. Greg! Greg! A few months after the inspection crew left, a few months. What did this inspection crew do? A few months after the inspection crew left, a respiratory therapist walked into a patient's room and found him stuck between his air mattress and the guardrails. When asked about the situation, the therapist said, quote, "I've seen residents trapped like this before, so I knew what to do. I immediately deflated the mattress," implying that this was a regular occurrence at these nursing homes. He's like, it happens all the time. They get stuck, they die. They're basically on their way out. And that's probably the mentality too, right? Mentality too, there's just like, they're basically at the fucking door anyways. They got 1 foot out already, and the air mattress got him. It happens.
I've known people who have worked in nursing homes, and they've said that the mentality, they actually become very resentful of the people staying there because they're very hard to take care of and they don't get paid enough.
Oh, the nurses? Oh, sure.
Yeah, so it's like what happens is they'll have like patients that just get on their nerves because they're like quote unquote needy.
Yeah,
They
pudding,
need some-
pudding.
Yeah.
Pudding.
Or they're like, you know.
Pudding. Pudding. And they're just like, say pudding again. I'll fucking sock you in the mouth. Especially too, they're just like, you get to die and go to hell. I have to wake up tomorrow and come back here. That's all you hear all day.
Pudding. Pudding. Pudding.
I want to walk.
Pudding.
I mean, how much money do you think you would need? How is it? Is it worth it? I don't think there's one person, no one inspires to be, can I work at a nursing home?
My mom got $200 for a weekend to watch over old people and wipe their butts.
Why didn't she stay?
Oh, why didn't she stay? I think they died.
$200 well secured. But even with the mattress lowered, the man didn't fall. His head was still stuck in the railing and his skin had begun to turn blue. Staff were able to free him, but it was too late. When the resident reached the emergency room, he was pronounced dead. But yeah. Were they gonna tell me like, yeah, his fucking neck is all blue and purple? Like, take him to the hospital. Why? Why? He's literally like this in between the railing.
I think he's still breathing.
Call an ambulance. His heels are mashed potatoes and his fucking, he's got sores all over his body. He's not blinking and his eyes are black. Hurry, resuscitate this man.
Do you think them deflating the mattress made it worse?
I don't think it matters. I think they deflated it. And I'm just imagining his body like moving with the deflation. So he's just like already dead, right? So he's black and blue and he's just like like moving down with the deflating mattress. They called the paramedics because they were like, if we don't, it's gonna look like he was dead on the spot.
It's definitely a cover up to be like,
Cover up, 100%.
It was a lie.
I can't. Oh, he passed away at the hospital.
His head got stuck. I don't.
Well, he was old. His head got stuck. Many of these stories are never heard by the general public. One, because I don't think people care, but also it's allowing their malpractice to continue unchecked. However, with the advent of social media, the public gets a better glimpse at what goes on inside. In November 2015, a video was posted to Instagram of a nurse at a Los Angeles nursing home bending over residents' faces. Okay. A video was posted to Instagram of a nurse at a Los Angeles nursing home bending over residents' faces and heads and farting. The nurse was quickly fired, which just goes to show that if a person in 2015 was doing this, can you imagine what they were doing like in the 80s?
Oh, yeah.
Like literally probably like spreading their ass cheeks open, having like the tip of the person's nose on their asshole and like blowing huge farts in their faces.
I'm gonna tell my family.
I want to go for a walk. Yeah, I'm gonna tell my daughter, Sarah. She died in a drunk driving accident 2 years ago. Don't say that. In her wheelchair? No. No. Take me back to my room.
Well, also the staffing would just be like, who's gonna believe you?
Who's gonna believe you? Remember you fell down the steps earlier? I did. That's why you have those bruises that look like baseball bats on your legs. That's from falling downstairs.
Oh, I should be more careful.
At Rosewood Care Center in St. Charles, Illinois, got a lot of Illinois one. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is going on up in Illinois in these Steele's nursing homes?
All of this came from one research document.
Oh, so this is all one. Okay.
It was like on Illinois. Yeah.
So this is just the same center. Okay. At Rosewood Care Center in St. Charles, Illinois, a nurse posted a video to Snapchat of another nurse slapping a dementia patient with a nylon strap as they begged them to stop. Both workers pleaded guilty to misdemeanor battery. They talking about like the little snap-on thing. And they're like, stop! Enough of that! Two nurses recorded videos of residents vomiting, resident getting help with their blocked bowel, aka they're unclogging the shit out of their fucking stomach. And those nurses were charged with misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, and invasion of privacy, but both pleaded no contest to those charges. And a facility in St. Petersburg, Florida reported a medical assistant for recording two residents having sex and posting it to Snapchat. The worker immediately confessed to their crime and was arrested and charged with multiple counts of voyeurism.
So he just cracked the door open and they do this every night.
Their sex too, it's just them both in their chairs, like knees, and they're just like looking at each other like this. Where am I? What am I doing? What is this? Soup, hot soup! In Clarksville, Iowa, an employee posted a picture of a resident's butt and posted another picture of a resident's poop in his hand saying, "This is what I do at my job." It's unclear whether the worker was fired, as the administration refused to comment on the situation to the media. He's like, that's just good, clean fun. Gave him the Jim Halpert. Yeah. This is what I do for a living. Over in Oklahoma at the Cleveland Manor Nursing Home, one nurse willingly confessed to a horrible crime he committed against a patient. During a routine shift, 24-year-old Nicholas Kank had to care for an individual who experienced diarrhea reportedly up to 10 times. You get that boy some water. Get him a Gatorade. Need his electrolytes up. After having to clean up poop for the 10th time, he grew infuriated and wadded up 8-inch ball of toilet paper and shoved it into the resident's ass.
See, that's where the resentment starts coming. The 8th time! The 8th time!
Yeah, exactly, the 10th time. I don't think anybody's really innocent here, all right? I'm saying that it's a two-way road. I've been in one before, Nick. I hear how they talk to him, too. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're fucking ugly. You're fat. No, I've heard that shit before. You're so fat. I don't want you to touch me. You'll make me fat. That kind of stuff. So he was sitting there. He's just like, I'm going to do it again. And again.
Yeah, taunting.
And again. You might as well bring a cot in here because you're going to have to sleep here with me all night. Which, granted, I don't think that would ever send me into... I'd probably just quit. I don't think I'd ever wad up a ball of thing and be like, bend over, I'm putting this up your ass. No! It didn't take long for the man to complain about the massive toilet paper in his ass to another nurse and basically had it removed. Not long after it was removed, the nursing home director called the police and Nicholas confessed to his actions, resulting in his arrest. He sat in jail with a $40,000 bond, but his sentencing was never publicly stated. AKA, they paid for that motherfucker to get out of there. Come back.
Come back.
Yeah, come back. The guy sitting there, he's like, oh, thank God Nicholas is gone. The door slowly creaks open. He's like wrapping a thing of toilet paper around his hand like that. Oh. Nursing homes are especially at risk during natural disasters because many residents can't move on their own. This became a serious problem when one Louisiana nursing home had to endure a hurricane. Hurricane Ida, a Category 4, hit Louisiana on August 16th, 2021, and was the second deadliest since Katrina in 2005. Bob Dean owns 7 nursing homes in New Orleans, with more than 800 residents under his care. To prepare for the approaching storm, he moved all of them to a warehouse in Independence, a town just north of New Orleans. This warehouse was not equipped for this many people, especially with how many that had specific needs they need met. Many tenants were rushed out to their rooms and went days without proper medication. Generators of the warehouse failed, leaving people without air conditioning as temperatures rose to dangerous levels inside. The building's ceilings leaked, and the bathrooms failed due to this storm and the excessive use by people trapped inside. Mattresses that were laid out on the floor were soaked by the thin layer of flood water, and many residents had to lay in their own poop as there was no one there to clean them.
So they basically just put a bunch of old people in a warehouse.
It seems like they took everybody from these nursing homes, went to an empty lot, opened up the door, and just rolled all their like wheelchairs and beds in and just shut the door.
Locked it up. You'll be safe in here, guys.
Dean also neglected to put enough food and water inside the warehouse, leaving many residents to starve and go days without any proper nutrition, which it just seems like literally he left a dog bowl with kibble and water there, and there was no nurses there. He's just like, just stay here. I'll be back in a couple weeks or a month when this whole thing blows over. I bet you was sitting there watching TV and he's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
gets up.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, I forgot they're still up there. The cherry on top of this whole situation was that he was obstructing police officers and medical officials from entering the warehouse to inspect conditions. He's like,
yeah, they're fine.
They're fine in there. Just stop. Stop. And after the storm ended, 5 people had passed away, and Dean was in serious trouble. He flew in from Georgia and turned himself in to the authorities. In total, he faced 15 charges, 8 cruelty to the infirmed, 5 counts of medical fraud, and 2 counts of obstruction of justice. Dean faced over 20 years in prison, where the judge chose to give him 3 years of probation because he had a clean criminal record, and he was old by the time he was sentenced. He's like, ah, fucking whatever. Just don't leave your house. He's just like, hey, you got it, judge. Like, all these like families are like, what the fuck? The only real repercussions he had to face were paying over $20 million in multiple lawsuits on behalf of the victims. Well, there you go. At least he had to pay something.
5 people did die.
People had to lay in their poop. They were kept in basically an oven for for weeks or whatever, and he wouldn't let people go inside there, but at least he paid a little something, right? In the medical field, nurses and doctors are the people you trust the most because they're the ones who take care of you. Yet, many abuse that trust. One nurse in Pennsylvania went on a 3-year power trip that made her potentially one of the most prolific serial killers in U.S. history. I'm of course talking about Heather Presty. She was a veterinary technician for nearly 15 years and spent most of her time putting down animals. I wonder how this is going to translate.
Foreshadowing.
Is that foreshadowing me things? In 2018, she obtained her nursing license after initially failing to earn her degree. She went on to work at 12 different nursing homes throughout the Pittsburgh area. Right off the bat, her fellow coworkers thought she was odd and even reported her to the state health department for harming patients. But little did they know she was doing things way worse than just harming her patients. In May of 2023, people began noticing that she was administering insulin to tenants who didn't require it. This launched an investigation into Presty's work and covering a dark secret. From 2020 to May of 2023, Heather had been giving her patients a lethal dose of insulin on purpose. She did her killings on the night shift when there was less staff and she had better access to the insulin itself. Furthermore, she used insulin because it was tough to detect in autopsies, making it seem like all of her victims passed away due to natural causes. In May of 2024, Heather pleaded guilty to 3 charges of first-degree murder and 19 charges of attempted murder, resulting in 3 consecutive life sentences, plus an additional 380 to 760 years in prison. While she pleaded guilty to 19 charges, officials believed she may be linked to 17 additional deaths that align with her pattern and timeline, placing her among the most notorious serial killers in American history. God, dude. Unfucking believable. I mean, it has to be a power trip, like we said, but still.
Well, if she was a vet tech, she killed animals, she might have felt bad for the animals, and I'm wondering if she purposely killed a couple.
Oh, so you're saying that she was just like, they're suffering. So yeah, that she sees like an adult guy sitting there with like a shit-filled diaper. She's like, there's just no way to live. I'll help you.
Or it could be, I like to kill.
I'm a demon. Nurses and staff are not the only things you should be afraid of in a nursing home. When you put over 100 elderly people who forgot where they are or don't want to be there, it tends to lead to resident-on-resident violence. I'm sure that's a shocker. Putting a bunch of like brain-dead giant toddlers in a room. I'm sure that's going to be fine. Some nursing homes give the option for community members to have a roommate if they're more independent. This is usually an excellent option for those seeking company, but for others, it can be a nightmare. Elizabeth Barr was a healthy 100-year-old woman who enjoyed reading books and spending time with her family. A healthy 100-year-old woman?
For 100 years old, she was in good shape.
On September 23rd, 2009, she spent the day with her son and enjoyed her favorite restaurant before returning home to her 98-year-old roommate, Laura Lundquist. The next morning, the staff came in to check on the 2 roommates when they found Elizabeth dead on her bed with a bag over her head. At first, investigators believed that she had committed suicide. All right, well, that was a fun time. Let's lay here and die. Like, what?
Then they thought she just accidentally crawled into the bag.
Like a child. I'm a 100-year-old woman. I don't know what I'm doing.
But after doing a little more digging, they found that there was tension between her and her roommate. And according to the patient's records, Laura had been diagnosed with delusions, dementia, anxiety, and paranoia. While they were roommates, she became increasingly jealous of Mrs. Burroughs because she received more flowers and more visitors. Which I will say, if you're a fucking 90-year-old like psycho, you're just like, why does she get all the attention?
The 98-year-old said that the other girl was making her life like a living hell.
I feel less than human. I'm like her goddamn lapdog.
But the final straw was when a nurse moved a table from Laura and gave it to Mrs. Barrow. The following morning, they found Mrs. Barrow dead and the table back on Laura's side. The roommate was quickly arrested, but after further evaluation, she was deemed incompetent to stand trial and was sent to a hospital where she died. Across the pond in the UK, a 92-year-old amputee had the police called to his room after trying to stab a staff member with a butter knife. Donald Burgess resides at Park Beck Residential Care Home in East Sussex and acquired assistance with most things because his leg amputation left him in a wheelchair. One day, he poked a staff member with a butter knife, and 2 police constables, Rachel Kamado and Stephen Smith, arrived in the room. I want to say we have a video for this. I'm going to hell. After multiple attempts to peacefully get him to drop the knife, Smith had emptied his entire can of pepper spray onto Donald's face. The man is like in a bathroom. I don't know where he's at, but he's like parked back there and he has one leg and he's holding this tiny knife and they empty an entire thing of spray in his face and he's like, ah! Oh, but still not letting go of the knife, Officer Smith walked up to Mr. Burgess and struck him with a baton.
Donald!
Constable Kamado then reached into her tool belt and tased Donald,
Put it down! Taser!
causing his body to seize up and drop the knife. In the aftermath of this crisis, Donald was taken to the hospital where he was treated for his wounds, only to die 3 weeks later from COVID.
I feel like that was a cop-out.
That 100% was a cop-out. And that was 100% them just being like, it was probably COVID, right? Sure, we could just make it that. I just want to say, watching that old man get tased, if it was my grandpa, I'd be upset. But because I don't know him, and it's just a random video, whatever, I gotta say, I laughed pretty hard. And I'm going to hell for that. I don't think it's right. I don't feel really good about it, but I will say that watching a one-legged man get tased because he's holding a butter knife is awesome. Which, to be fair, it's a butter knife. It looked kind of sharp. You could say that they could go, it could stab into their arm. Who knows? Anybody could get hurt. Seriously hurt, right? Maybe they had to tase him.
If after getting sprayed, I would have dropped the knife if I was him.
If I would have gotten sprayed with a full can of mace, I probably would have been like, you know what? I'm good. Also, I wonder if they did that too, because they're like, what if he stabs himself? So we should pepper spray him and tase him and cause his old decrepit heart to stop. Both constables were taken to court for assault, but after jury hearing, both were found not guilty. Many who have viewed the body cam footage believe the officers should have been charged with excessive force. You be the judge. Show it one more time.
Taser!
Really just show the part where he's like, ah! Just keep doing that. One more time. 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 Nursing homes are intended to be safe environments where older adults can spend their days. Yet some residents are unsatisfied or tired of the living conditions, which can lead to patients escaping. When people are placed in a home, they usually remain there until they fucking die. Like this, usually, I would say the vast majority of people are just like, I guess I'm going to sit here till I die. However, not all residents are content with staying in the home for the rest of their lives. A couple in Tennessee was able to escape their nursing home due to the husband's military experience. Workers at a memory care unit were doing their rounds when they discovered that a married couple with Alzheimer's and dementia had gone missing. I feel like out of all the places you want to like do the rounds quicker or more frequently, it'd be that.
Do you think they got like clarity for a minute? Where are we?
I always think that people escape because they're just like, Bonnie, well, especially you hear like a cute couple like this, like, Bonnie, we have to get out of here. They're treating us horribly. He's like, okay, Harold. The facility went into lockdown as staff and police searched for the missing residents. Thankfully, someone spotted them walking 2 blocks away and they were safely returned to their rooms. After returning home, the staff asked how they had managed to escape since a keypad electronically locked all the doors. To their surprise, the old man said that he was able to use his military background with Morse code and crack the door open by listening to the sound the buttons made when he pushed. He's able to do that, but he can't drive a car. But I used my instincts to Morse code. It's like, why don't you fucking wipe your own ass and then bathe yourself, dude? I can't. I'm a baby. Even though the residents were returned safely, the nursing home was fined $2,000 and forced to change all codes for the building's exits.
Of course, because now he's got him. He can tell the staff.
These are the codes. Leave while you can. They're dogs running this place. Dogs, I say.
Do you think after that, every time they're by him, they go earmuffs?
Yeah. He's like sitting in his chair doing this. Hey! Most elderly people who are placed in a home are too old and frail to be able to move around unassisted. But one woman in China was able to escape her nursing home with some insane upper body strength. Just last month in Shandong province, China, security footage captured a 92-year-old woman climbing a 7-foot metal gate in 24 seconds, which I want to say is horrifying. We've seen a lot of funny stuff. I will say seeing an old woman do that is fucking insane. Like, that is scary. Originally posted to Weibo, a Chinese social media platform, the video shows an elderly woman carefully climbing the front gate to her home, swinging her leg over and hopping down to freedom. It doesn't take long for staff to find the resident and bring her back to safety, but everyone who watched was astonished at how nimble she was for her age, and the video quickly went viral. Many people began commenting on the post, saying she doesn't need to be in a home if she's capable of doing that. However, the nursing home was quick to respond, saying that she's an Alzheimer's patient who happens to enjoy exercise and climbing. See, that's the best thing about these things. They're just like, no, she just likes to do that, even though the person's probably like, help! I want out! Elder elopement is more common than most people realize, and thankfully, most are returned safely to their rooms. However, not all return alive. A nursing home got sued by a family after one of its escapees' risk patients lost their life trying to cross a highway. Motherfucker got blasted, dude. Records showed that an 87-year-old woman had just moved into the nursing home with her family because she was showing early signs of dementia and couldn't be trusted to live on her own. She had a history of escaping the care of loved ones, so the nursing staff put her in a lockdown ward to ensure that she wouldn't be able to leave. Yet, somehow, this woman was able to disable the alarm on the outside sliding door and walk down a long driveway that led to a highway. As soon as staff realized that she was gone, police were called, but it didn't take long for her to be found. At 8:20 p.m., her body was found lying on the side of a road just 100 feet from the nursing home. She was quickly taken to the hospital but passed away shortly after. Despite being found on the side of the road, nobody has come forward admitting to hitting or seeing her before she was found, adding mystery to her disappearance.
She didn't get very far.
No, she didn't.
You think someone swerved into her on purpose?
No, I bet you she's just right by her. I bet it was just got hit, knocked in the deal, and they're like, no one saw it. Fuck it. I'm not going to jail for that old bitch. You know what I mean? I bet you that's what they were probably thinking. Listen, nursing homes can be a frightening and hazardous environment that is often overlooked by the general public. Inside those halls, it can look like a war zone filled with neglect, abuse, and famine. All because the nurses don't care or because the elderly have gotten so out of control. Next time you visit your grandma or grandpa in the nursing home, make sure to check if they're doing okay, because you never truly know what could be going on behind closed doors. Or don't go see them. They've had a long life. They don't need you anymore. Say goodbye to grandpa and grandma. They're going to hell.
When you have kids, where do you want to end up?
Shoot me in the back of the head and throw me in the ocean. What is that? Or put me in a trash compactor. I really don't care. Please don't put me in a home.
Do you want your kids to take care of you and just bathe you?
No. If I'm literally, put me down. Put me fucking down. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. And I don't want to just sit there and be like, all right, here's your pills. Here, live like this for a couple years and then die. I would rather just be like, can you just kill me now?
They have that in Sweden, I think.
Oh, you have that here too.
Little tube.
No one will know. No one will know.
Inject me with the good stuff.
Don't even inject me. Blow my fucking head off. Literally do whatever you want with me. I don't give a fuck. All right, bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on, sit down, because today we're gonna get lost in the aisles of one of the most magical places on earth. That's right. We're talking about Home Depot. Summer is here, and it's the perfect time to do a little home improvement around the house. A little while ago, we did a video exploring the horrors that take place inside Walmart, and just recently the Goodwill outlet stores. Well, if you thought those were the only retailers that had issues, you'd be wrong. After all, Home Depot is a big place, so there's plenty of opportunity for bizarre and dangerous things to go down. Whether it's crime rings, deaths, or weird sexual encounters, dark secrets of this American staple will have you watching your step the next time you go searching for supplies. And, you know, we also want to talk about this too. We're doing a lot of renovation stuff, and let me tell you, every time we have to go into a Home Depot, it's an odd encounter. It's kind of like Walmart in the sense that there's a lot of old people that work the front, and there's just a lot of I just feel like every person working in the back of Home Depot is just sketchy as fuck. The more I go in there, the more just weird shit. Just another form of Walmart. I don't know how to explain it, but that's what made us kind of want to touch on this video subject. And after digging down deep, I think every store has some kind of dark, but Home Depot, for some reason, it tickles my fancy. And if we're going to go into the insanity that is Home Depot, we got to talk about the customers, right? And I'm one of them. I have a Home Depot credit card after all, Nick.
They got you at the sign up.
I surprisingly use it way more than I thought I would.
Oh, my dad has one too.
Well, Home Depot differs from previous retail stores we've covered because its customers are not known for being barely dressed or smelling strange. That's usually our go-tos. Usually their tits are hanging out, I don't know, they're fat and falling down, or they're old and senile and screaming. That's usually what makes me chortle. I do That's not really what Home Depot's known for. Instead, it's usually contractors or crafty people looking for supplies for their next project, aka contractors conning people in some way, being like, yeah, I need another $6,000 to fix your tub. And they're walking around Home Depot just grabbing shit off the shelves, take a nap in the aisle. However, that doesn't mean that some of these people are not building strange things, right? One employee reported getting stopped outside the front of the store by a man asking if they had any large hooks in stock. You got any big hooks? Why would you ever ask anyone that? I think there's some items, and I think everyone has had an item in their life where they're like, I'm not going to ask anybody because it's going to come off strange. To not have that social spidey sense scares me. Got any big hooks? I'm looking to hook something up. Think of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre when they hang him up on the hooks. Or he has a like little like Kung Pao, whatever, that guy, his like little claw hand, like that kind of thing. Or the pirate, Captain Hook. Confused by their quest, she asked what, it's a girl too. Got any hooks? She's like, she asked what he needed the hook for. Okay, hold on. What was it for? I feel like that's a bit invasive, isn't it?
Yeah, why do you need to know that?
What is it used for? I'd be like, I don't know, I'm gonna kill somebody. It doesn't matter to you. Where is it? And you see, now I'm already on the guy's side. At first, the man didn't directly specify why he needed the hook, but he did state that he needed a hook that could support the weight of a human. Oh, come on, dude. Even more confused, he finally caved and revealed that he was looking for a large hook to suspend his wife during their BDSM session. I would have almost been like, just tell me you're killing somebody. Tell me you have a meat locker, that kind of thing. All right, I on her legs and she hangs and dangles. There's nothing I hate more than seeing that stretch back skin.
Oh, yeah.
Those hooks, I hate looking at that stuff, man. Can you imagine sitting there, you're like, you spin your wife like a circus delay thing in her back. Back's all hooked up, stretched up, she's spinning around, you're just like... Because there's no way you can...
Oh.
You're just sitting on the side.
Well, there's a way. Get a little stool.
Hop on the back of her. Before the employee could even respond, the man asked if she'd be interested in joining. Still in disbelief, she ignored the customer's request and just walked away. Smart human being is what I gotta say. That's a smart person. You want to join? Throw your hands up and just walk away. Because I feel like if you address it in any way, it's going to end badly.
You think so?
Yes or no. Yeah, I think the outcome. Is the exact same. I feel like people like that, they act like deer. They're like wild animals. Or if you act away, he like probably forgets to even talk to you. Oh, hooks. Yeah. He just like walks off. Another associate shared a strange story after visiting a customer's home to check on a toilet installation. The woman later came in furious, insisting they put in the wrong model of toilet. The employee followed the woman to her home and entered it, stating that it was incredibly dark. After making his way to the bathroom and confirming that it was the wrong model, a random sound in the darkness spooked him. Oh. As he looked out from the light of the bathroom, he could make out a naked, 500-pound man sitting in a bed just underneath the sheets, watching him from the darkness. That's me, dude. I'm just like butt naked, my little pig there, and I'm like... Come here, sweetheart. Apparently, the employee had walked right past the man as he stood near the door in the darkness before making his way to bed and alerting him of his presence. After seeing her husband, he quickly left the home and informed the supervisors that he refused to return and install the toilet. So wait, is he saying that the guy was like standing in the room? He walked past it and see this ghoulish giant man, and the guy was like, and then crawled in his bed really quick, like a little pig in a blanket. He like wrapped himself up, and that's when he like turned, and he's like, what the hell? And he's like... Lay with me. Home Depot usually has everything you need to fix your home, including materials to block gamma radiation. A Home Depot employee told a story of how a woman came into a store and confronted them about needing 32-inch foam-faced boards. When questioned about the odd request, the woman stated that she needed them to protect her house at night, and when the employees questioned her further, the woman finally revealed the real problem. She stated that every night, aliens shoot gamma rays into her home, which messes up their TV and internet signal.
I like how that's what she's focusing on.
This is so real, dude. This is like Facebook Moms 101. The aliens shooting their gamma rifles at me and I can't download my stories.
My Instagram feed is fucked. I'm getting like schizo, alien. They'll be like, look at my arm. I was burned by the radiation.
I love it. And there's nothing there. There's seriously, there's this guy on TikTok that I love. He's like, I think he's a schizophrenic guy that he says he has like a $300 quadrillion city. And he like makes like these maps of it. And it's just like the most schizophrenic. Like, I'm like, that's exactly what, if I want like cringe and that kind of, that's the kind of stuff I want. I don't want guys dancing. I want a guy being like in this roach infested apartment being like, hey guys, how's it going? I'm going to tell you about my submarine that goes down, like that kind of thing. awesome. She claimed that she had contacted the authorities from the police all the way to the FBI, but nobody believed her. So she went online and asked if anyone had this problem. People said that if she had covered her house with 2-inch foam face boards, her issue would stop. I always think that's people fucking with them, but at the same time, I think people online were like, "That happened to me last year. This is what stopped it."
If she Googled gamma radiation and went into a forum,
yeah, just any kind of forum where people are like, "Yeah, it happened to me. It's actually the extraterrestrial," and she's just like, "That's got to be it." That's actually exactly what I was thinking too. That giant floating spaceship outside my house, that makes sense that they're shooting me with lasers. Hey, would you guys off? I'd hate to be your neighbor, dude. She's definitely yelling out her window. Stop!
Wait! We want to thank today's sponsor, Gamer Subs, our longest, most beautiful sponsors on this channel. You can go to gamersubs.gg and get our own flavor, raw meat. That's right, baby. It's one of the best. I'm going to say it's the best right now, and I think I need you to try it right now. It's keto-friendly, sugar-free, and there's non-caffeinated options if you have a little quail heart and it's too much for you. But also, Gamer Subs right now has carbonated energy drinks. Move over, Red Bull. There's a new sheriff in town. They got all kinds of flavors right now, guys. And let me tell you, if raw meat keeps going the way it is, they're wanting to put that little bitch in a can and sell it as well. So be sure to check out my flavor, raw meat. And also, if you're unironically just wanting like a carbonated energy drink or more of the shaken energy drinks type stuff, Gamer Subs is the way to go. It's fucking awesome. It is a very, very nice product. So thank you so much to Gamer Subs for continuously sponsoring these channels. And hey, go check them out. You can get free samples. If you like big anime titty cups, they do tons of drops with different creators. It's just a nice thing for if you're a fan of online content and if you're needing a little extra energy boost. So thank you so much for Gamer Subs for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
At a Home Depot store in Kansas, a customer rushed out of the bathroom and told employees that there was a serious bomb threat. I got a bomb! He claimed it was coming from a man inside the bathroom. He's like taking shit next to the guy. You better get out of here. I got a bomb. Taking the threat extremely seriously, police and bomb squads arrived and went into the bathroom to investigate. When they found the man with the supposed bomb, they realized the whole thing had been blown out of proportion. When the man walked into the bathroom, he said to the other people, quote, "You all need to get out of here because I'm fixing to blow it up." He then walked into the stall and took a massive The person that reported the bomb threat actually believed he had a bomb and was going to blow up the whole store. Once the police exited the bathroom, they informed the confused customer that he was just warning the others that, hey, he's going to take a big shit, and that there was no bomb. Say, if I saw guys walking, he's like, "You guys better watch out, I'm ready to blow it up," I'd be disgusted and leave. But I wouldn't be like, "What?" It'd be like Colin Farrell in that movie, was it Phone Booth or something? For some people, walking around Home Depot gets them hot and heavy. So much so that they gotta go outside and take care of business, all right? At around 8:30 a.m., Emily Craig and Sean Bowden were spotted walking into a display shed in the parking lot and closing the door behind them. How gross, dude.
Nature calls.
It doesn't. Hang up is what I say. Hang up the phone. Employees called the police, reporting the suspicious activity. When they opened the door, they found the couple having sex in the empty shed. Police stated that Sean had his pants around his ankles and they were caught in the act. Both were charged with disorderly conduct and subsequently sent to jail.
Do you think it's for OnlyFans content?
I always think so. Nowadays, anytime I hear about that stuff, I'm like, the motherfucker had like a DJI pocket cam, whatever, where he had like a disability helmet and a GoPro on top of it, and he's like, I gotta tell you too, if you go anywhere, wash your hands. Wear gloves. You know what I mean? I've legitimately have started carrying like gloves with me everywhere I go. People will stop me in public, like, "Hey, can I get a picture of all that stuff?" And it isn't against them. I wash my hands furiously every time. I've even started carrying like hand sanitizer with me and stuff. You just never know, dude. In May of this year, police were called to Home Depot after multiple calls came in about a naked man entering a display shed. After police searched multiple sheds, they finally came across the man they were looking for. He was on his back and he had his pants down. Holding his phone in one hand and masturbating with the other. That's some serious toddler energy. Yeah, he's like, he's had enough tummy time, so he rolls on his back. Police noted that a large container of Vaseline sat open next to the man as he enjoyed himself. That's the police fibbing. That's the police being like, "This motherfucker's already in it. We're just gonna toss in some cherries on top." He was told to roll onto his stomach and was arrested. He's like, "Tummy time." While in custody, he tried to claim that he was simply watching YouTube. The judge didn't buy his story and charged him with 1 count of obscenity, which I feel like is light. Why go to the shed in May? Actually, it's pretty beautiful weather. He's like, "God damn." He walks outside.
It's the thrill.
You leave it slightly cracked open. You're like on your back, legs like this. Every once in a while, you like look over your belly.
I hope they don't catch me.
Exactly. I hope no one walks in here. Hey, no one come in here. That's what you say the whole time. And then just... Home Depot is also known to attract homeless people for a variety of reasons. But one of the biggest reasons is obviously the empty sheds outside that are used as basically free housing, right? If it's bad weather, if I owned a Home Depot, I'd be like, I mean, you can sit in the shed. Don't come in the store. Employees often have to remove them. One employee recalls how management would lock the homeless people in the sheds overnight while they were on drugs.
They would lock them in.
I'm like, that must be hell. I feel like that would be dangerous for them. They like hurt themselves inside the shed. At a different store, the homeless consistently shit inside the shed and it was left to bake in the sun for long periods of time. It wasn't until a customer opened the door and was hit with the smell that the manager had to clean it. Oh, all right, fine. Home Depot isn't just a place where homeless people live, it's also where they die. A news report came out about a 61-year-old homeless man who was found dead on top of a shopping cart covered in plywood.
This seems like a murder cover.
That's a murder. That's not a man just like, he's not just like, all right, time to die.
You don't think he fell over and pulled plywood over him?
he like started dying. He's like, yep, here I go. At some point, the man died of natural causes. And the other people in his encampment made a makeshift gurney to try and get him to the hospital, but it was too late. They were like trying to carry him and like, oh, he's dead. We gotta get the fuck out of here. Or also it's gonna look bad on us. I'd feel bad for my homeless buddy. I would go through a lot being homeless. Do you think the Home Depot employee came over, like his eyes are open, he's dead, and do you think he did like the thing they do in movies where they're like, they shut his eyes?
Put 2 coins on his eyes.
Mi amor.
You can rest now.
Rest easy, compadre.
I don't know what I'd do if I found a dead body. I think I'd just stand there in shock.
I've been around, like I said, the one dead body in that park, and it's like shocking. It's haunting, actually. It's just permanent. There's no big spectacle or anything. It's just kind of, it is what it is. And it's just kind of weird because you treat it almost, not like trash, but people literally come up, they bag it up, and they take it all. Like, it's just weird. I don't know. It's very unromantic. It's sad. Just sad. I mean, it probably fuck you up a bit.
Or if you saw him die, too.
Seeing somebody have like a heart attack and then die is much more traumatic than just coming across a dead body. Either way, let me tell you, you're probably going to ask for a couple days off to kind of figure some shit out, but most tool injuries occur on a job site or at a home. Rarely do they occur in the stores. But in 2013, a 50-year-old man walked into a Home Depot and began to terrify customers and staff. He had grabbed a handsaw and began to saw both of his arms off until he passed out from blood loss. One customer who witnessed the whole thing was an off-duty paramedic. He stepped in, believing he could save the man. The paramedic fashioned a tourniquet out of ropes and a towel, saving the man's life. When he arrived at the hospital, both arms were saved and reattached. That is, they're so lucky. Could there honestly be better proof than like a guardian angel of some kind? That is insane. Can you imagine physically being able to like withstand sawing one arm off? No, he's got to be heavy on some shit.
Oh yeah, maybe PCP or bath salts.
Customers are not the only ones getting hurt inside stores. An employee won a huge lawsuit after being injured in a saw accident inside his local Home Depot. While on the job, an employee used a radial arm saw to cut wood as his supervisor had requested. At the same time, a customer was walking through the aisle, aimlessly looking at the products on the shelves. Unaware of their surroundings, the customer bumped into the employee and sent his left hand into the saw, severing most of his fingers. Brutal. The employee sued Home Depot for physical and mental damages. After a long battle, he was eventually awarded nearly $1 million in workers' compensation. I always feel like this, when it goes there, I bet you Home Depot at first was like, well, we're not at fault. And that's what escalates it. I always just think it's some of that shit. I always feel like the company needs to step forward and just be like, let us take care of this. Because if you don't, then it's like, dude, fuck you. Hello? Look at my hand.
Well, at first I was going to say, why don't you see the customer? But then I realized, well, Home Depot has way more money.
Yeah, well, listen. He definitely had a lawyer under his ear being like, go for Home Depot. At many Home Depots across the U.S., it is common to see laborers standing in the parking lots looking for work. But one incident shows how dangerous this can be. Brenda Acuna Aguero pulled into a Home Depot parking lot and spoke with one of the laborers about needing help moving some of the items at her home. The man agreed and was driven to her home. As soon as the man stepped inside, Brenda's mood shifted. She began to be more flirtatious and sexual with the worker. She eventually demanded sex, and when the worker tried to refuse, Brenda's husband Jorge walked out pointing a rifle. Dangerous cuck. You f*** my wife. Jorge put the barrel of the gun to the man's chest and demanded that he have sex with his wife while he watched. And while having sex, Jorge stole all the workers' IDs, including his visa, and recorded pictures and videos on his phone. They held on to all of his belongings and told him to come back in the morning, or else they'd send pictures to his wife in Mexico. Not even an hour after being dropped off, the couple demanded that he come back to the house and repeat the process. Not an hour later! It means they went home, she's just like, I get back in the car. He's like, okay, man. The worker didn't respond, so they sent all the evidence to his wife. Brutal. The man attempted to retrieve his visa, but the couple refused. He called the police, and finally the couple was arrested. Both Brenda and Jorge admitted to doing this 4 other times to other labor workers they picked up because it was a sexual fantasy scenario for them. The couple was charged with sexual and aggravated assault, unlawful recording of a person, and a $250,000 bond. Poor worker, man. I don't think I've ever heard of an aggressive cuck.
I need you to take off your overalls and have sex with my wife right now.
No. No, I don't want.
I'm not asking, fella.
That's kind of horrifying.
Maybe he likes seeing her get fucked because it gets him angry, and then he angry fucks her.
Ugh.
Tries to turn the rifle on himself. I've never heard of like a deadly cuck. A lot of cucks, when someone's just like, I don't know, they're like, okay, all right, never mind. Because they're kind of, I think they're happy that it's not going through. But a guy's just like, I don't think so, motherfucker.
I don't know, it's so weird, yeah, because it's like you're being cucked, but you also have the power because you're forcing someone to do it.
I hear a lot of wriggling, a lot of wiggling. I think it's just some can of worms, dude. I don't think we should open. Like most other big retail stores, theft is a big issue. Millions of dollars are lost every year from people walking in and refusing to pay for items. Home Depot is no exception to the shoplifting epidemic. As inflation continues to rise, many people are more incentivized to steal from stores just to survive. Home Depot is filled with expensive items, so it makes sense that they are a target for a lot of shoplifters. A Georgia Home Depot store lost over $11,000 because of an undercover theft ring operating within its walls. Lula Harris worked as a cashier, and her friend Rodriguez Hewley would bring up carts of items worth thousands of dollars. Each time Rodriguez brought up a cart, Lula would scan a few items before letting her friend walk out the front door. When they got caught, Rodriguez had around $1,200 worth of merchandise. It was their 13th time pulling this scheme, but now they both face multiple shoplifting charges. And on the other side of the country, 4 thieves successfully stole over $92,000 worth of merchandise from multiple stores. And according to reports, the 4 men would simply walk into the store, grab whatever they wanted, and then walk out. They were able to pull off around 200 heists across 11 countries. God damn. You only got 90 grand? Yeah, 200 heists across 11 countries. I'm like, you came short of $100,000? They're getting less than $10,000 a country. I just want to say that whole like Ocean's 11 international heist thing, I don't know, it's just kind of gay if you think about it. Police were able to put an end to this coordinated shoplifting ring when they conducted numerous raids on houses and storage units, recovering all the stolen items. So they didn't even... Okay. All the men were charged with numerous charges like grand theft and conspiracy. But that is just a drop in the bucket compared to the profits Home Depot makes annually. If you want to make an impact, you have to do more than that. Down in Texas, police raided a home and found $1 million worth of tools, parts, and equipment. That's one home, Nick. Last people went to 11 countries. Just putting that out there.
These are professionals.
Yeah, this was one guy who's just like, my local Home Depot is great. It was a 2-person operation with one person serving as the driver and the other managing the store and online store. Every other week, the driver would drive out of the state to surrounding states, such as Colorado, and steal thousands of dollars worth of merchandise. Then, they would take it to the house in Texas and sell it online. The home and 5 bedrooms all filled to the roof with tools, and both men were taken into custody and faced multiple theft charges. So much more impressive. Just want to say that. 11 countries just boggles my mind still. Yeah, we have a boat and everything. How much are you going to make a profit? About $3,000. Cool. None of this is surprising because Home Depot has fired multiple employees for trying to intervene with would-be thieves. Most stores have teams meant to stop shoplifting, so most employees don't even try. But when employees do try to stop them in the act, it doesn't always end well. Even when I was younger, that was a thing of being like, if someone's stealing something, don't even try to stop them. Like, just let the cops find them, whatever.
That's why you see, like, the Apple stores, people come in and just rip them off, and they're just like, let them go.
You just see all the Apple people just be like, am I going to get shot over a iPhone? Nah. Am I going to get shot over a Makita power drill? Nah. Benicia Knaps ran into a Home Depot in California, leaving her 2-year-old son in the car with a getaway driver.
Mother of the year.
Move over, Ruby Frankie. You have competition. When she got inside, she found some items to steal. As she attempted to exit the store, Blake Mose, a loss prevention agent, stepped in. During the struggle, Benicia pulled out a gun and shot Blake, killing him instantly. She would make it to the getaway car, but she and the getaway driver would be detained. God, why? Poor Blake. To shoot someone over stolen Home Depot goods, you dumb bitch. That's why I wish I was King from Tekken. Do the tiger thing. Take my ankles, put her on her neck, and like. Actually, I'd rather be Eddie from Tekken. The capybara guy. Be dancing. I'd put on like Electric Avenue. I'd be dancing to it. She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, boom! Right to her temple. Make her go legally blind. She's like, what? Oh God. I just keep, bam, boom. boom! I'd hire an Asian man to be Yoshimitsu. Hop towards her, dice up her toes. She's like, oh! Once they were arrested, both were charged and sentenced. Benicia, whatever her name is, got 19 years to life in prison, while her accomplice got 7 years. And guess who also suffers? Not only does Blake die, but now you have a 2-year-old who's just like, these people are so dumb, man. It's so annoying.
You think the kid got charges for being an accomplice?
Hands behind your back. That wasn't the only time a simple shoplifting attempt turned deadly. Sometimes a shoplifter pays with more than just a card. Ryan Davis was a security guard at Home Depot in Washington when he was notified that someone was stealing flooring tiles from the store. The thief in question was Jeremy Foster, who had successfully made it out of the store and into a parking lot before Ryan caught up. He was tased and tackled to the ground, where Ryan tried to handcuff him. Still trying to break away, Jeremy fought a little before things took a turn for the worst. Fed up with the shoplifter, Ryan began to aggressively beat Jeremy into submission so he could put the handcuffs on him. Police would be called and Jeremy would be taken away, but during the ride, he turned pale and was rushed to the hospital. At the hospital, it was discovered that he had suffered serious injuries like rib fractures, tears in his colon, deep cuts in his internal organs, and severe damage to his face. God damn, dude. Ryan, why don't you calm the down, bud? I feel like if it's that bad, like he has a little bit of fights where he's not, I'm like, just keep him on the ground. You have to handcuff him. If you had like a gun or something, I guess, but
taking your anger out on him.
It seems like you're getting a little to your head, just a little bit, doesn't it? Doctors had to operate on Jeremy to try to save his life, but he would pass away from his injuries. Or some floor tiles, dude, because you messed with Paul Blart at Home Depot. Following his death, Ryan Davis was sued for excessive force. Well, there you go. Home Depot and the security company he worked for would also be sued for negligence. That's too far. For floor tiles, word. If Ryan was there, saw Blake get shot, and then like went in and like the person was resisting, I guess you could say like I had to subdue the person, this murderer, but a person walking out with floor tiles, come on, Ryan.
Yeah, it's like what, maybe $1,000?
It's not like my dad's gym Home Depot. This is a family business. I mean, he should never move to violence unless somebody else is like threatened to being hurt or something. Let the guy steal a thing, and then obviously he's gonna get caught. There's no way. There's cameras everywhere. Also the parking lot number, like they're gonna find his, like you are not going to get away with it. You know what I mean? Customers can also be very scary, but stores themselves pose a threat to those inside. Whether it's poor construction or confusing layouts, there have been a few depot deaths. Like many retail stores, Home Depot has a warehouse-sized floor filled with endless amounts of shelving. These shelving not only hold the merchandise, but also hold storage that goes all the way to the ceiling. Way too high. Gotta say, there's been some times where I'm like, it only takes us one.
Have you seen the video of the guy on like the cherry picker getting the like product and it crushes him? Help! Help!
It's one of my favorite things ever. I can't! They're like, calm down. He's like, I can't! Looking at these shelves, one would think that it would be stable enough to hold everything on them, but that's not always the case. Multiple people have been seriously injured or killed because of these shelves. One of these victims was Jean-Lope Chardin, a NASA astronaut and an accomplished pilot. Sheridan? I don't know. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Say it here. Sorry, dude. I don't know how to say it. Jean. I'll say Jean. In 2000, Jean walked into a local store to grab some screws when a drill press 15 feet above him fell off a shelf and hit him in the head. That's f***ed, man. The machinery weighed over 65 pounds and left Jean with life-threatening injuries to his neck and spine. These injuries were so severe that NASA had to retire him and keep him from performing any more missions. Though he was lucky to survive, not being able to fly ever again was absolutely crushing. And as a result, Jean sued Home Depot for $15 million. I don't think that's enough. That's one of those injuries too, where it's like you wake up every morning and you're sore, can't walk properly still. Probably there's like so much in life you can't do now. But then also, hey, can we put that thing that weighs 6,000 pounds just high, real up there? Put it off the shelf slightly and have it teeter until just one day gravity takes. Okay, good. That's all we needed. At a different store in California, Mary Pinturf and her daughter had walked into a Home Depot for a deck project, and while walking the aisle looking for lattice material, a 75-pound box of wood fell off a top shelf, and from 20 feet up, the wood struck Mary in the head, killing her almost instantly. The family sued the store, and a quick settlement was received for $900,000 compensation. Oh, robbed. Couldn't get $1 million.
That's insulting.
That is insulting.
The guy got $15 million. He's still alive.
My boy Jean, well, he was NASA.
Oh.
He's a spaceman. Lumber took another life when 41-year-old Jeffrey Mead and his brother Dennis, after 2,000 pounds of wood and lumber fell on top of them. According to reports, the brothers were digging through loose boards when one of them had heard a loud creaking sound. Before they could react, boards from top shelving fell on them, pinning them to the floor. Bystanders and employees would free them from the pile, but Jeffrey ended up losing his life. Dennis was taken to the hospital and later survived. Now every time I go through that store, I'm just gonna be like, I'm surprised that the stuff that's high up doesn't have like nets, because you have to go up on like a lift to get it. You're not going to go up on a ladder. So it's like, why not, if anything, just have nets? Well, I can't see the product. All right, what are we going to do? Spend money on nets? All right, hey, if it's coming out of your pocket.
Actually, now you got me paranoid, because now that I'm thinking about it, most of these are teenagers who don't care.
I would like to see a report of how much stuff falls that doesn't hit people a day. Like a stuff falling a lot, you know, where people are like, oh, that fell off. Look, thank God no one was there. Working within the aisles of Home Depot is already dangerous, but employees have to worry about more than just falling objects. Customers within the store are just as threatening. For 9 years, Gary Razor had worked at Home Depot starting at the age of 73. And in 2022, Gary was working at a regular shift when Terry McMillian walked in and walked out with 3 air compressors that he didn't pay for. Trying to do the right thing, Gary got in the way to stop him, but Terry pushed him to the ground, resulting in him breaking both his hips and several ribs. What you doing, old man? I appreciate the whole, like, you know, Gran Torino, Clint Eastwood vibe of just like, you can't do that. This is America. But I'm like, come on, man. A guy's carrying 3 air compressors and Gary's just like, stop it. Gary, no, you're made of glass. While in the hospital, Gary's condition improved, but out of nowhere, his health declined quickly. He passed away only a month after his fall due to several internal complications. Terry was arrested in January of 2024 for theft and voluntary manslaughter, and it took over a year to sentence him. But eventually, Terry would plead guilty to both charges and received 8 to 10 years in prison. It is truly amazing how quickly people can become savages as soon as they enter a big store. Any kind of retail space is a battleground. Don't ever forget that, all right? It is a place. Listen, I get wood there sometimes. Don't think I'm not clocking people, though. I don't trust anybody, especially nowadays, man. I feel like back in the 50s, you'd just be like, what are you doing? What, you need my social? I'll give you my social. Not anymore. Maybe it's something to do with the rows of fluorescent lights on ceilings, or maybe it's the endless aisle of products that creates this kind of internal maze in someone's mind. It makes them crazy. It's some kind of weird formula. Whatever it is, it has a grip on the American people. And as this craziness spans across multiple stores and franchises, if you think you're safe inside a store, that couldn't be farther from the truth. I don't know what the answer is. All I know is if you're going to buy some paint, God damn it, look after yourself and be safe out there. And now I'm telling you, every time I go in that store now, I'm going to be like looking up. The aisle thing f***ed me up, dude. Guys, watch the skies and watch out for yourself. We'll see you next time. Happy building. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and settle down, because today we'll be engrossing ourselves in the amazing world of NASCAR. America is home to some of the biggest sports on the planet, but some have a cultural surrounding it that stands out far, far from others. NASCAR isn't just your normal motorsport. It hosts some of the most devoted fans out there. Fans wait year-round for big racing events and parties like it's their last day on Earth before an anticipation for a big race. And when it's time for the race, the party spills into the stands, which can lead into absolute chaos. There's truly nothing like it, and that's why we'd like to take today to dive deep into the massively popular sport and see what it's all about, right? I will say that NASCAR, to me, it's a big Southern thing. From the South, you might have had somebody who has indulged in NASCAR in some sort of way. I've indulged NASCAR the same way that I've indulged, like, WWE. I don't watch it, but I love the documentaries. Any documentaries on NASCAR or WWE, oh, I gobble it up. For some reason, they always just have the best stories.
Yeah. Have you seen the ones with the ghost fires?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a weird concept of getting so engrossed in something where somebody is just driving in a lap the whole time versus other racing like F1 or other kind of motorsports where the tracks are a little more intricate or something. There still is something very fascinating about this sport and the people that are in it and the fans. I don't know why. It's a totally engrossing culture. I think also I started getting into it also was just Talladega Nights. After I watched Talladega Nights, I think I watched like 3 Dale Earnhardt documentaries. So thanks, Will Ferrell. Now, NASCAR has always been about partying, even dating back to its origins. And it all started back in the 1920s when the prohibition was at an all-time high and people needed alcohol fast. Alcoholics were depraved people. They needed their medicine. And people began modifying cars to deliver alcohol to evade police. And after prohibition ended, many of these same drivers realized that they still enjoyed the high-speed thrills, which led to them hosting informal races. And what started out on gravel back roads soon moved to official dirt tracks, and people began to grow more and more interested interested in these races, and initially only a few hundred people attended. But over time, the crowds grew to thousands, with some events attracting as many as 20,000 spectators by the 1930s, which has to rival, if not even surpass, like baseball. Baseball stadiums were relatively, I mean, compared to today, were relatively small, but like that was, I feel like that was the big event, sports event. So having people actually turn out to this shit, which also, to be fair, it's like, I mean, the 1930s, the cars are still pretty new back then, you know? They could go that fast? They can outrun a train?
40 miles an hour?
Exactly.
Oh my god, he just took that corner at 36 miles an hour clocking.
It wasn't until after World War II ended that a group of stock car enthusiasts gathered in Daytona, Florida to officially found the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, aka NASCAR, baby. And to this day, they are still finding remnants of the sport's past. In 2024, a massive cove with secret tunnels was found underneath the concrete seating inside North Wilkesboro Speedway. The cave was discovered after a section of seating was removed due to massive cracks, but inside, nothing was found. However, this discovery confirms an old rumor that the racetrack had moonshine operations running on the Speedway grounds. Is what we're trying to, are we trying to convince people that the NASCAR people should drink and drive while racing? I feel like that's what we're alluding at. We're like, oh, alcohol's pretty cool, and you drive fast.
That's how you add a game element to it. They're carrying barrels of alcohol.
How many laps until you have to do a shot? Oh yeah, so you're carrying a big thing of moonshine, right? But every 10 laps, let's say, you have to take a swig. Oh God. Oh God. Today, nearly 100 million people tune in per season to watch NASCAR, and there's no sign of this trend slowing down anytime soon, as the number of viewers continue to grow each year, which is kind of crazy. I feel like every time I hear NASCAR, it's only people complaining, but I feel like I'm not asking the right people. Editor, fuck it. Give me some testimonials of why people like NASCAR.
We're born into it. Part of the family.
Let's just say a sudden Pixar movie released in 2006.
Loud car go vroom, brep, pep, pep, and it makes me go, hell yeah.
Wonderful positive community we have here on Reddit.
And big titties.
I would never have guessed.
There it is. I feel like there's no such thing as a niche anymore, too. So the whole thing of like, yeah, NASCAR keeps growing every year. I think also all this different content that people make and everything, I think it's getting people into the, like, I feel like if YouTube and TikTok didn't exist, I wonder if the sport would be growing at the rate that it's still growing.
Oh, probably not.
You know?
Social media helps so much with people finding interest.
Yeah, like you, one day you're like, I never once in my life thought about that, and then all of a sudden, you like just hyper fixate it.
Well, I bet you that Drewski skit got people interested, even though he's making fun of it.
Oh, I think so. Even in those skits, I feel like people are like, I want to go check that out. It's the same shit with like Channel 5 or anything where it's like, yeah, these people they seem crazy or whatever. But I think that it makes people want to go attend that thing because I feel like they're missing out on something a lot of the time.
I want to go for the women so that when they pull up their shirts.
NASCAR ladies?
Yeah, a little bird watching.
Yeah, bird watching my ass. Put those away! That's what I'd say. Every NASCAR woman's titties are that of a Gorgon.
Yeah.
I just get turned to stone immediately. What's that of wearing a Dick Trickle shirt? Yeah.
Hey! We want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, Gamer Subs, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places, and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because Gamer Subs gives you a little pep in your step. Pep, pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful tittied anime women on it. So if you like that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? I know I do. If you head over to Gamer Subs right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to Gamer Subs and use promo code PAPAME to check out and tell them that we sent you. All right? You're going to get a little goodie with it. I think you'll like it. Back to the video.
NASCAR has yet to separate itself from its alcohol-fueled origins, cementing it as a major part of the culture even today. Take the Talladega Superspeedway, for example, a track located in Alabama that hosts some of the biggest races in NASCAR history. If you're not into NASCAR, you've at least heard of Daytona 500, and you've probably heard of Talladega. Those are two big ones. And this brings in hordes of NASCAR fanatics and breaking out all sorts of records. Talladega Boulevard, which is located in the infield of the track, has been home to some of the most balls-to-the-wall partying around. It essentially becomes a full weekend of non-stop drinking and debauchery leading up to the main event, complete with all sorts of activities like barbecue sauce wrestling, in which the winners have been awarded as much as $1,000.
Sticky.
Well, I tell you, sticky doesn't even begin to describe the things I'm thinking. Also, the Dirty Dega eating contest, where fans are challenged to eat a tray of dirt cakes at top speeds for a chance to be crowned Dega's dirtiest champion. What the fuck does that mean? What are dirt cakes?
I don't know. What is a dirt cake?
I like to think that's just a woman's ass. We're going full speed. It's just, this is Dega's dirtiest champion right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, their ass is like in the passenger seat, so you're driving, going like this. Oh, oh.
Yeah, exactly. There's also mud bogging, where people get in their trucks and race each other through giant mud pits. Now that seems more in line with the redneck kind of thing that I was thinking. A lot of trucks still show up. I thought that people would have a lot of cars, like stock cars and shit. You drive to the race.
Oh yeah.
It's not practical in any way, but still.
There's some people, they want to show off, they're beat up.
Yeah. Oh, if I could just get on that track, I'd show them how it's done.
Yeah, that's what they're thinking.
Oh, yeah.
If I pull up and Dale,
Yeah, exactly. All I'm looking for is Tony Stewart just to give me a chance. Yeah. By the end of the event, an assortment of weird objects are left behind, from clothes to used furniture, cable satellites, sex dolls, and piles of empties, right? Some people claim that they've witnessed people consume as many as 43 beers in one day at these events, proven by the tally marks drawn on their backs throughout the night, which is a good barometer. How do we know they're not fibbing their own baseball card, though?
Why would you? Who's drawn? First of all, they can't draw it on their own back, so they need a witness.
Well, somebody else, that's what I'm saying. I wonder if they're fabricating it. Dude, you drink this many. But for the love of game, I'd like to think that they're being genuine.
I think so.
There's like a knight's code.
I've said if you get caught cheating, there's gonna be
hell to pay. Oh yeah. People's stories from Talladega weekend can get pretty intense. One man attended the event with his wife, who would show her breast to other people in exchange for beer that would be dropped in a wheelbarrow he carried around with him. By the end, he claimed he had enough beer to last an entire year. There's no way the tits could have been that good. I was sitting there, nah, I'm okay. Just like any community of devoted sports fans, people have a whole array of strange rituals and superstitions that they believe have a serious impact on the result of the race. Some people stay away from peanuts, believing that they are unlucky. Part of this superstition is due to peanut shells supposedly being found in cockpits or grills of cars after life-ending collisions. And some anonymous rumors claim that rival drivers intentionally sprinkle them around cars in order to sabotage them. Who would have thought NASCAR was into, like, voodoo?
Yeah, a little peanut voodoo.
Yeah, it's going to be a bad race for you, man. The color green is also seen as bad luck because a driver back in the 1920s died in a crash while driving a green car.
Over 100 years ago.
Over 100 years ago, but you know what? Never again. Actually, that's true. I don't think I've ever seen a green car. Editor, show up some green NASCAR cars. How many of those people won? How many of those people died? What if there's more deaths than wins? You should have listened to me, brother. Is this voodoo priest thing do anything for you? What would a voodoo priest who hangs around NASCAR be?
Like
Doctor.
Dr. Bud. Like Bud
Let me think. Doctor Taladetha.
Dr. Hot Dog.
Dr. Hot Dog. Editor cut all that. Racer George McKenzie died in 1936 during the Indianapolis 500 after being launched 30 feet through the air when his car had overturned because he had just shaved his long beard beforehand for his wedding ceremony. It became bad luck to shave before a race. God damn.
I like how one thing, something.
Oh! You should have shaved your beard!
I love how it's just one thing happened and then someone gets in a wreck. They're like, never again. Never.
Hey, to be fair, if I'm racing at high speeds like that, I'd probably be a little superstitious too.
Yeah.
I guess I can wait till after the race. At another NASCAR event, champion Joe Weatherly died in a crash after being given two $50 bills by his friend that he kept on his person during the race. From then on, $50 bills were considered bad luck. I've actually heard of that one. Something where, guys will take the cash out of their wallets and shit for the race. Which also, I was like, why are you wearing a wallet during the race?
Just in case you die, they can identify you.
I thought you were gonna make a joke of well, what if the cops pull you over? It's not just the fans that make the culture so interesting, it's the drivers too, baby. The reason we come to these races is for the loud engines and the all right? NASCAR is often viewed as a very masculine sport as it's focused around cars and drinking. Yeah! Don't touch me, bitch! Most drivers match the aesthetic, but everyone has some skeletons in their closet. Chase Elliott is often regarded as one of the best looking drivers in the game. Gets me hard just looking at him. He has a very loyal and devoted fan base called Chase Sexuals that idolize him. However, behind closed doors, rumors swirl that Chase is in fact a furry, and it's a shame to go public about it. Chase? Admit it! In 2012, the driver posted a hand-drawn picture of a wolf with the caption, "Wolf Bambi?" What the fuck does that mean? Oh, I guess it's just because the wolf looks like Bambi.
Yeah.
That motherfucker is definitely on DeviantArt. I want to see him be like, all right, and upload. All right, time for the big race. And then run down, you know what I mean? Fans immediately assumed that he was a furry and began to pester him about his alleged secret identity. For years, this rumor has haunted him. And in 2024, he finally confronted the media about it, but only made things worse with his response. When talking to the Associated Press about his career in social media, he stated, and I quote,
I like the private life. Outside of racing, what I like to do, I like to do in private.
Wolf Bambi? His response only made things worse, and now the rumor is all but true to many fans. Why would you not just fucking own it?
Yeah, just say, I like furry shit.
Yeah, I like furry shit. I also make way more money than you and get tons of pussy. Wolf Bambi. Or just be like, I don't f with furry shit. Sorry, I like drawing deers, dude. Or I like drawing wolves that are cute as f.
Do NASCAR drivers wear diapers?
I would. I don't know how they do it. I'm claustrophobic as f. You get trapped in that car. Fuck that. Also, I can already tell. I know that. I mean, I know myself. I'd be having a pretzel or a hot dog before the race. I would.
All bloated. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, getting sleepy on the track. Try and crash, whatever, or just shit yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, have to try to take off your helmet. NASCAR drivers have been known for some pretty insane things, but one driver gained a lot of attention for alleging his ex-girlfriend was a trained assassin. What? In 2015, Kurt Busch took his girlfriend Patricia Driscoll to court seeking a no-contact order. During the trial, each party alleged that the other had committed assault. But to back up his claims, Kurt claimed that his ex-girlfriend was an assassin who had been sent around the world on missions to kill high-profile targets. He said that on multiple occasions, Patricia had shown him pictures of mutilated bodies and gunshot wounds from her missions. Sounds like that bitch is just on Live Leak. What do you think of that?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you did that? What? No. This is a Russian guy getting in a car wreck. What are you talking about? Don't hurt me. In one specific instance, while in El Paso, Texas, Patricia left the hotel wearing full camo and boots and later returned in only a trench coat. First off, I just want to say, God damn, the gift that keeps on giving. Some fucking snaggletooth bitch in camo, and then also all she comes back in, oh, hi. And only a trench coat? That means you think there was nothing under it. What did you do? That'd be so funny. Your girl's trying to seduce you? What do you think of that right there? What did you do?
Who did you kill?
Who did you hurt?
You gonna hurt me.
I don't know why, but I feel like he's like in his whitey tighties laying in like a hotel bed with like a big bowl of ice cream on his belly. Just Ice Age playing full blast. Way too loud. Who did you hurt? Underneath her coat was a nightgown covered in blood and other unknown matter.
She's on her period.
I was gonna say, it sounded like she was queefing on her period or something like that. Okay. His girlfriend would call these claims insane and deny everything. Yeah, she's like, I was on my period and I was trying to turn him on. He was watching Ice Age and he wouldn't get hard. Despite this claim, the courts believed that Busch had been violent towards Patricia, and NASCAR temporarily suspended him until prosecutors declined to press charges, and he was reinstated a few months later. Listen, buddy, a couple NASCAR guys beating their wives or their girlfriends, it comes with the territory, but you gotta keep it clean. That's the NASCAR Association. When she comes over and she has her gutty work spilling out of her pussy with period blood, don't hit her, all right? All right, now here's your keys to your stock car again. When she onto her new trench coat while she's on her period, try not to hit her in the face too bad, all right? Jesus. Yeah, I was gonna say cut off that. Lots of drivers have had legal issues throughout their careers, and most of the time, they are for absolutely ridiculous reasons. Jim Vandiver was a respected driver during the late 60s and 70s, achieving success on the racetrack. In 1973, he was experiencing legal troubles with his wife over custody of their child and was scheduled to appear in court. The hearing fell on the same day as a Southern 500, one of NASCAR's crown jewel races, and Vandiver chose to race rather than attend court. Based. Keeper. When he didn't show up, the judge charged him with contempt and put a warrant out for his arrest. And during the race, Vandiver's car began to break down, and instead of returning to the pit to fix it, he quickly drove off to the track and hitchhiked home to avoid being arrested. All right, get me out of here.
Yeah, oh shit.
I think he was in cowboy boots, like running across the track. I want to go home. NASCAR drivers are under a lot of stress from high intensity of the race. In a race dubbed the poop race, one driver had shit literally scared out of him. While racing in the Sirius at the Glen NASCAR Cup Series race, Tony Stewart had a case of the bubble guts, ladies and gentlemen. Uh-oh.
That pretzel.
Here comes Tony Stewart in the orange Home Depot car.
Uh-oh, there's a shit all over the windows of the car. He's just inside. During the race, he partially lost power to his vehicle, which is believed to have worsened his stomach issues. And on lap 20, Tony would shit himself and relay this to his crew. And for 70 or more laps, he sat there in his own shit swirling around his pants in the cab. We're not even gonna win this. Can I just pull in? Tony, that's a negative. You have to finish it. That'd be so funny, though. The whole thing, too, is they usually have binoculars and you follow the track like in a full circle. But the whole time, you just keep hearing like...
What's going around here?
Oh, boy.
Better's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. It's... yeah, he's just looking over the track. It stinks in here! I need to come in!
Pit stop.
But surprisingly, he would win the race and pull into the pocket... Wait, what? Surprisingly, he would win the race and pull into the packed victory lane to briefly celebrate. As soon as he pulled up, everyone in his crew distanced themselves from the car and tried to keep press away from Tony, telling them he pulled a gutsy effort to win the race. God, fuck off. I wonder if he is the only recorded person having won a race with shit in their pants.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. There's got to be more.
No, there's got to be way more.
There's got to be a lot more accidents, man.
Yeah, come on, dude. I just did it because I thought it was fun. I like the smell.
Did he go up to the podium and the girl like gives him the...
I imagine he got out of the car and like I said, I think he did the same kind of cowboy boot running across.
Get me out of here.
And then he did the celebrations after. If not, I'm going to be very disappointed if there wasn't visible shit on the outside of his pants. Him holding up the cup. Whee! Just shit. Shit staying all over it. People spraying him with champagne. They're like,
yeah.
Oh, smelling the champagne bottle. What is that, Tony? Don't worry about it. Just drenched in sweat. Others in the area could be sniffing the air, trying to identify the odd smell wafting from the car. Tony would claim his prize and walk away to his trailer, but it was soon discovered that he had shit himself and a wave of shame followed him. The race was quickly dubbed the Poop Race, and people began to refer to him as Poo Poo Pants Tony. I'm like, I don't give a what you call me. This fucking poo-poo pants just won the race, bitch.
That's what I would say. It'd be different if you lost.
Oh, yeah. If he got if he got last place, no one would know.
Yeah.
So you only know because I won the race.
Exactly.
I would actually hold it with some pride. I'd just start shitting myself every time. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's your gimmick.
You can't beat the baby. Start shaming the other racers. Come on. But that's not even the worst thing to happen to Tony Stewart. 10 years later, he was competing in a sprint car race and bumped into another driver's car, causing him to spin out. The driver of the car, Kevin Ward Jr., was enraged and got out of the car, running down the track as the rest of the drivers slowed down to hug the inside of the track to avoid the wreck. As Tony turned the corner, he briefly sped up and clipped Kevin, killing him instantly. And after the race, he faced charges of manslaughter and negligent homicide, but the judge dropped the charges altogether. Tony was still allowed to race after this and continued NASCAR until 2016.
Whoa.
What?
Poo-poo pants Tony.
I like we're like, yeah, he pooped his pants, he won a race, and it's just like, yeah, by the way, 10 years later, he just fucking ran a guy over. That has to be intentional.
You think so?
I think so.
Why'd the other guy get out of the car?
I think he was pissed and he was like running up the side of the track or something, and they fucking turned the corner, and he just fucking clipped him. And it killed him. I wonder if there's a clip of it. Can we show it? Editor, put up a clip of it. With a sport as chaotic as this, it goes without saying that there are all sorts of crimes that take place in and off the track. When you put a bunch of passionate and dangerously drunk fans in the same place, it's only a matter of time before someone gets arrested. In the middle of a race that took place at the Richmond International Raceway, a shirtless man named James Dennis decided to climb the fence, blocking audience members from the track. That's a no-no. Once he accomplished his goal, he sat up there as security scrambled to get him down, fearing he might drunkenly fall off onto the track and be flattened by one of the fucking NASCARs, dude. He was eventually convinced to come down before being immediately grabbed and arrested. Later, he was charged with disorderly conduct and public intoxication. I'm surprised he was able to get that far up. It's a fucking tall fence. You think he was straddling it? Anybody but Gordon! That's what he's Fuck you, Jeff! That'd actually be so sick. Give him hell, brother. Give him hell.
I bet people were throwing him beers.
Yeah, take that. I think him and his buddy were like doing that kind of thing. This is something that happens all too often, with videos all over the internet showcasing security guards ripping drunk fans down from fences, acting like children. Some fans get so deeply attached to the sport that they'll find and assault racers they despise. Kyle Busch, for example, is no stranger to this. One 26-year-old NASCAR fan found him signing autographs after a race and decided to get in his face and strike him across the chest. They started to shove each other around as the crowd around them taunted Kyle and cheered on the fan. Yeah, f*** him up! I was like, what the f*** is going on? I like I struck him in the chest. And there's a paralyzer right to his chest. Stop his heart. Dude, how Remember the fan came up to you and they did the fucking 5-finger exploding heart technique?
Now take 5 steps.
God was you learned the 5-point exploding heart technique. Just does the entire ending of Kill Bill Volume 2. For many fans, driving in a NASCAR race is a dream come true. And at the 1986 Talladega race, one man fulfilled his dream. Just as the race was getting ready to start, the driver of a pace car had gotten out and left the keys inside the vehicle while it was still on the track. While the vehicle was unattended, 20-year-old Darren Crowder sprinted from the infield and climbed inside. Before anyone could stop him, he was already racing around the 2.5-mile track at over 100 miles an hour and completed one lap before authorities even realized what was happening. It was being broadcast live as confused commenters watched police chase him until a blockade of trucks stopped him, and officers pulled him from the vehicle. Following his arrest, he was held on a $10,000 bond and faced charges of resisting arrest, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, attempted assault, and grand theft auto, baby. GTA! Though no sentence was ever reported, his toxicology report was released and showed that he wasn't even drunk, which spawned tons of rumors in the NASCAR community. One rumor claimed that he was in jail. He attacked an inmate with a boot, which led him to being transferred to a mental hospital. Another stated that he never even had a ticket to the event and was actually test driving a motorcycle before making a detour into the stadium and stealing a car. A third theory said that his wife had cancer and he had a mental breakdown due to the stress.
Which one do you think?
I think he saw an open door to a car on a big speedway and he's like, I'm gonna go fast. And he got in it and drove.
Hold my beer.
Exactly. And he's just like, I mean, I'll get in trouble, but not that much trouble. Over in Tennessee, one woman became so sick of her husband's obsession with NASCAR that she plotted to murder him. You go, girl. 23-year-old Stephanie Hammond was a troubled woman that made the decision to devote her life to God. She would supposedly speak to him and be instructed on how to better her life.
Everyone gets instructions from God.
I talk to him all the time.
Right before I go to bed, he whispers things.
He's talking to me now.
Kill yourself.
God? Are you sure?
Yeah. Do it.
For example, God supposedly told her not to smoke marijuana, something she loved doing, unless she was using it to unwind in the evening. Yeah. Hey, you should not puff as much unless you're totally trying to vibe out during the evening. Okay, God. Because her husband Steven loved NASCAR, Stephanie started to resent him. She claimed that he worshipped the NASCAR race at Bristol. Steven worshiping something other than God seemed to send her mind into chaos. God soon instructed her to drive her car directly into the church across the street.
What?
Steven found her lying on the floor of the altar where she claimed that the devil was inside of her before lunging at him and driving a large kitchen knife into his chest. He pulled the knife out and ran back to his apartment before calling the police and rushing to the hospital. Stephanie was arrested soon after.
Whoa. I wasn't, where'd you get the knife?
We do not have enough. I want to know so much more about that. Editor, give a quick blurb about what happened. Also, it's like the bitch is talking to God, but she's also like, thy will be done. And then she's hanging out in the altar.
Smoking a doobie?
Yeah, I'm trying to unwind, but the devil's got a hold of me. NASCAR is obviously a dangerous sport, with cars sometimes exceeding 200 miles per hour. The risks from crashes are extremely high. Tragically, this is followed by many deaths. Though NASCAR fans have seen deaths at the hand of flying debris and even lightning strikes during races, no death made more of an impact than the death of Dale Earnhardt, aka one of America's greatest soldiers. I don't think literally, but he's one of the coolest men ever. Dale was one of the best racers in NASCAR history, winning 76 races over 21 years, including 7 Cup championships. He was nicknamed the Intimidator because of his hyper-aggressive driving style, which scared other drivers as he sped by his sleek, pitch-black number 3 car. God, it's badass. During the 2001 Daytona 500, Dale was hit from behind by a car he was blocking, causing him to lose control and slam into the concrete debris at over 200 miles an hour. The move also allowed his son and best friend to advance, taking first and second place. Many say that NASCAR died with Dale, and following his death, he was cemented as an American icon. The term raise hell, praise Dale is synonymous with NASCAR and ingrained in the redneck culture of America. Outside the Daytona track is a 9-foot, 1,200-pound bronze statue of Dale, where people leave all sorts of tributes and offerings. It's fucking awesome. Also, I will say, what's fucked up about that is at the time, I believe there was like a new neck brace. I think everyone wears it now, but it was new at the time, and all the old heads were like, I'm not gonna fucking wear that. That's some pussy shit. I think if he would have wore that, he would have survived.
Oh my god.
Like he declined to wear it that day. Fact check, but I'm almost positive that's
Jesus
from the reports I've seen. But you know what, man? He's a hero.
He is a hero. He died a hero. He's kind of like Jesus.
I'd almost think that he's better than Jesus. He's the Intimidator. Also, having your nickname be the Intimidator, holy shit, how cool is that? Also, I will say, I don't know what they were smoking in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, all that shit, whatever. NASCAR merch. Good shit.
I don't think I've seen NASCAR.
Oh, it's good. It's good stuff. At least it used to be. I don't know how it is anymore, but man, nice like paintings of the cars and stuff, paintings of the oh, great. Really good design. In North Carolina, there is a 47,000 square foot NASCAR museum that is nearly entirely dedicated to housing just Dale Earnhardt memorabilia. Everything related to Dale skyrocketed in value and people began to hoard their memorabilia. His death not only changed the culture, but also the NASCAR market. And a few years ago, a Dale Earnhardt card sold for $75,000. Another man had an Earnhardt jacket appraised at over $20,000. And one person even received a massive collection of memorabilia from their father as an inheritance. If you go to any racetrack, it's not uncommon to see multiple people with Earnhardt tattoos. It's the Virgin Mary candle.
Yeah.
You know, it's an idea, it's a concept, it's a philosophy. That's what Dale represented. Rip to the goat! NASCAR carries a bizarre and outrageous history with it, as well as being home to some of the wildest and most passionate fans in the world. There's something fascinating about the chaos of it all, whether it's drivers getting into fist fights post-race or fans going absolutely wild on the boulevard. It's intoxicating. There's something that's so undeniable about it. Even when you try to put it down as like, oh, you just go in circles. When you're there, it's an amazing phenomenon. And I will say, even if you don't watch the races, you should check out any NASCAR documentary. They're fucking awesome. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about. WWE has great party stories and weird, like they travel so much. NASCAR is like equally as crazy. And also like the weird interpersonal relationships between the drivers and the kind of chaos that surrounds that. And also like the rise, like the amount of racing you have to do to get to NASCAR. It's very fascinating. So pretty fucking wild, man. We got to do a video just on Talladega. I feel like there's more to Talladega that I feel like we just scratched the surface, dude. But hey, until next time, guys, drive safe and we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.